welcome in Java Essential Training. I'm Hussein Al-Rubai. I have a master in software engineering. I have worked in different companies for around 8 years as a web developer. My last 2 years I started working as mobile developer, and I have a lot of successful applications in Android and iOS store. And I want to share this knowledge with you. So whenever you decide to be web developer or develop application for mobile like Android application or desktop application developer, you have to know Java. So Java is your way to go to Android or Java FX or Java SE. So you have to know all the basic before go to that platforms, and that's what I will teach you in this tutorial. I will start teach you how you install Android, how you install Java in your computer and prepare the environment. Then we'll start learning the programming concept and the logic and how we could write our first application. Then we will go through the condition and making decision and how we could do specific block of code in a specific condition. Then we go through loops and how we could repeat specific block of code on a specific condition. Then we go through the control loops like break and continue. Then we will study the functions and how we could do polymorphism and different type of override and overloading. Then we will talk about object-oriented programming and different concepts like classes and constructor, and we will go to abstract and interface and everything about object-oriented in Java. That will help you to do separate concept of your application. Then we will go through the files and how we could store data in our computer as a physical things. Then we will go to the threads and how we could do multiprocessing in our application and how we could avoid deadlock on other stuffs. Then we will talk about collections and how we could select the data type that match our needs. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Let me start first install JDK. So what does mean JDK? Whenever you want to work with Java, you have to install JDK in your computer because JDK have all the libraries that will be using by your Java app. So to get started with JDK, just open Google and look for JDK. Whatever your operating system be, make sure you be in this website and click on this one. Here you go. If you see, I have different things here. What I'm interested in is Java JDK, so just click on JDK. Whatever your operating system is, just select accept and select your operating system. Which one of them? For example, I am here in Windows. This operating system, I just download this one. If you are in Mac OS, download this one. Linux, download any other of these. So I click here and I will download it, and I will wait for some time. Here we go. Here is my file. If I go to open, I will see the file or the installation file that I could use it in my for JDK. So yes, here is it. To get started, I just double click and install it. Even if you have different operating system, you will go through same process. Just install next. So just click. Then let me show you what you will do. Here we go. I will see this screen. I click next, then next. If you see this is he say, okay, I will install Java in this path. C file program Java JR8. Make sure that from this path. So install it. Cool. By the end you will see the screen. That's mean he done. You click close. To make sure the Java JDK is installed, make sure you go to the terminals. I will look for command Windows. Command Windows or terminal, every operating system defined in different name. For example, Windows you have command Windows, in Mac you have terminal. Make sure open the command Windows or terminal and type just Java. Then enter. If you see this result, that's mean you create the Java is installed. By any chance, if you did not see this one and he say, hey, I cannot, Java is not defined as internal external command, it's easy. Just go to where you installed the Java. I installed here. Here's the Java, and this is when the Java JDK. Make sure JDK, not JRE. Then go to bin, take all these file path, copy it, click right, copy, and go to your computer, click right, properties, then advanced, then from advanced environment variable, then go to path, look for path, double click on the path, and click new, and add this path, and click save. Maybe you are using old version from Windows, so you will see that when you click on path, you will see it in this way. So it's easy also, just go to the end of the path and add this sign, then add the path. So this sign you added, then the path for the Java. Then click save. That's great. Then okay, and now make sure you close the terminal and reopen it again. So terminal or command Windows, reopen it again, and now when you type Java, you should see the result. Okay, here we done, and see you next. After installing Java JDK on our computer, it is time to install the editor that we want to work with. There is many editors we could use it for this tutorial. Like we could use Eclipse, or we could use NetBeans. Any editor you feel comfortable with, please go ahead and start with. For this tutorial, I will use Eclipse. So just in Google, I will look for Eclipse, and I will go to the Eclipse website. So when I go to Eclipse, I will see this one. Just go to download packages, and you will see this website, or this one if you see. I will select this type of Java Eclipse IDE for Java developer. Then I select the operating system. I select Windows. I will wait for, then I click download from here, and I will wait for some time until he complete. After a specific time, you will see this screen. So he downloaded it. I just open the folder. I will see it in Windows. You will see it as something like zip file. You just need to click right on it and unzip it. But in Mac, you just you'll see Eclipse file, and just you do double click on it and you open it. So because I'm in Windows, I'm just clicking on extracting this folder, and I will wait for some time. As I told you, if you are in Mac, you will see it one file, name it Eclipse. You double click on it and you will take it in your desktop, and you could start working on it. Let me wait for some time and get started. Here we go. Now I have this is Eclipse. So if you want to work with Eclipse, don't keep it in download. Just take it to any folder you want to work with. For example, in C or in D. I prefer to add it in D to avoid any problems. So if you have like some setting in your computer, then see this is the folder. This is your Eclipse. Just click on it and start working with it. Let me see at the final screen to make sure everything is okay. Here we go. He will ask you for the default. I will say don't ask me again and keep all my file here in workplace. That whatever project I will do will go to that place. Yes, here we done, and now everything is great. I have my project, and if you see I close it, this is my development environment. I could click right and start creating my project. Here we done, and see you next. Hey, the complete example that used in this tutorial are available on GitHub. So all what you have to do is just go to this URL and download this source code in your computer, and you will have all the examples that we use it in this tutorial. And also I will add this URL in the video description. Thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about the program concept, or what we mean by a program. Program is basically you have a specific problem and you want to find solution for this problem. If you try to solve this problem by math, it will cost you time and money. Maybe you cannot solve this problem like basic math or paper or whatever. So what you will do, you say, okay, I will do problem solving. What we mean by problem solving, you think about this problem and try to find solution for it. And you will write your program for this problem. The program will be number of line of code. When this line get executed, it will solve the problem for you. And this is basically what we mean by program. So program is just certain steps. When it execute, it will solve a specific problem for the user. So now let we understand the main concept of programming. A program, one of the rule you have to know about it, the program will be executed step by step. That means if you have x equal 10, then you have x equal x plus 1. Then you have a print x. So let me suppose this is basic program. Whatever print mean, don't care about it. So this is first step. This one will execute first. So the program will be run from here. So he will give value 10 for x. Then he will increase x by 1. So now here x equal 11, while before x equal 10. So what we mean x equal x plus 1, that means x, the new x will be old x, which is 10, added to 1, which is 11. Then you print the value of x in the screen. Basically, what I want to show you from this video, you have to know the program will be executed step by step. So he'll execute first step, then second step, then third step. So he never jumped to third step whenever you run it. So when you click run, the program will be run step by step. So try to understand this main concept of programming. Program will be executed step by step. And basically what we mean by program, or what we will do by a program, we have a specific problem and you want to find solution for this problem, we use a program. So let's go and do our first application. Hey everybody, let me start with build first application in Java. So to get started with Java, I will click search and look for Eclipse. Whatever your operating system is, just go to the search and look for Eclipse and open the Eclipse if it's Windows, Mac or Linux. So this is the Eclipse environment will be. So to create a new project, just click right here and click new and select Java project, or you could go to file, then new, then Java project. You could give here the project name. Use everything in small letter. So let me give it first app demo. Okay, then click finish. Here we go. If you see, here this is my Java project. All my code will goes in this part, in src. And this is my addition library, I will use it later. So to get started with Java, you have to know one thing. Java project will be from number of packages, and in every package you will have number of classes. But first you will start simple. We start with one package with number of classes. So to get started, I have to have package. So I click new. I will just highlight this one. I click new and I select package. Let me give it main package demo. And you could give it any name, or you could give it just main package and click right. So if you see, I have no package name, it main package. As I told you, all your classes will be inside this package. So you you could click right and select new, then you select class. Let me give it name main class. So if you see, I just give it first main class. You could give it capital letter using this way, capital letter from every first name. So main class in this way. You could give it everything small, whatever you want to give it, then click finish. If you see now, I have one package, and inside this package I have one class. As I told you, you could click right on the package and add more classes whenever your project grow. But first you'll start simple. You have one package and one class. When I want to tell Java this class are belonging to this package, I have to say, okay, package and the package name. I give the package name that this class belong to. So I would say package, then the package name. Then I start with my class. I say, okay, public class name, class. Then I give it the name of the class, and I open bracket to close it. My code will goes inside this class. One thing you have to know in Java, there's a starting point inside of the program. Whenever someone click run, there's one method will fire automatically without any call. Name it main method. To implement this method, you have to write it in this way. You say public. If you see everything in small, make sure Java is case sensitive. So whenever I write something in small, you have to write in the small. Then you have to write static. Then you have to write void. Then if you see static is error, so the color is not changes. So make sure you write it correctly. Static void. Then give it name main. If you see everything in small. Now I open the bracket. I give it the input. This method take input string. So make sure you click shift then S, because string in Java defined as case sensitive, so it should be capital first character. So you say string as array, then you write rx. Then you open a bracket and close it. Don't care about data type. I will talk later about data type, but one thing you have to take care about, if whenever I write public, everything is small, you have to write it in the small. Don't write some character and put in capital, because it will not work. Java is case sensitive, so write it in public static void. Then the name of the class should be main. Then string, if you see, I just write it here capital. Don't write it small, because string in Java are defined in capital letter. And this is the variable. You could define it capital or small, whatever you would like. I want to display a message for user. Ask him, say, okay, welcome in Java. So I just say here system. If you see, is not working because system should be first character capital. So I click Shift S, system dot out dot print line. If you see, he say this print line will be printing something string, so you could give it string. String in Java defined between double quotation. So you add double quotation, add your string. Let me say welcome in Java 8. So in Java, when you want to define string, you add a string between double quotation. So I just want to display this message. So now, whenever anyone executes this class will start the execution from this method, because this method will execute automatically without any calls. So first line will execute this one. He will print welcome to Java. To execute this program, make sure click save, then click run, because you cannot run without save. You see, he say welcome to Java. If I want to do addition, I could do same way, system.out.writeLine, or I could write SYSO, then click Control and space, and sometime I will see autocomplete, then I click enter, I will see same thing written. I will say I will write end line, for example, and I click run. One you will see one problem. You will not see the update. Do you know why? You will not see end line, because you did not click save. So you have to click save, then click run. You will see end line is printed also. So here is how Java works. So it will start execution on the main. So make sure all your code goes here. So this is a basic thing how you define classes, or how you define your first application in Java, and how everything is work. And see you next. Hey everybody, let's talk in this video about variable and what we mean by variable in programming. So let me first talk about variable in math. So think about in math you have 3 plus 5, whatever equal. Okay? Then you want to add 2 to it. So you'll say 3 plus 5 plus 2. Then you want to subtract 3 from it. So you say 3 plus 5 minus 3, which is you did 2 process on this number. You first added 2 to it, then you subtract 3. Now think about you want to do same this 3 steps on different 2 numbers. What you will do? You say okay, let's suppose between 6 and 8. You say okay, instead of 3 I will say 6, instead of 5 I will say 8, instead of 3 6, instead 5 8, and instead 3 6, and instead 5 8. Now how many change we did? We did 6 change to make our program working on the problem. So think about you represent the 3 and 5 by variable. Let me suppose x equal 3, and let me suppose y equal 5. Okay, then you say okay, this step will be x plus y plus 2. Then here you say x plus y minus 3. Okay, let's suppose this is another solution that we have it, and this was the first one. Now let we try to do process changing 3 to 5 to 6 to 8. What you will do, instead this one you say 6, instead this one you will say 8, and all these will keep it. So labeling data with variable will help a lot in updates. So see here I did 2 updates to make this code working on another problem, while here I did 6 updates, so which is too much. For that reason we want to talk about variable. So what we mean by variable in programming? Variable is something hold data temporary in memory. So when you write any program you have to think about how this program working. So let's suppose this is a memory. I know my font is not good. You know in computer every memory location have a number. Let's suppose whatever this number and have value, and every one have number and value, or location ID, or whatever you want to name it, and value. So let's suppose this one be location, and this one value. So if you say x equal 3 in programming, what will happen? He will basically go to the memory in any location. He will define, for example, this one x, and he will add 3 in it. So whenever you want to do, for example, another process, you say, okay, I want to subtract 3 from x. You say x minus 3. What he will do, he say, hey, he talking about x. Let me look in the memory for x. So he will go to the memory and look for x. He say, hey, yes, this is x. And this is the value for x. He will take his 3. So he'll say 3 minus 3 equals 0. So basically, the idea of variables is something hold data in memory when you want to do it, when you want to work with it, or we want to process this data or whatever. You will use the variables in any program you will write it, because we need to save data in memory. We need to use this data. And yes, this is basically what we mean by variables. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about variables. Java support different type of variables to store data temporarily in your application. So to get started, I will create a new class and I name it variable to just avoid or override something or another. If you remember when we started with Java, we write this method, so just copy this line because we will use it a lot. So just copy this line and add it here in our new class, and make sure you end the class by ending the line this way. So this is our class that we will write, or this is our method we will write our code. So how we define variables? Imagine you want to save name of user. So to save name for user, you need that type of string. So to define string in Java, you will click Shift and click S in capital letter, then you write string. Give it name in this way, and you could give it any value. You could end the line, and then in next line you could say name equal, for example, you add it between double quotation in this way, name it Hussein Arobay. This is a basic way. Or this is that type, so you could take this one and you could add it here. Make sure to adding semicolon in the end of the line, because Java needs semicolon at the end of the line. So this is name. So to print the name, so you could say SYSO, then shift enter, then say name, print name, and you click save, then run. If you see, you will see Hussein Arobay on the screen, because this string will be identified or defined by this variable name. So whenever I want to access to this string, I will use this name, Hussein, or name. If you see name, I could say Hussein Arobay. I could concatenate two names or name with other string. For example, I want to add some other string. I will say concatenate name, then this way. So if you see, I have name, double colon, between double quotation, then a plus, then other name. So to concatenate two string in Java, you just add a plus, then here we go. If I click save, then run, you will see name. Now I have name Hussein Arobay. This is a basic way how you define a variable in string type. There is a different type of string. So for example, you need to save integer. So in Java you say integer, int, then age. Make sure int, everything in small. Don't say int, because you will run into trouble. int in small. Age, let me say 27. Okay. And if I go in next line, I will write SYSO, then same thing, enter. I want to print the age. I will say, okay, print the age. But if I click save and run, you will see age 27. I want to display age equal 27. So you could say add double quotation age, then this one. So that's mean I'm concatenate this string with this integer. That's okay. Just add a plus between them, and here we go. String with integer could be concatenate. So if you see age equal 27, this is in string. You could define double also. So let me define double in this way. I define the salary. Okay, salary equal, let me say 3500, whatever number you could give it. But because it's double, you could say 0.5 or 0.7, whatever you want to do. If you see, he say, okay, this variable is not used, so you could say SYSO, then you print the salary directory, or it's better to add concatenate with other string. You say salary. Make sure, because you define it here as capital, So make sure also when you call it as capital. I will show you what I mean. Let me just correct the salary. Why I write it down here in error way. When you say here define the first character as capital, should be here as capital. So if you say small, here you go, you run into a problem. So make sure everything, whenever you use capital, use capital. Whenever you use small, use small. This is one thing in Java, it's case sensitive. If I run, here you see salary is this amount. So name, age, salary. This is how you define different data types. Also, you could define character. You have mean then character. That's mean type or gender. Or call, for example, male. If you see when I want to define character in string, I added between single quotation. But when I define string of data, I will add it between double quotation. This is how Java works. So when you want to define string, make sure add your string between double quotation. Just to make your life easy, I will take this one, I will add it here to make everything convention. So name, everything between double quotation. If you see gender, single quotation, because it is character. You could also print it, SYSO, then you could write, just make sure copy it. I will say gender plus this one. Click save, then here we go, run. This is gender male. If you see, the one idea I want to share with you here, how the variable could be defined, and the program will execute step by step. First thing will execute this line, then this line, then this line, then this line, then continue execution the lines. Defining the variable, it's really easy in string or any other data type. You could use a float also with Java, that's okay. Float, f, whatever. You know how you want to define float. It should be, for example, 3.5 for f, because it is using float. So when you spy or not by any other variable type of float, you have to add f in the end of the variable. This is how the basic variable could be defined in Java, and this is what I want to share you in this video. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about input. Input, that means you allow users to enter some data from the screen, then when they click enter, you process their data. You are sure the data will not be saved in your app. So when you want to print information about the user, you will not save the data inside your code. The data will be static. No, you need something dynamic. You need some data will be entered. You don't need the name to be entered in this way. You need someone enter his name from the screen. So how you do that? So to get started, I will click a new class, and I will give the class name input. I give it inputs, okay, and I make sure to copy whatever I did in variables. So just copy this code for variable, and I add it in the input. You remember what we did in the variables. If you don't remember, I will remember you. Just define different type of variable, integer, character, double. Then if I click save, print, I will see this data on the output. So now I don't want this data to be entered directory. I want it entered by the user. So instead having the user name Hussein Rubai as directory, I need the user enter his name. So first of all, I need to define static, then scanner. Scanner, that's mean we will ask user to enter some data. So a scanner will be written this way, then you name it reader. So this is variable from, you will know what I mean by that. So you just define scanner, then you say, okay, this one will be equal a new scanner, you open bracket system dot in. That means some user enter data. So what I mean by this line, I will define a scanner. That means scan input data. If you see the scanner is not defined, if I click on here, you'll see it say error, you need to import scanner. When I click import, I will see scanner will be imported here. Why we do that? Because the scanner is part from library, name it Java utility scanner. So we cannot call this variable directory or get instance from that class directory without calling that library. So you have to import that library. So in Java, to import library, you say import the name of the library. So if you see, when you remove it, you cannot access to that library because because it's not in your scope. So you see there is error, but when you add import, that means I could access to the class name, it's scanner reader, you defined in this way. Why I added static? Because this method is static, so you cannot use reader here without it to be static. What I mean, so if I guess reader, I want to change it in input by user, I say dot read line, or I want user to input, I would say next line, because it's string. So that means I'm taking from the input the reader. If I remove a static, I cannot access to the reader here, because this method is static. So any data outside this method should be also static. So you have to write static. We will talk later about the static. So now the name will be input directly from the screen. Now if I save it, I click enter, the program will not execute, just give the empty screen. If I input name Hussein Al-Rubai, enter, if you see now he give me Hussein Al-Rubai. What the idea here? Well, the idea, if I write Jana Al-Rubai, it will give me the information for Jana, see name Jana Al-Rubai, and all the information. I want to change everything as an input, so instead this one, the name director, I will say reader dot, here is that type is integer, so I want to take it as integer. I will say next, and this way just make sure dot next integer, because I'm taking input from integer because it's integer, so I have to read data as integer. Here the data is a float or double, I will say reader dot next should be double because I'm reading double, and this one should be reader dot, and I say reader dot next. If you see, I don't have next car, I have just only next line. But we know next line will return string for us. We could take first character on the string. What does that mean? That means if I define string, I name it input, and then I will have input for the data that already inputted as a line. So I could take first character from the line by define my gender equal input dot car at index 0. Why? Because I believe when he entered number of character, I could take first character in the string by say the name of the string dot car at index 0. Index 0 first character, index 1 second character, and continue, so now I have the gender. But if you try to run it, you will run into a problem, because this reader will confuse between this read line and this read line. So it is better, so what I mean by that, I mean that if I run it, say for example the name Hussein, and the salary 22, and the age 22, salary this one, and he gives me this error. See, if you see, he already executed this line, even the reader is not read that line. So this problem, because I told you, because this scanner, you have string reader and you have next time also reader, so you cannot use it in some instance. So it's better to define this one reader 1 and another reader, and this one will be index reader 1, and here we go, the problem is fixed. Now if I save and run, first thing I enter name Hussein, age 27, and should be salary this one, and should be gender, should be male, enter. If you see Hussein 27, this salary, this gender. You know this is not good way for asking user to input information, so it's better to, before asking him to enter his name, I will display a message enter name. So it's better to say SYS, or then I say this way, I say enter name, and this way I think this one is better to make it more convention, you will see. And before asking age, I say enter age, and before asking salary, I will say enter salary, and before asking gender, I will say enter gender. Okay, now if I try to run the app again, see here, this is the result. If you see enter name, I will say Jenna, then he say enter age, I will say 27, then he say enter salary, I say this is salary, and he say enter gender, I say female. You see this information, Jenna, age, salary, this is all the information that entered. The idea, if I try to stop it and run the app again, so just let me run it again. So again, Leah, enter age 1 year, salary this one, and gender female, You see, this is the information. So how we input and how we output this information. You have to know there's difference between interline and print. If you see, if I click here, if you see when I input, the input will be next line because I say a print line. If I say only print, okay, and I click stop here and save it, then try to run again, see the data, the name will be beside it. So Hussein will be beside it. Also the age, everything. So it's better when you ask someone to enter, you say only print, not a print line, because you don't want to create a new line for every input. So now you click, then save, then rerun. You will see it's different name. Now see Hussein, age 27, salary, this is salary, and gender is male. Here you go. Here they input the information. So if you see how we could input the data, how the application process the data and give us some information. So basic example we shared in this video, and thank you for listening. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about what does this parameter mean. If you remember a previous video, we talked about how we could input data using scanner, but now we want to input data using this variable. So what the benefit of this variable? It's a way to allow us to enter data using console directory. So to get started, what I will do, I just click right on my package, new class. I will name it input C. Then I implement this method. Just have two bracket, input open and close. So what does that mean? That means there is number of argument will be entered from the screen. It will be saved inside the array. I could access to any element in that array. So imagine first argument will be name. So I will define string name equal first argument in this array. So I will say array for 0. That means first argument in the input screen. You could print it also. I say system.o. Then I will say print for name, then a name. That means now the user could enter the data to the system is not using a scanner, but using direct from the console. So if you see, I could access to the elements argument for 0. Why argument for 0? Because string here is array, and we'll talk more about array, but first element in array will be 0, second element will be 1, third, fourth, and continue. So yes, this is a basic example that we do. So to run this class, here we go. Now we're done. Let me just remove this line, and I will go to the app and look here. This is my app, this is my src, this is my package, this is the file that I'm looking for, is the input C. So to execute it on the terminal, I'll open the terminal, I will navigate to that folder. It is named main package, this one. Okay, make sure I say ls I see this file. So just let me just go inside the folder, I will tell you what I will do. So first of all, I will say Java C, because I need to compile my file, sorry. So input C.java. So here you go. If you see input C, that was Java. Now I have input C.class. Class, that means compiled file for my file. Now I want to run, I will say Java, then input C, then I give it the input. What the input should be? All the input will goes under this array. It's array of argument. That's mean I could say Hussein, this first argument, then second argument age, third argument salary, whatever you want to do. I have one argument now to send, only Hussein. If I click enter, you see he write me his name or call Hussein. How he done that? When he get argument, have only one argument, Hussein, he take Hussein, and it's argument for 0, he added, and then he display it. As I told you, you imagine you have two parameters, so you mean age, then argument 1 will be provider, then just print both of them, just print provider, and to make it more clear for you. Now I just update it, so make sure when you update it, just compile it first. So make sure Java C for input, compile it again, then name, I have Java C input Hussein, then compiler Jana or provider Jana. Now you see the name is Hussein and provider Jana, because now I said in two input for my method. I said Hussein and Jannah. Now argument here have to input Hussein and Jannah. First argument Hussein, second argument Jannah. Should be first one as the name, second one as the provider. If you see how it's complex to compile then run, but in Java all you have to do, just click here, he will compile all these files and move them to bin. You see all the bin here in same name, and he compiled all the file. So yes, this is a basic. This is the benefit of this one. He will be done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about comments. So this is your application, but if you come across this application after 1 month, you would not understand what does this line mean. So you need to add documentation for your lines. You need to give a note for every line. What does this line do? So to add note, for example, I want to say this argument, take it for name. You just add double slash, and this way you say this take user name from input. So this is just as a note or as a comment. So the user or any other developer, when he read this line, he understand what this line mean. This line mean taking argument from input. Whenever you add double slash before the line, this line will never execute, so will never be part from the application. So application first time will start from here, then he will see this line, he will not execute this line, he will jump here, then here, then here, then continue. So make sure you add notes or add comments as much as you could in your code to make other developer understand what you are saying or what you are mean by your code. So for example, here you say get user age. So just a documentation. So just make sure to add double slash. That's mean this one will be comment. If you add double slash, that's mean you need to add one line comment. What if you want to add more than one line comment? For example, here you want to add number of lines as a comment, not one line. So to do that, you add slash, then star, then you go down. You will see this two brackets. So you could add your comment here. For example, by Hussein array. Then second line you say app to get user info from console. So if you see, I just have my comment on in more than one line. So just you click enter, you will see he will add star for you, and you could add your comment, whatever your comment will be. If you see how it's going here, just use slash star, then you add your content, then star slash, and in every line you add star star star. This is for multi-line. Make sure to turn this one back package, so you will not have a problem in your code. Here we're done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about how we could convert data type from integer to string, string to integer, double to integer, and different data type. You will use this conversion a lot in your project. So to get started, I will just click right here. I click in new class. I will name it convert. Okay. Then click terminal. I will get my method that I want to exclude everything in its main. So let me suppose I have one integer character, name it age equal 27. Okay, and I have salary, it is double. Okay, salary equal 3.5. Okay, this is two data type. I want to convert them to string. So imagine I want a salary to be a string. I would say okay, string in new salary. Let me suppose that. So you cannot add this one to this one because this is double and this data type is string. So how we convert it? To convert any data type to string, any data type to string, just say write string in capital, then say value of. So then you could add any data type here. For example, salary. Hey, here you go. Now I converted salary to string. Imagine I want to do same thing for age. So I say new age. You cannot say directory, you cannot add a directory, as you know, because it is integer and this one string. So to convert integer to string, just say string dot value of. Okay, then here you go. I give it the age. This is how to convert a string. To add note, I will say double slash, I say convert to string. So to convert any data type to string, just say string dot value of. I just missed it from first video to tell you about boolean also. Also you have boolean, so you could say boolean in this way is true equal false. So booleans take either true or false, doesn't have a lot of conditions, so it's boolean. It is either true or false. So that other given value is true or other false. It is one of data type. So you could also convert it to string. Also same way, you say string in new is true equal string dot value of the boolean. This is this one. You could give it unconverted. That's really easy. So this is how convert a string. So how we could convert? Let me do convert to integer. Okay. Let me have another data type here. It is name. It's string name. Let's say Hussein. I don't say Hussein. I don't say name. I would say rate, and the rate should be added as 3.6 in this way. Someone want to add in type of string. So I want to convert the rate to integer. So I say okay, integer new rate equal. You cannot say new rate equal rate. Why? Because that type string and this type integer. You want to convert that type to integer. Just write integer first character integer in this way. Make sure it's first character capital dot. You say vars. Vars you mean dot vars integer. That means you convert string to integer. So take rate and convert it. So I mean I'm taking it as string, vars it as integer, added here as integer. Something you could do it in double. So you say new salary. Okay, make sure add new before it. You want to take only the integer part. You cannot say salary directory, because do you know what? I cannot say salary directory because salary is double and this one is integer. So when I want to convert from one data type and another data type, they are belong to same field. That's mean integer to float, float to integer. I could do casting. What that mean casting? Casting mean I have this integer float. It's have some additional information, like for example 3.5. I want to convert to integer. To do casting, take first data type, add it here, just open a bracket, add the first data type, close it. That's mean, hey, take this salary, convert it to integer, and added this new salary. You know this salary is 3.5, so because I converted to integer, the new salary will be only 3. The 5 will be taken off. So this is how to convert to integer. So casting, you will see it a lot in Android, because you need to convert from one data type to other. So to convert one data type to other, it's really easy. Just take the first data type here, add it here between two brackets, and there you go. What about convert to double? Convert to double. Okay. If I say double, a new rate. Okay, the rate should be double. So it's string. So I say double dot vers, because I need to convert string this rate. Sorry. Vers double dot vers double. I will take a rate, and here we go. That's mean, hey, take the string, vars it to double. Also, you could say double in new age. The age is integer. You know age. Age is its integer, we have it. But you cannot say age equal double. You need to cast it. I want to cast integer to double. I just open a bracket, close it. That's mean, hey, take the integer, cast it to double, add it to a new integer. This one. What is it? Duplicate local variable. A new age double, because the name is already saved. Here you go. Now you understand how I could cast a double to integer, and how we could cast integer to double, and how we could vars string to integer and string to double. I know you now thinking, you say, why I cannot do casting from string to integer? That's mean for example here in the same this line you want to do casting. That's mean you don't want to do all this the vars. You need to do just casting. Casting mean you just add first one and do casting in this way. So this will not work, because casting mean two things are belong to same data type. For example, integer and double. 3.5 and 3, both of them are belong to numbers, so you could do casting between numbers, but you cannot do casting between string and integer because different data type. So this one will not work. So make sure whenever you want to, not different data type, different category, as I told you, number you could do casting between them, but you cannot do between number and string. So when you do between number and string or float and string, you do vars, but when you do between number, float and integer and float double, you could do casting. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let's talk in this video about the operation and the priorities. So to get started, I will click right here. I will open new class. I will name it operations. Okay, make sure to add this method that I have it already for main. So operation, imagine I have two numbers, integer number 1 equal 5 and integer number 2 equal 10. So I want to do sum operation. I will say integer sum equal number 1 plus number 2. It's really easy to do operation in Java. It looks like any operation you do it in math. So you just say, okay, I need to sum this number and this number. You just add the plus between them, and here you go. You have sum. Now you could print it SYSO, then shift 8, then say sum, print sum. You click save, make sure save, then run. You will see here you go 15. To make it nicer, you just say sum double quotation equal. So you will see it in a nice way. So sum equal 15. That means I sum two number. I could add additional information, for example, multiply by 2. That's okay. Just save it. You will see different result. So in the same way you do operation, addition, subtraction, sub two number. If you see, you could do multiplication between two number. You could do divide two number. Any other logic operation, you could do it here. That's in math, you could do it here. So it's really easy to do all this operation. If you have more than operation, go ahead and do it. Imagine I have another third number. It should be number 3 equal 4. And let me say, here we go. I have all this information. Integer number 3. And I have integer for sum. If I say, okay, this one multiply by this one and add it with this one, with number 3. So this is, here come the priorities. So one thing you have to know about the priorities, so let me just add this line. So just when I add bracket, then this sign, then I go down, I could add comment in multi-lines. So the priority, first priority you have to know, it is the power. So the power is have high priority. Then the second one will be multiplication and like division and multiplication. And I don't know how I could do it in this way because I cannot add. I could do mul and div, that multiplication and division, then sum and subtraction, then the less operation is equal when you're done. And here you go. This is the higher priority. It is power. Power is a higher priority. So whenever you have power, it's have high priority. Then multiply and division, lower than that. Then sub and sum. Then here you go. So what does that mean? I have this 3 operation. First number multiplied by 2, then third one. So if I click run, you expect I have 5 add to multiply by 10 is 15. Add with 4, 54. That's great, and you don't have any error. What if I say, okay, I have multiply, then addition, then multiply. So you'll expect you'll have 5 add to 10 is 15 multiplied by 4. That means you have 50 and 50, 30, you have 60. But do you have 60? If you see, it's 45. So why it's 45? This is come through the priorities. So how Java work and how any program language work, it start comparing the operation from left to right. So it will compare two operation first, every 2. So say he will compare addition and multiply. Which one is have high priority? If you see here, if I just add number, this one will have 1, this one will have 2, this one have 3, this one have 4. So the one with low number will have high priority. If you see, I have multiply and addition. So multiply have higher priority than addition. So even it is after it, so the first operation will execute multiply. You multiply number 2 by 3. So multiply 4 by 10, it's 14. Then the result will be added to n1 will be 45. So did you see? What if I would say subtraction from 3? What do you expect the operation will be? It's same way. You will compare two operation to operation. First one will be this one and this one. So who have higher priority? This one have higher priority. So you say 10 add to multiply by 4, it's 14. So that's mean number 1 added to 14. So then he will compare two operation, addition and subtraction. Which one have higher priority? They have same priority because they are from same level. So if the two operations have same priority, the one in the left will execute first. That's mean this part will execute first. That's mean we will have 45. So this result will be 45 minus 3 should be 42. As I expect, so let me see, 42, exactly. So what I want to tell you by the end of this video, the operation or the priority of the operation in Java on any programming language goes from left to right. So, and it's compared to operation to operation. Compare, for example, multiply and addition. Which one have high priority will execute first. Even if you see this one second one, but this operation will execute first because it's have high priority. Then it continue to operation and find final result. What if you want to avoid? So you want this two number execute first, so you have to add them between two bracket. So when the two bracket have high priority from anyone, so you could say two bracket will be have high priority. Whenever you have two bracket, that means you are in high priority. That means now I could add this two number, then multiply by any 3, then get the result. If you see now, the result will be different. 57. Why? Because 1 plus 10, 15. Then 15 I have multiplication and subtraction. 15 multiplication by number 3, then 15 by 4. I have multiply and subtraction. Which one have higher priority is multiply. That's mean 15 by 4. Mean 16. Then 16 minus 3 is 57. Here we go. This is a basic operation. So keep this operation in your mind. Always remember the high priority is two bracket, then power, then multiply and division, then subtraction, sum and subtraction, then equal. Equal be low priority. Later on, you will see this operation like minus minus and plus plus after. This will be with low priority. Make sure this we added as 5. Okay. I don't know this in this way, this after. And we could say if it's before, will have high priority from anyone. Will have high priority will be second one this way. If it is before, we will talk later about before and after. So I would say 0, 1. This one be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So later on you'll talk about this two part. Hello then, and see you next. Hey everybody, did we talk in this video about increment and decrement? We talked in the first video, increment and decrement, if it be before, will have second priority. If it's be after, will have sixth priority. So what does that mean? So if I say plus plus number 1, that's mean, before I go here, if I say plus plus n, that's mean, this one mean n equal n plus 1. The same thing, this one will be equal to n plus plus. Both of them will give us same result. Both of them mean, if I say n plus plus n or n plus plus, both of them mean n equal n plus 1. Same thing if I say minus minus n or n minus minus, both of them mean n equal n minus 1. But this is the math operation. So, but there's a difference between plus plus and minus minus if it's before and after. So if I say plus plus n, that's mean plus plus mean with high priority. That means first one will execute. So first thing, number 1 will increase it by 1. That means I will have 5 will be 6. 6 will be added to 10 will be 16. Then it multiplied by any 3. Let me take this one off. So that's mean number 6, that means 5 will be 6 and added to number 2, it's been 16, then multiply by 4. So if you say save, here you go, run, you see 64. But if I take this to one after, the operation different. That means even I increase number 1 by 1, but it will not execute on, it will be have low priority. That means it will execute after. That means when I see this one, I will treat it as origin. That means this one 5 will not be 6. 5 plus 10, it is 15, multiplied by 4. If you save it, run it, you will see 16. You will not see any difference in the result. But later on, in the next step, n1 will change it. So if I say print n1, you see n1 will change it. n1 increase it by 1, even if it be 6. Even if it's n1 plus plus, in both operation, n1 will be added by 1. So both of them, you see both of them, this one or this one, both of them mean n plus n1. But the one difference between adding the plus plus before and adding after, if you added before, that means the addition will affect on the step that the number on. If it is added after, that means the addition will not affect on the step that the number on, and it will affect on the next step. This is one difference. Same thing if I say minus minus, that means first of all do 5, change it to 4, add it to 10, it's 14, multiplied by 3, by 4, you will get this one. But if you say n minus minus, that means no, just take 5, add it to 10, you will have 15, multiplied by this one, result 60. Do you see if I have n1 minus minus or n1 plus plus, I should get some result because both of them will not affect it on the step. But the problem is when I have plus plus before the number, I will get different result. Also, when I have minus minus before the number, I get different result because it will affect on the step. Here we done and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about debugging. Debugging means you execute your application step by step and see what happened in every step. It is very good for beginners to understand how program flow work. So if you remember in the previous video, when you want to run application, just click this one and we see the result. But what about if you want to execute application step by step? To do that, you use debugging. So if you want to start from here debugging or from here start step by step, just go front the line and double click, and here you will see this one. This one means you are in debugging mode. You could remove it by double click again and remove it, or you could return it back. So now to execute the program step by step, you will click here debug. You will not click run. So just click debug. You will see different screen. If you see, here's my application code, and here's my variables, and here's my debug mode. So now if you see I'm in line 16, I don't have any variable initialized yet. So if I see here, I have two things. I have step over and step into. Step into mean if you have a function call in your code, he will go to the function and execute the function also step by step. But step over mean if you have a function call inside your code, he will not go to the details of the function. He will just bring the function data and give it to you. So I'm prepared to use step over. I don't have function. I don't want to see the details from function yet. So I click run. I will see here. If you see, first thing, the project or the application in line 15 or 16, we define number 1 equal 5 here. But if you see now, I'm in line 17, but I don't see number 2 here because line 17 still did not execute yet. So if you click run, when this execute, I see number 2 equal 15. That's great. If I click run again, if you see, I have number 3 equal 4, define it. Now, if you see how every variable initialize, now when I click run again, if you see sum also initialize it. If you see sum 65, but also number 1 is updated. If you see, number 1 changes to the for. And this is the basic how you could run your application step by step. If you want to see the result, if you see when this line execute, you'll see the result here, summation equal 56. This is a basic operation. If I click next again, you see number 2 equal this number. So debugging is an excellent way to you to understand how program flow and how the application executes step by step, and you'll see the details, the variable data that will help you to understand how the variable data change and where is your error. Now I want to return back to normal mode, so just click this one, Java EE, you will go back to the normal mode and just you could stop the application. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me start implement our first application. This application will ask user to enter his date of birth, and the application give the user how old he is. If someone enter 1990, he will say, hey, your age is 26 years. So how we do that? Let me start step by step. First of all, let we create a new class and we name it my age, okay? And this class should have run method or main method, so public, static, void, main should be string, it is as array of rx, then here you go. Make sure everything is correct, then here you go. Now I want data, some data input, so I need to scanner, so let me define in the here scanner, I say static scanner, I name it reader, then it is type from scanner library. Now I want to enter the database, so I will say integer dob equal reader dot next integer. I'm taking input from screen. To make my work nicer, I will ask user to input, so I will say system output, this line, I will say enter dob, so just display message, and make sure just print, not a print line, so when someone save and run it, he will say on the screen enter dob, so when saying 1990. Okay, now let me go to the next process. Next process, I need to get his age, or integer age will be in this year. What's the year now we are in? Let's, for example, 2016. It is last year in 2016 now, or sorry, last month in 2016. So 2016 minus dob, I will have how old he is, his age. Now I want to print it. I will say, okay, system syso, then control, I say your age, I open a bracket, then plus age, then I will say close a bracket, years. Okay, so to display the message your age, then his age how much, then be number of years. If I save it and run it, enter data here 1990, he say your age 26 years. If I rerun it again, I say 1992, he say your age 24 years. So you understand now how this simple app will work. If I want to execute step by step, I just add breakpoint here, try to see step by step. See, first of all, I am here, so there is nothing in the screen, nothing in the output. If I just go a step over, I will be here. If you see, he say now enter SM message, but there is no input request until this line execute. So if I execute this line now, hey, enter your date of birth, I will say 2008. I click enter, he already go to the next line. Then if you see now I have the date of birth is 2008 because I inputted 2008 from the screen, so it should be this one 2008. So now 2016 minus 2008 should be 8 years. Then if you see when you execute this line, you will see on the screen your age is 8 years. So yes, this is the basic and we done. So stop it down and go back to the normal mode. Okay, adding the year directory here is not a professional way to work, because next year if someone want to use this app, he need to update the code to 2017, then 2018, and this is not work. I need to make my app take the year from the computer. So let me define integer year, and this year take the current year from the computer. To take current year that available in my computer, or according to the data time in my computer, I write calendar dot get instance dot get, then I open a bracket, I say calendar, I will write the same way, calendar dot year in this way. That means I'm taking the current year. Now this one will have current year. If I replace it by this one, here you go. If you see, I just imported here, import SQL data because I need it, and SQL scanner. بس scanner will be the tool you're using now. If I save it, rerun it again. Now if I enter 1990, he say your age is 26 here, but next year if someone you want to use app, that's okay totally, because he will take the data time that in my computer. He will depend on the time that available in my computer. So whatever my computer data time, he will take it and give me the current rerun and give me the result. So to take current here, you just say calendar get instance get calendar.here. If you want to take the current day, make sure to dot day, and if you want to, if you see there is a day of here, and if you day of here, if you want to take the month, it is the same thing, you just say month. So yes, this is how you could take all the information or current information from the computer. This is the basic what I want to share with you. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about logic. So to get started, I will just open here and create a new class, and I will name it logic. So I say logic in this way. And this class I just defined my method. It is for main method. Logic result will be either true or false. So either you have the result as true or false. Let me just say SYSO, then print. So the result will be either true. So if you click it, you'll see the result true. Here we go. I did not save it. Let me save it. See, here is it. Or the result will be false. We don't have another result on logic. Whatever number of condition you have, the result will be either true or false. So make sure save it, then run. You'll see it false. So how I could do that? For example, 3 greater than 1. Is it 3 greater than 1? Yes. So the result will be true. If you run it, you will see true. Is it 3 more than 4? No, it's not more than 4. So the result will be false. So this sign we'll use it to compare two operation. And this is the logic. So when you use greater than or less than, it's logic. So is it 4 greater than 3? Yes, the result is true. Is it greater than or equal? That means someone greater than or equal is not written in this way. It should be in this way, I think. Yes, greater than or equal in this way, if you see, or in this way. That one less than, this one greater than or equal, if you see. So greater than, less than, greater than or equal, or less than or equal is just operation to compare two data. Whenever you want to compare two data, the result will be either true or false. Imagine if I want to check the equal, is it 3 equal 4? Is it equal? No, false. So is it 3 equal 3? Yes, the result should be true. Is it, if I want to check not equal, I use this sign for not equal. Is it 3 not equal 3? False, because 3 equal 3. If is it 3 not equal 4? Yes, true, because 3 not equal to 4. So this is the basic: greater than, less than, equal, not equal, and this is what we use it in our operation. Sometimes we need to combine two conditions. For example, you want to say 3 greater than 1 and another condition, and get. So you'd use this sign in Java, and then you say another condition, for example 4 less than 1. This is the basic condition that you combine two conditions. What I mean by that, I mean that I will take it part by part. Is it 3 greater than 1? Yes, so the result will be 1, true. Is 1 greater than 4? False. No. So I have true and false. You know the AND operation. AND operation should be true only if the two condition is true. Now I have true false, so the result should be false. Make sure before viewing this video you go and look and try to understand what mean and what mean OR gate and what mean NOT gate. Make sure to understand the truth table for 3 of these. So a truth table, and how is it? So for AND, for example, only true and true equal true, otherwise everything is false. Okay, for example, for OR it is different. You see, OR is only false or false equal or equal false, other true. It is the opposite for not. Not, it's opposite for, sorry, for not, yes, not for and. Not, if you have true, the not for true will be, the not for true will be false. The not for false will be true. So just save this thing, make sure everything is correct, written correctly, TRU. So save this truth table. So and all the condition will be false only if you have true and true, the result will be true. So and or all the condition will be true only if it's false and false, the result will be false. Not if you have true, you do not, it will be false. If you have false, you do not, will be true. For example, I have now true and false, the result will be false because this one ending. If this one 5, so this one will be true and this one will be true, and so if true and true should be true, so the result will be true. If I talk about or, so the or, if I want to write or in Java, I use this sign, to operation. So or, if I true or true, the result will be true, should be, yes. If I say true or false, this should be false now, and this one should be true, the result should be true still, because only if it is false and false, the result should be false. Now I have false because this one false and this one false. Not, you just do opposite for something. So if you see I have this result for this one should be false. If I want to do not, I just add this sign for not. I just click it to convert it. If it's true, change it to false. So just remember this point I just discussed with you. So again, I just would add them as a note here. We have operation or logic operation, you could name it logic operation. It is greater than and greater than or equal, then less than, then less than or equal, then equal, then not equal. And we have some logic gate. It is and gate, and we have or gate, and we have not gate. This is 3 gate we use it, and make sure from the truth table for everyone. This also, there's bits. If you use only one and not two and, that's mean bit by bit. It is like if you binary bit between bits, not by all the statement. If you say in this way, if I do anding, that's mean I'm doing between all the statements. If I use single one between the bits. So just remember this part. Let's go next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about condition statement, if statement. All things that we learned before, the application is started step by step. If you remember, for example, the get my age app, the application will start first step, then next, then 3, then 4. So what if I want to execute a specific number of code depending on a specific condition? For example, this line of code, this is 3 lines. I want to execute them, but with specific condition. So I don't want to execute them all the time. This what mean condition. This what mean if statement in any programming language. If statement, we use it if we want to do a specific thing with a specific condition. So imagine I want to do simple app. If the grade for the person more than 19, I will display for him A plus or A. So let me just copy this 2 line and create a new class. So I just create a new class. I name it simple if. Okay. And this class will have this method. I just remember this simple main and have a reader. So I will ask user to enter as a grade. So I will say integer grade. Okay, something enter from the screen. Should be reader next integer. So if the grade of the user more than 19, I will display the grade is A plus. So I will check. So how I do that? I say if statement, then I open a bracket, then I write my condition. Here I write my condition. Okay, and here my block. This name it block of code. That is mean this block of code, this block only execute if this condition be true. always remember, when we talk about if statement, that means we have a block. If you see I added two brackets, that means all these lines are belonging to this statement. This line of code will execute only if the condition be true. I want to make sure the grade more than 19. How the condition will be passed? Will be passed even greater than or equal 19. So if the grade greater than or equal than 19, that's mean true. So if I have 19, the result will be true. If I had 91, the result will be true. 93, result will be true. If I have 85, is 85 greater than 19? No, the result will be false. So this block will not execute. Do you see? So what I will do, I will say system SYSO, then I print a grade is A, for example. And let me just here I press simple statement. I say end the grading when something done. So if I try to execute the app step by step, let me add a single line here, then try to debug the application to show you what's happened. First of all, if you see the execution on this line, I don't see anything until I run it. I could now enter data. So let me enter data. I say 85. Okay, I click enter. See now, if you see how much the grade now, the grade is 85. Is 85 greater than 19? No, that means this condition is false. I said the block will execute only if this condition is true. So if it is false, this block will not execute. So it will go next. If you see, he will go to the next line and he print ending app. So if I rerun the app again and I say, wait a minute, I will run step, then I will enter here 91, enter. Now I have a grade 91. So is a grade that's 91 more than 19? Yes, 91 more than 19. That means this block will execute. So if you run, you see this block executed. So if you see he print grade is A, then he went next and the grading. So this is a basic thing that I could share with you, how you could understand the if statement. If statement will execute the block of code. Is not necessary to be one line, should maybe too many lines. So for example, you say grade equal the grade plus 1. Anyone have a grade more than 19, you add plus 1 to him. That is really good. So what I mean by that, I just want to say to you, this two bracket mean block of code. When I say block of code, that's mean number of line. Block of code, that's mean number of line. So this is a basic thing. The condition is not be like, you don't have to be only one. If you see, I could say, if you remember, I could say if greater than, like between 15 to 16. How you do that? 15 to 16. So you say the grade greater than or equal 15 and a grade less than or equal 16. Okay, make sure, because this is two conditions, so make sure this add them between two bracket and this one between two bracket. Now if the grade greater than or equal 15 and less than or equal 16, that's mean between 15 to 16, I will add plus 1. So I say add plus 1 will then be how much to be after adding. I print the grade. What I want to share in this example, let me show you. If I run the app, if I enter 91, he will say ending grading because this block will not execute. If I run it again, I will enter 52. See, add plus 1. He just add 1 to be 53. I just add 1. So this means the teacher, suppose anyone have a grade 15 to 16, he add plus 1 for him. So you see, if anyone enter a grade 52 to be 53 and he say plus 1, that means this block of code execute. Just I want to share in this video with you, I want to tell you, if whenever you want to execute a block of code in specific condition, so just add the condition and add your condition. Add if, then add your condition. The condition don't have to be one. If you see, I just have two condition between them, and maybe between them, or maybe between them not, or whatever. Therefore, I want you to go back and understand how logic gate work. I just go back and just say greater than or equal 19, and grade is A, because I want to complete next part in next video. Yeah, see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about another type of condition, if else. We said before, if statement will execute only if I have condition. So what if I want to execute else? That's mean I say if the grade more than 19, I will give them A. If and anything else, I would say it just fail. So I say L. I just after the closing the bracket, I say else. Then I open the bracket and I close it. Then I say okay, SYSO. Then I enter is fail. So it is better to copy this line and ask student enter grade to make it nicer. Enter grade, and make sure you just remove this line so it be nice. So now if I run it, he will ask me enter grade. If I say my grade is 91, he say grade is A because this block executed. So if I rerun it again, if I enter 50 or 62, he say is fail. Do you know why? Because he came across this condition. This condition fail, so he will execute the else. How does that work? If I just click debug and enter the grade now, if I just click simple step, I enter the grade, I will say or 85. Okay, enter run. He say if you see the grade is 85. Is 85 greater than 19? No. So he will not execute this code. He will go to else and execute it. So if you see, if I click run, here you go, fail, and you see fail, then he done the app. Okay. If I rerun the app again, and I will enter next, then I enter, for example, 91. So what will happen? He come across this condition, is 91 more than 19? Yes, it's true. That means this condition will be executed. So if I click run, so the if statement will execute. If the if statement block execute, the else will not execute. So it is like English, like say if else. So else will not execute, he will go after. So if you see, if this condition execute, he just skip this line of code. He did not execute them because the condition is true. This is how the basic if else work. So you will use it when you have two condition, if and else. Make or just put in your mind, it's really easy to have inside this block of code, like for example another if statement for any condition like a grade greater than 100. You could do whatever you have inside this block. Just one thing, remember in your mind, when you have two brackets, that means this block. This block could have anything. Could have another if statement, could have loop, could have you could define here variable, integer x. You could do whatever you have it. Imagine like simple app inside your application. So whatever you want to write inside this block, you could write. You feel free to write whatever you want, like nested for, nested if, nested for, whatever you would like. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about if else. That means I have a number of if statement, like if a grade more than 19, do this thing. If a grade like between 18 to 70, do this thing. If between 16 to 15, do this thing. So that means if else. If you see now I have if a grade more than 19, I need now add another condition. I say else if, so that means I have another if statement. So else if, for example, a grade greater than or equal 18 and less than 19. So and the grade less than 19. This is two conditions. As I told you, it is better to add them between two brackets using this way. That means now even only between 19 to 18 to 19 will go through this condition. So open a bracket and close it and add your code. Let me suppose this one should be B. Okay. If you see it's really simple. So if you see here is the error because I need another bracket. So now I have if a statement, if this statement execute, he will not execute any part of this code. He will not go through them, and this make the execution is faster. So if else, if this one is not executed, we'll go to this one, else go to this one. Let me add another condition. I say if it is between 17 to 19 to 18, it just go to C. And I would say if it is between greater than or equal 15 and less than or equal 17 is D, and otherwise he fail. So if you see, I have number of block now. If the grade greater than 19, he A. If he between 18 to 19, should be B. If it is between 17 to 18, C. Then D. Then if he does not match any one of them, should be less than this member, should be run. So if I just click run to see how it's going. If I enter 19, click enter. I cannot enter 19 now unless I just run it first. If you see, here is it. If you see 19, grade is A, because it have to say greater than or equal. I say 91, so A. So if you see, he say grade is A. He will not execute any part of this code. If I click next, he'll just go directly to the end. He will not execute any line of this code because it is else. Whenever you have else, will not execute if the first executed. If I just rerun it again and try to teach you what I want to say. If I say I have, for example, 81, okay, I cannot do it here. I just have to move 81 now, enter. If you see, now the input is 81. Is 81 greater than 19? No, he will go to the next condition. He will check next condition. Is it great between 18 to 19? Yes, this is true. So if I click here, he will execute this code. He print B, so he will not execute other part of code. So if you see, if it's 18, he just check this one and this one. He get the true here. He just ignore all this part. Again, to make it easy, if you run it and I enter 7, I just click next. I enter 17. He will execute to the first condition. If you 17, is 17 greater than 19? No, he will not execute this code. He will go to the next code. Is it greater than or equal 18 to 19? No, he will go to the next. Is it greater than or equal 17? Yes, he will print C. He will not execute other part. He will jump all these code and go to the next line. It is this line, it's 35. Then if you continue, he say C grading. Same thing, if you just grade, enter, like for example 15. Also he say a grade is D. If I just enter 45, you just have to say is fail. This is the basic example I could share with you how if else work. It's easy and very simple. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about switch. Switch look like if else, but it does not have number of conditions. It's one condition. So let's just copy these two lines and create a new file, and I will name it switch. So I'll say okay, switch file. Okay, I'll just create this two lines, then enter. I will need to enter data. I will enter index. Integer index should be reader dot next integer. Just taking the index. Make sure just enter system output. I would say enter index. Okay, he entered the index. I would suppose I create simple app. If someone enter 1, I will say I will print male. If he enter 2, I print female. If he enter any other number, I say unknown. So it's very easy to do switch in this way. Then you I take the number, the index, switch for index, then you open your bracket. So I would say okay, you define cases. If the index be 1, you say for example system out SYSO, he is male. You see? Then do break. You have to write a break. Then define another case. If the case 2 should be female, so make sure SYSO, she is female. Okay, then do break. Make sure always do break between after the case. Then if he is not 1 or 2, use default. Okay, default that you don't know what he is. You say default, I say ISO, and noun. Okay, you don't know what he is. A break. A switch case is really easy to use. If you see, just you say switch for index. You will use it a lot in Android, any other language. This way of switch is like a menu. So he enter index, you take the index. If the index 1, do this block. This also any case considered as a block of code. So you say the block of code. As I told you, when I say block of code, that means I could add number of lines. So I could add number of lines between this switch and break of it. I have a second one and a break. I could add number of line between them. I have the default and I could add number of line. So here I could add an every place number of line. If I try to run the app and tell you how it's going, enter the index, let me enter 1. He say he is male. I don't like this way. You have at least make it nicer. 2 semicolon. If I enter index, I enter 2. She is female. If I click 3, unknown. So if you want to run step by step for one test, I would say I didn't add any breakpoint. So let me add a breakpoint here so you understand how it's going. So let me just run it again. Enter the index. I will say 1. Enter. He will stop here. If you see the index is 1. So now 1. When he will have 1, is the index equal 1? Yes. So he will execute the first index. So if I go next, here we go, printed, and he will, if I get one of cases executed, he will ignore all other cases. So okay, first one executed, so he will never go and test other one. That means the execution will be faster. He go to the end directory. See, he is male. This is the basic. Same thing for female and other stuff, how it's work. And this is what I want to share with you in this very basic video about switch. Could you convert this switch to if statement? Yes, really easy. Let me show you how. Just instead of this one, say if index equal 1, just remove this index, and if it is equal 1, do this process. As you could do it, yes, you could do it. If index equal 2, you could do, for example, and else. Do this process. If you see, same thing, but you don't like having a lot of code like if index and repeating things. This way is more professional. And here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about loops. Loops mean you need to repeat something. Like you have number of line of code, or we could name it a block of code. You want to repeat it. You could use loops. In the previous video, we understand how make decision work or condition work. You have number of line of code and you want to execute on a specific condition, and you could ignore it if this condition don't execute. But now I have a number of line of code and I want to repeat the execution of this line of code. I will show you how. If I click here in new file, I would say class, I will name it simple if. Okay, the simple if will have this method as main method. I have this system output, this message I want to say hello. I want to display this message 5 times. So what you will do, in normal without loop, you just repeat it 5 times to execute this message. You just run it, you'll see it 5 times if I'm right. But with loop, you say no, I will not repeat this 5 line. I have this 1 line. And I could consider it as a block. I could repeat the execution of this line. It's line number 8. How I do it? With for, as I said, or with loop. So how for work? You just say for, you open a bracket, you give the initial value from where you want to start. From integer I equals 0. I want to start from 0. Then you add semicolon. Where's your end will be? I will say I less than 5 because I want to do it 5 times. Then how much the increment will be every time? I will say I plus plus. We understand what mean I plus plus. Mean I equal I plus 1. Open a bracket, then close it. Any code you have it between this bracket, you could name it a block of code, will be executed 5 times. So if now I run it, I will have same preview as a result, but in a more professional way. Imagine you want to print this one for 100. What we will do you need to write it down 100? No, you just change this one to 100 and run it. You will see the code execute 100 and this is the result. So let me go to the basic 5 and see how this one works. If I go to at this point and go to debug mode and see how basic for loop work. If you see now I'm in this line, I don't have anything in the output. If I execute this one, you see I equals 0 because the initial one is 0. He check I equals 0. Is I less than 5? Okay, go execute the block. He will print hello and he will go back. Then he increment, but if you see I have I plus 1, that means I'm increment I by 1. That means I have I equal 2 or equal 1. Is 1 less than 5? Yes, 1 less than 5. Continue execute this block. He will go down and execute this block. See I b1. Now he increment I by 1. 1 plus 1 will be 2. Is 2 less than 5? Yes, less than 5. Less than the condition. Continue execute. Then is it 3? Yes, less than 5. Is 4 less than 5? Yes. Is 5 less than 5? No. He will not execute this block. He will go outside. So you think you have to remember, this is your initial condition, this is your final condition, this is your increment. Whenever you reach the final condition, you will go outside the block. So imagine you want to print this number. You say, okay, I say for example count plus I, that means you print the number. Okay, continue, I'll say, and I run it. I say count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 because this is number. If I count from 1 to 100, he will print all the numbers. I will say continue from 1 to 100. If you see, I have this one first element 0 and last element should be 99. Yes, because out of the screen. 99, now I could show it to you. Here you go. This is 99 is the last element. Imagine you want to print only the even number. So if you see now I'm printing all the number from 0, 1, 2, 3. If I want to print only even number, that means I will not print 1, I will not print 3, I will not print 5. So should be the increment not I plus 1, should be I plus 2. So say I plus 2. That means I will print only the even number. So if I continue, I don't know, I will restart it later. If you see here is a 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So now I'm printing only even number because the initial value is 0, the final value is 100, then increment by 2. So first one will be 0, second increment will be 2, then 4, then. If I want only odd number, so you say if I will start from 1 and continue and run it. If you see only this odd numbers. This is the basic how it's work. Imagine you want to add something inside this block. Go ahead and add it. For example, you say if I mode like remaining division on 4, print the number. So I say equal 0. Let me say I would print the number only. So ISO, go ahead and do it. You could do this part. You say mode by 4 is, I just want to see the number that accept the division by 4. I would say I. Let me just take this line. So now inside the block, I just added simple block, and this code, and whenever I come across this condition, only if the number division by 4 equals 0, he will print it. So let me say what's the number between 1 to 100 accept, let me increment by 1. So to see all the numbers between 1 and 100 that accept the division on 0. So if you see I have 4, I have 8, exactly 8 equal, the division of 8 by 0 by 4 will be 0, then 12, 16, 21, 28, and all these number accept division for 4. What I want to show in this one, that you could add number of line, number of code in this block. When, as I told you again, whenever I say a block of code, that means you could add anything. If statement, you define variable, whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it inside that block. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about nested loop. That means I could add 4 inside 4. As I told you, this is not big deal because we said block of code, this block could have 4 inside it, could have any if statement or anything. But just to make it easy for you, I will do example for you. I say I will open a new class, I will name it nested 4. Okay, I just make sure to take copy from simple if. I just take this line and just keep only this method. Okay, so let me go by do a simple loop like for loop integer I equals 0, then I minus less than 10, then I plus plus. Then I will just open a bracket, then I say system dot output, I just printing a star. Okay, if I save it, let me just close other tabs. I just keep save only this tab. I just run it. You see number of stars here. Here you go, number of stars in every line. This is what we do it. But imagine you want to do another work. You say, okay, I need to do another for loop inside this for loop. Let me say I define for loop, another for loop equal integer, j equal 0, then j less than 10, then j plus plus. Then when I say, okay, when I have this condition, I will say system dot output, then I not a printing line, I just printing a space. So let me say what this code will do for us, or let me see what this code do for us. And just before this one, it is better to do it in this way. Yes, I would say yes. First of all, I print the star, then take some space, then go down. It's better also to remove this one, just to show you what I want to do. Then by the end, when we done, I just print slash n mean new line. Okay, so now let me execute this code. What I have, for sure, I just have printing star, then I go to the end, here we go. Let me do my basic example for loop. So I say for integer I equals 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. Then I will print star, for example. I will say, hey, print a star for me. That means he will print a star 10 times. If you see, I have 10 star. Imagine I want to add another for loop inside that loop. I say, okay, I have another loop, will be integer j equals 0, then j less than 10, then j plus plus. Okay, then I run it, I have a lot of stars. Do you know what? You know what? Because every execution for this loop will execute all the time that's have it. Now I want to do like more professional work. I want to say first time have this star here, then second time I have it 1 space, then 2 space, then star, then 3 space, then a star, and continue. So first of all, let me suppose I have printing the star and go to a new line. When I go to a new line, I just come through this for loop. I will say SYSO, then print for me one empty space. But now, and every time he will print 10 empty space, because this is how it works. See, he just 10 empty space, and this also a print line. Let me just print, so you will see 10 empty space. If you see, first one will be here, second one will have 10 empty space, then it's come the star. 10 empty space, then come the star. Why this one work? Because this is a block of code, and for first I, he will print 5 star, or you could do it in this way. You will understand how it works. So first one he print a star, then he print 10 this quotation, then a star, then 10 quotation star, 10 quotation star, 10 quotation. You don't want it to be this one. You want it to be like first one you start from this I. So I say, okay, I want to start from I, and I will say greater than or equal 0, then you do minus. Let me say what we have now. If I save it, I click it, here you go. This is the new design. So how I get this design? Let me add a bracket here and show you how the app executed. So this in this way, and debug please. Here you go. Now I'm in this line. I don't have any defined things. If you see, now the I equal 0. If I equal 0, now I'm in the block of the for loop. That means this block, will consider as a block, will execute it as a block. So first of all, he will print star, if you see, then he have a for loop. He will continue executing this for loop. So first time, how much j 0 is the 0 greater than or equal 0? Yes, but he minus it be minus 1, he will not, he go next. Now, how much the I1, if you see, printing the star, see the screen, he print the star, then he go down, if I say print line, that means I'm going to the next line. So the pointer to the next line. How much the j equal I equal 1, that means first one will be 1 for j. So first 1, print 1 star, then he go back, minus by 1 will be j, if you see j equal 1. So now when I take 1 down, he will be 0, he will print it again. Now this 0 is minus 1 greater than 0, no, he will go next, print another star. Then, if you see, here you go, continue. Now, how much the I should be 3, print a star, go new line. Now, how much j will start from 3, see, it is a 3. So is 3 greater than 0? Yes, print single quotation. Is 2 greater than 0? Yes, print. Is 1 greater than 0? Print. Yes. See how I could manage this loop by this loop? By giving this value for it. Just I want you to know from this video, anything inside the block, just deal with it as normal code inside it. So don't think about this loop will affect on this loop. No, this is loop have a block, and anything inside this block will treat as a normal code. If you show the for loop continue executed until it is done, then it's go back. Then when this one take next time, this one continue executing, then go back. This is basic nested for. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about while and do while. While and do while, another two control, we could use them for loop. They are working in same way that for loop work, but in different like structure. So to get started, I just will create a new file. I will name it while/do. Okay, make sure while/do in this way. Okay, then I will take the code that I have it here for the if stat or for the normal loop and add it in the while. If you don't remember it, if I run this code, he will show me numbers that between 1 to 100 that accept division to 4. So how I could convert this 4 to while? Okay, we say this is the initial condition. So just take this one and add it up. We say this one be an increment. So just take this one and add it inside the block. Where the block done, here's the block done by the end of the block. And you have I less than 100, just change it to while. Okay, and here you fix it. Now you have same result, same content, but different structure. Now the initialize will be outside, then you have the increment here, and you have the condition here. So 1 is the 1 less than 100, yes, execute this block of code, increment by 1. When you're done, go next. Increment is 2 less than 100, yes. Is it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? So execute the block, check the condition, then go back. Or increment the condition, check it. If the condition is okay, go next. If not, don't go next. This is mean while. While mean I'm checking the condition before executed. That means if the condition will be 100, I will not see any result. Do you know why? It is normal because 100 is 100. Less than 100, no, he will not execute this block. He will get here, so say sys or app, or say app is done, because this block will not execute it because the condition is not true. Now, how do while work? Do while is really easy, just taking this while, adding do instead and added the while here and add this one here. So different between do while and while. Do while execute the block of code, then check the condition. If you see now I have one result at least. If you see I have one result at least. That happened because do while it come 100, do execute this codes, then check the condition. So he will execute before checking the condition. But while no, he will not see the block unless checking the condition. This is not error, but it is different structure for data. Sometimes you want to do the code, then check the condition. You always do while. Sometimes you need to check the condition before execute the code. You will use while or for loop. While and for loop, both of them, they check the condition before execute the code. But do while is do the different. Are we done? And thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about break and continue. We talked about condition and we talked about the loop. There's still two things missing, break and continue. So imagine I want to do this example of break and continue. I will create a new file. I will say name it break underscore continue. Okay. I will take all the code I have it in simple for statement and add it inside it because the code work here. I have simple app. It is doing or writing code from doing loop from 1 to 100 and printing any number that accept division by 4. I could remove this one. I just activate this line. I would say no. I will print any line of code. Just let me make sure from the condition that I have the bracket that I have it. So yes, here we go. So I say no, I want to print all the number between 1 to 100. If I save it, run it, you will see all the number between 1 to 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, to 99. Now what you want to see? I want to say, hey, if you get any number that accepts division by 4, just ignore it, don't print it. Or don't execute this code. Imagine I want to print this one, and then I would say count is printed. That means I just have at least 2 lines of code. So if I run it, I have 2 number count. I just want to show you I have more than 1 line of code. Don't want to execute this line of code if the number accepts division by 4. So I would say, okay, if I mode 4 equal 0, continue. What does continue mean? Whenever you add continue in the for loop, that's mean when you come across that in statement, ignore any code after it and go back to the for loop. If I save it, run it, I will not see any number accept division by 4. If you see 1, 2, 3, I don't see 4. 5, 6, 7, I don't see 8. 9, 10, 11, I don't see 12. So why this one happened? Let me show you why. If I just add a breakpoint, I run it, I just see this simple code. First of all, is the 1 accept division by 4? No. So print execute this 2 line. Go back. Is 2? No. Execute 2 line. Is it 3? No. Execute that. Is 4? So you see, I now have it 4. Is 4 division by 4 equals 0? Yes. I will get into this line. Whenever I have this line, whenever I reach this line in Java, it means continue. That means ignore any code after it and go back to the loop. If you see, he directly go to the loop. So this is the idea. He ignore the other code. That's what I want to show you in a break or in the continue. Same thing in a break. But if you say break, the operation is different. The operation means you break the loop. You go outside the loop. That means whenever reach this number, go outside the loop. He will not execute any other code after, and he will not continue. That means when he reach 4, he will go outside the code. If you see 1, 2, 3, he went out. Why? Because a break. Break means break the work. Imagine you're looking for a specific number from 1 to 100. So you want, when you reach that number, you just go outside the loop. I will show you how. I will just take this one. I will say I'm looking for 15. I will say if I equal 15, just go outside. So just I'm looking for 15. I want to print 15 between 2 brackets. I just take this code and add it here. See, just looking for 15. Count is printed. That means he will continue looking for 15. Whenever he finds 15, he will print it for us, then he break down. If you see now, I have only 15. The idea in this code, when he finds the 15, he will not continue looking for other numbers because he already found it while he continue, saving time. So just break it. So I could show you how this one works. If I add a breakpoint here, I will not execute it 15 times, but I will add a breakpoint here. If you see, if I run it here, I hope, oh, I have this one here. I have another breakpoint here. I hope it goes. Now if I just go back, if you see, he will continue executing the code until he reach 15. Whenever the I equal 15, that means I have a condition I be here. So print one, then print it, then break. Break means go outside the loop. See it? How is it? Yes, that's what I want to show you here. If you want to see all the comments, say for example you print comment only I, just see. If you see, I just print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whenever it's 15, he still 15. Then he print 15. He will not continue because he break it. This is how break and continue work. Here we done. And thank you for watching, everybody. Let me talk in this video about array. So what do we mean by array? Array specific data structure that arranges data in specific format and it will fix some type of problem. So what the type of problem that array fix it for us? Imagine you have numbers like 1, 8, 10, 19, 20. So you have this number. So if you want to represent them in variables, you say, okay, variable 1 equal 1, variable 2 equal 8, variable 3 equal 10, variable 4 equal 19, variable 5 equal 20. So do you think this is a practical? So what about if you have 15 or 20 or 100 numbers? So how you represent them? It'd be very bad. So this here the solution for array came up. So what do you mean by that? The array mean, okay, I have 5 numbers, so let me create list for 5 things. Do it in this way. And these 5 numbers in this way. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You just think about it in this way. This list, you take the first number 1, 8, 10, 19, 20. So now think about you want to access to any number. Any number here or any item have index. The index here started from 0. In the array, any index start from 0. So this one 0, this one 2, 3, 4. If we name this array, we give it a name like numbers. Okay. So to get access to the element, you say, okay, numbers for 0. So you say in this way, you say numbers for 0. When you say number for 0, that means, hey, you are pointing to this element. Okay. If we go next, when you say number for 1, which element you are pointing to? You are pointing to this element. So every element in the array has a specific index. So this is easy way to access to the all elements. So any element you want to access to it, you will access by the index of elements. So but here in this case, it's not easy for you to access to the element inside the list. So this is the basic thing I could show you about this data structure. But what is good and what is bad about this data structure? The good thing about this data structure is arranging your data, but the bad thing, it have fixed size. So what do you mean by fixed size? Let me just clear this part and just keep the list for you and you understand what I mean by that. Imagine I don't have 5, I have 4 number. But when you define your array, first you have to give it array have fixed size. Okay? Fixed size. So when you define it first time, that size will never change. You say, okay, I have array, you define array, you say array size equal, for example, 10. That's mean you say, okay, you define an array with size 10. So let me just suppose deleting this thing. You say, okay, I would define array in size 10. So you just say, I will take this one in this way, hopefully. I don't know why I'm using red. I don't like the red color, but yes, okay, I just draw it. So I say 10, so that means you have 10 books. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, hopefully 8. You still have two things. 9, let me just double this thing, and 10. So now you define array with 10 elements. So what's the problem you will have in this array? Imagine you have only 5 numbers. You have 1, 8, 15, 16, 12, this number. When you have only 5 number, you just reserve it 10 memory location while you use it only 5 use it. That means 5 of them is never use it, but you book them. No other program could use this location because you have defined your array size. So the problem with array, only one problem. When define the size, you cannot change it. So you will define it first time, and that is. So if you find 10, you use 5, you just lost 5 memory location for maybe used by other app. So this is the basic problem we could discuss it about array. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about array. Array, if you studied in math, so it is sequence of location that reserved under one name. Imagine you have 10 numbers, so you will not define 10 variable 1, variable 2, variable 3, variable 4. It's not make sense to make all these variable. So it's better to have array. Array, if you define array and define the size for your array for 10 number, and you will okay now. You could save 10 number under one name, and you could access to this number by index. So to get started, I will create a new class and I will name it my array. Okay. I make sure to take just only this line for creating a new method for creating, and I'm okay now. So how I could work with array? Array, I could work with it in any type. So I could define array of string, or array of integer, or array of float, whatever. I want to define array of string for jobs. So I will define string. Then I will do in this way. I open and close the bracket. Then I will say jobs. Then I will say equal a new string. Then I open a bracket, I define the size for my array. Whenever you have array, you have to define the size for your array. So the application could reserve that location. So if I say I have 5, that means I have 5, I define array with 5 location in the memory. So you could define array in this way. The type of array, then you open a bracket and close it, then you give a name for array, then you equal a new instance from same data type, then the size. Now I want to add data in this array. So see how I could access it. Imagine I want to add in the first element in the array. Just I say jobs, I open a bracket 0, because first index is 0. Let me give it for example developer. Okay, and then I will continue. I say I have jobs for the second location. It mean 1. I will give it name, for example tester. Then I continue jobs for 2, what I give to it like QA. Okay, then I have jobs for number how much, it's 3, so what I give it manager. Then I define another elements is for, let me say admin. So if you see, now I have one name it jobs. The jobs have 5 location. If you see, index in array start on 0. This is mean index. So in index 0, I added developer. In index 1, I added tester. Index 2, I added quality insurance. Index 3, I added manager. 4, I added admin. Now imagine I want to print this element. If you see, I have index from 1 to 4, so it's better to do loops. So I will define array loop, integer I equals 0, then I less than 5, then I plus plus. This is just for indexing, for moving through the element. Now I want to print this element. I just say syso, then I say I place print to me jobs for I. Now when the when first I define the array, then I add data inside the array. Now when I have for loop, so first of all I will take first in the element in index 0, then index 1, then index 3, then I continue to print all the elements. If you see now run, I see all these data. So how that work, as I told you, because I have for loop, and the for loop goes through the element. First I add them, then I could access to them. So to add any element, you just give the name of array, then the index that you want to add, then you add equal the data. If you want to get it, just give the name of the array, then the data. If you say I want to print only tester, so I just say 1, print 1, index 1. If I run it, he will print tester 5 times because this is for loop. But now I want to print them using for loop, so I say okay, print them in this way. If you see, this way. Now I don't want the user to give the data directory, so let me just stop this code because the number of line of code, I just stop them all together. Now I want user enter this data through the screen. So he enter the job. So let me say okay, so SYS, I say enter jobs. Okay. Then I need to define for loop for entering the job. Then I have to have a scanner. You remember how we could work with the scanner when we worked before for input my age. This was the scanner, if you remember it. So now let me just add it here, take it. If you see it is scanner, so I just import the scanner. So I'm reading, okay. So I want to add data inside the job. So I say jobs for I equal scanner dot next, and next line, let me not scanner, should be reader dot next line. That means I'm reading line by line and add them inside the array. So first of all I enter the data, then let me suppose print jobs, just print jobs. So now I have for loop. The for loop goes first of all, he in the index 0 he will add, he asks you to enter, then index 1 asks you to enter, 2, 3, 4, then continue. If I save it, run it, if you see he say enter the job, I will say developer and click next. I say tester, I click next, I say admin, then I say manager, then I say user. If you see, then he print the job. He print developer, tester, admin, manager, user. This is how we could work with array, and this is how we could assign data for array. As I told you, you don't have to define only string. For example, let me define array of integer. I say integer for ages equal a new instance for integer, for example, age for 10 people. That's okay, you could do it. And same thing you could do, for example, for float. Okay. And for double also, and for any data type. Here we done, and see you next. Everybody, let me talk in this video about two-dimension array and how we could represent our data using two-dimension. Two-dimension array is another way that allows you to represent your data and solve a lot of complex problem, and that's what we do it in this video. So imagine you have two-dimension array. So when we talk about two-dimension, that means we have two things. We have rows and we have columns. Okay, so if you think about two-dimension array with a 3 row and 3 column, that's mean you have square, and this square divided to 3 rows, so 1, 2, 3. So this is first row, and this is the second row, and the third row. Column, 3 column, so that's mean this is first column, this is second column, and this is third column. So first, second, third. Okay. But the most important point here, how every cell will be indexed. That means this one cell, this one cell, 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 this cells. So how these cells will be indexed inside array. That's the way that cell will be indexed should be started from first cell. So first cell will be represented by this row in the array. Instead of 1 you will say 0, and instead of 2 say 1, and instead of 3 you say 2. That means array indexing started from 0, not from 1. So don't do mistake and think about your array started from 1. I mean array row index. So Same thing with column. Your column will not start from row 1. It should from column 1. It should start from column 0. So instead this one you say 0. Instead of this one you say 1. Instead of this one you say 2. So to be more clear, I will remove these numbers and keep only the origin real data that you have it. So 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So now, what this cell mean? I mean this cell, which row? Row 0. Which column? 0. That means row 0, column 0. What the cell mean? Or what the index of this cell? If you see it's row 0, column 1. What about this one? Row still, I'm still in row 0 and in column 2. So that's great. So now you understand how you get index for every cell in row number in row number 0. So you understand how we represent the data inside this one. What about the second one? Which row I'm here have? I have row number 1. Which column? Column number 1, number 0, 1, 0. What about this one? Still I'm in row number 1 in column number 1. What about third one? I'm still on row number 1 in column number 2, which is great. So continue same process for the third one. You have row number 2, column number 0, row number 2, column number 1, row number 2, column number 2. So now you understand how the indexing could be done for this row and this column. Now let me do some examples or some solutions. So if I ask you to print only the diagonal, so what do you think about it? What you will print? If you look through this problem from the row and column perspective, what you would see? You would see here the row equal column, here the row equal the column, here the row equal column. So if I say if row, so that I don't have enough space here, I would say here, I would say if row equal column, that means you print diagonal. If this one is take too much from space, so let me suppose in this way. So this one represent if row equal column. So whenever row equal column, that means you mean the main diagonal. This is the basic problem I would share to you. What about if I want to print the triangle under the diagonal? I mean when I say triangle under the diagonal, I mean this data. So what do you think about this data? What you see? Let me think about it. Let me use a different color. Here I have 1 in row, 0 in column. Here I have 2 in row, 1 in column. Here I have 2 in row, 0 in column. So if you see, always the value for row greater than the value for column. So always you have the value for row greater than the value for column. So I would say I could print this data by saying if row greater than column. Okay, it's a basic way how you analyze the problem and how you solve it. So same thing if I say, hey man, print the upper diagonal. So I say, okay, let me first select this part, then let me do second, think about this problem from the data. So I have here 0 and 1, I have 0 and 2, 1 and 2. So always you see the column here is greater than the row. Always you have the value for column greater than the value for row. So you would say here if column greater than row. So do you see? If you say if row greater than column, column greater than row, that you mean this column, this side, and you have this. This is a basic way how you could get the data. Now let me think about it. How you could represent it in the code. So really easy in different language. So same language as Java. You say if you define the array data type. You say, for example, integer, array of integer, number row, number column. Let me name it numbers, and you say equal new integer. You give a size, like for example 3 row, 3 column, and you try to access to any index. For example, if you want to access, let me say this is 3 by 3. So if you want to access to this cell should be 1 1. Is that right? Yes, 1 1. This 0 0. This 2 2. So if you want to access to this one, you say number, because I have it here, number for a row number 1, column number 1, add 5. That means, hey, I'm adding 5 in this place. If I ask you to add
here data. So what the index here? You have here row number 0, row number 1, number 2, column number 0. So here the cell is 2, row number 2, column number 0. You say number for row, you give the row index. Row here I have it 2, and the column I have it 0. For example, add any value. Let me add 20. That means you add 20 in this cell. Is that right? Yeah, you add 20 in this cell, and you add 5 in that cell. This is basically how you work with two-dimension array. But this is a basic example that I'll share with you. So what is the problem that you could solve it using two-dimension array? There is many problems. Let me give a basic. If I give you a word like loop, and there is a dictionary of words. I'm saying dictionary, there's too many words. You have, for example, pool, you have lupo, you have book, and many words. For example, store and many words. The idea for my problem, what I want you to do, I want you, if I write loop, you have to give any word have same character, have same this for character. For example, pool have same for character. Lupo same character. Is that right? So the idea for my question is, hey, if I give you a loop, find me any word or any word have use same character but in different format. But should this word give sense? The example pool, lupo, whatever. So you would think about, hey man, how I could solve it. First thing should jump to your mind is using two-dimension array. So let me think about it, about two-dimension array, how I could fix it. How many character I have here? 4. Let me give example about 4 by 4. So I would say I have 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have 4 column, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have loop, so I say L-O-O-P. What I have here, for example, pool. Let me use one word and try to get a pattern. So is L equal P here? L and P? No. So you give 0. Is L equal O? 0. Is L equal O? 0. Is L equal L? Yes. So give 1 here. Now, second P. Is P equal O equal P? No. So give 0. Is O equal O? Yes. So give 1. Don't use it again. If again you have O, but you don't have use it because you already used this character. This character you already used it now. So you say, okay, second one I give it 0, then 0. Let me go about second O. I have O. Is O equal P? No. Is O equal O? Yes, but this character already used it by previous operation, so I would not use it. So I would say, okay, 0. Is O equal O? Yes. Is O equal L? No. So is P equal A? Yes. Is P equal O? No, no, no. So what the pattern that you would find it from the solution? If you see, I have here 1, 1, 1, 1. In every row I have 1. Is that right? So you would say I'm using this operation. If I find in every row single 1, that's mean yes, this is the word I have. This is the word they match because they have same character. If not, that is mean no. This word does not have same format. I could give you example about 2 words like they doesn't have row in every column. Let's use basic example. Let's use here another word, but this word, for example, I would use this one, book. So let me use book. I would say, okay, let me just delete this line. Book. So is B equal L? Is L equal? No, 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 no. So I don't have anyone here. So from first line you say not equal because from this first line you don't have 1. Second line is the 1. No, yes, no, 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 yes, but already used it here. So I give it no, yes, no, 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 no. No. So you see I have only here 1 and I have only here 1, but this one missing and this one no and this one no. That's mean this 2 character, that's mean this character or this word and this word is not equal. So this is basically how you could analyze a problem using two-dimensional array, so you understand how to find it. So I would say this question I have it when I was in job interview with a company. So yeah, they give me this question and ask me to solve it. They say, okay, we'll give you a loop and you have a dictionary of words. Find any word have same character and give a meaning. Yeah, so we're done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video how we could do implement for two-dimensional array. So I would just create a new class and I would name this class two in this way, two-dimension array. Okay, I make sure to remove the constructor and create only main method. So to define two-dimension array, you just describe also the data type. You open two bracket because this is two-dimension. So if the data type is integer, you say integer. If data type character, you say character. If string, you say string. So imagine I want to do array 3 by 3 in this way. So I would suppose I would do this array. So this way. Okay. This is my array. So this is what I want to do. I have 3 by 3 array. 3 row, 3 columns. Okay, that's mean I have 3 row, 3 columns. So what's the name of array? Let me suppose this data equal, you initialize it. To initialize, you say new, then you give it the data type. Also say integer, you give the size. The number of rows, I would say 3. Number of column, I also say 3. So first one for row, second one for column. You ended the line. So let's start initialize the data. I want to add 1 here, 2 here, 5 here. Okay, so in the first line, so I would say data for the row number 0, cell number 0. What I mean by 0 0, I mean the first one, this one. So I would say 1. Okay, then I continue. So let me 0 1, I would add 2. Is that right? 0 2, I would add 5. This is first row. Let me continue with the more rows. So I would suppose, here you go. I would go to the second row. So let me suppose I want to add here 5. So let me just start the drawing tool. I would say 5, 8, 12. Okay. So now I'm going to the second row. So second row should be row number 1. Column number 0. Is that right? Yes, I would add 5. Then go next. Row number 1, column number 1. I would add 8. Row number 1, column number 2. I would add 12. Going to the third row, I would add here, for example, 0, 0, 0. Is that right? 3 zeros. You say, okay. You would copy this one and you go down. 3 of them just to make the life easy. You say row number 2, 2, 2, column number 0, so you add 0, column number 1, you add 0, column number 2, you add also 0. So I just initialize all my array with these data. Now think about it. I want to print all these data. Okay, because I have row and column, so I have to have two loop. I say for integer I equal 0, I less than 4, or I less than 4, I less than 3, then I plus plus, because I'm starting from first row. Then you have second loop, you say for integer j equal 0, j less than 3, then j, why j? I'm saying j, then I write I. Then you say j plus plus. That's cool. Now you want to print the array, you say okay, SYSO, then print for me the element in the AJ. I would not say /n, I would say data for row and column. Okay, print it, then I would supposed to add /t to add specific place. Then when he done from every row, before he go to the second row, I would do /n to display it in the same way that you see it in this screen. So if I print now, if you see, here you go, I have 1 2 5 5 8 12 0 0 0, same thing. Do you know what this line did? It just taking every row, add this one line and this one line and this one line. This one print line. So this is the way how you print all the elements. So let me think about this problem different perspective. Let me suppose I want you to print only the main diagonal. Do you know what I mean by that? I want you to print only this. So how you print them? We decide. We say okay, if I equal j, then print it. So I have to able to print only main diagonals. 180, 180. This is basically how I manage two-dimension array. There is many things you could manage the dimension array, but this is basic example. If you see, this is for rows, and this loop for column. So he every time move in a specific column, and this one every loop he move from first row, then second row, then third row, and this is how we would move between our rows. Yeah, this is basic example how to do two-dimensional array. As I told you, you could do array of object, you could do array of whatever you would like. I just did it of array of integer. You could excuse same example for one-dimensional array for two-dimensional array of object. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about string. So to get started, I just create a new file and I will name it string file and then save. I just create this simple method for creating, and here you go. You remember first when you define string, you could say string, for example, name, and you give it data, for example, Hussein. Alright, that's great. But we did not talk about some method that we could do it with string. Imagine you want to print the length of the string. So you say sys or so you say string name.length. If you say name.length, you will get the length for the name. If you see how many character you have it. This one have 16 character. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one will be considered as character. So that means 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That means 16 character I have now. So to print length, so let me just say length to make it more nicer so you could understand it. So you will see the length is 16. Imagine now you want to print only h. So how you print it? So if I say syso, for example, I want to print first character. So you would say, if you see name, if I say name dot char at, I'm looking at character at specific index. If you see this method ask us to give it the index, you know in the array this one will be index 0, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and continue. So index that we're looking for h, that means index 0. So print the index 0, and here we go. If I save it, run it, you will see first character is h. If I want to get last character, you could do it by string dot length minus 1. Why minus 1? Let me just go back, make sure from what I did. Just let me copy it to make it easy for you. So when you follow the character or the code, last one will be equal name dot length minus 1, because we start from 0. This one 16, but the index of this one is 15, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 20, 30, 40, 50, then 15. That means this one will be 15. So I save it, so you have say minus 1 if you see first character and last character. Now you understand how you could go through the characters. Could you print them? Yes, you could. If I do for loop integer I equals 0, then I less than the name length, the length of the my string, then I plus plus, so you could print them. So you say syso, then make sure this both you want to print them, you say name dot char at specific I. Now he will go through all the character. Let me just print message for you, print char, just make it nicer. So now this loop going from 0 to the last element and print them element by element. If I click run, you see this is the data that I have it. So now could you print them in one line? Yes, just remove this one, print a line, he will print them in one line. If you see Hussein away because I didn't get a new line. Could you print them reverse? Yes, you could, by start from the last one. So you say I want to do reverse, so let me just copy this one. I print char, I say reverse. So to you understand what I did, I will start from in the name.length minus 1, because minus 1 will be last one. The I greater than or equal 0, but I will be I minus minus. So I will start from 15, that means that element, then I go back. If I click run, I would see this is the reverse one. So now you understand how you could
get length for any element, for any string, how you could access element by index, and how you could do like first character or last character. Let me suppose I want to split specific string. For example, let me suppose I have this string. So I would say I have this string will be text, and this text will be he go to home. And I ask you to put every character in different line. That's mean first you print he, then go, then to, then home. If you see, the separate between word is this one. So now I could split this word depending on the space. How I do that, I define string as array. I say split data equal what? Text. I need to split this text. I say text dot split, then open a bracket, then add double quotation, then what I want to depend on split. I would depend on space, so just add space, then close it. Now here I will have array of names, all the names that I have it in the array. First one he, then second element in the array go, then to home. If I say I do for loop for integer j equal 0, then j less than split dot length, because this is array, so I could get length for the array, because string this is array, so I could say split dot length, then I plus plus, then I could print the word. I say syso, then I say split for I. Yes, it's not I, it's not just j, sorry. So I'm doing index for j. So yes, this is the last part. If I just want to make it nicer, also I would say syso print words. So just make our work nicer. So I would say print words. So I have this text. I just split the text according to space. So I have number of word here. I have he first element, go second element, two, third, fourth. If I save it, you will use split a lot. If you see, this is the name I have it, the word. But I think there is a problem, because here I start from 9, should be 0. Save it and run it again. Here you go. So if you see, I have he go to home. If you add more in the morning, he will say he go to the home in the morning. He go to the home in the morning. So did you see how I divided? Yes, here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about function. When we talk about function, we need to do a block of code, or we call block of code more than one time from more than one place. So we don't want to repeat it, so we add this block and function, then we call it. Like example function, you do it for some operation, multiplication, and more. Let me show you what I'm saying by that. Let me create a simple class. I name it function simple, and here you go. I just create this one method. If you remember from previous example that we did in nested for, this example was this two loops for draw something. So if I run it, if you don't forget, I draw this thing. So let me just take this code and add it in my function. So now I want to run this code. I will see this stars. Imagine I want to repeat this draw 4 times. Like mean I have it, this one draw. So I want to repeat this one 4 times. So how I do it? I should do 1, 2, 3, 4. So when I now run it, I will see the graph 4 times. This first, second, third, fourth. And this does not make sense, because you have 4 code, and now if you want to update in one of them, you need to go through 4 blocks and update it. This will cost time for maintenance. So it's better to do it in function. So how to do that? Let me remove all this. And let me take this code. I say, okay, this code I called for more than one time. Just take this code, I define function. So how I define the function? First of all, I define which type of data this function will return. This function will not return anything. So I will say void. Void means this function will not return anything. Then the function name, I will say draw. Okay. Then you give the input parameter. So which parameter this function will receive? This function will not receive anything, just drawing. So I will not give it anything. I will open a bracket, then add this code. If you see, now I have this code for drawing, but inside the function. Now to call this function inside my code, it's really easy. Just you just go here, give the new, write a new, the class name, then open a bracket, close it, then dot the function name. If you see directory, he give us a draw. Now I could call the function draw. Why I say the new the name of the class, because here is static. We will talk about the static later. So now in simple easy way, you say new, then name of your class, then you call it raw. If you don't want to write all these, this function have to be also static, void static, because you cannot call static from outside, like static voice, sorry. So you cannot call, because this is static, have call any method should be static. But I don't want to do this method static, so I have to do it here also in same way. So let me just go back, and here we go, dot draw. Okay, that's what I mean by static and other. I will talk about static later. I want to draw it 4 times, just copy this line, again. So 4 times I call it. Now if I just rerun it again, I will see same result. If you see, have first draw, second, 3, 4. If I want to do it 5, add 5 and run it, you will see it 5 times. So if you see, here is it. So this is a basic example I could show you why we do function, because it helps us. So it's really easy. When an application come across this line, he say, hey, there's a function will be called. The code will goes here and try to execute line by line. So let me show you how. Just add bracket, because the function little bit complex for some people, but I think it should be easy now in this video. If you see, when the application come across this line, if I click, I have a step over and a step into. You know, step over, if you click it, you will not go through the details. You just execute the code. But I want to go through the details now, so I click step into. If you see, just create a new instance, then object, then here you go. He called the draw method, then he will start drawing for us. So this is the basic example or how we could work with functions. So let me continue and do more with functions. So imagine I want to do function for sum 2 numbers. So how you do that? You need to sum numbers. So you think the result will be float. So the return result, you say float. Okay. Then what the name of the function? I say sum. What's the parameter this function will take? It will take 2 parameters, float n1 and float n2. If you see, when you have input parameter, you write the parameter type, then name, then you add this colon, then other parameter, then its name. Then you open a bracket, close it. Now this do summation between 2 numbers. Now I want to do sum, so I have to have a variable for a float for sum equal number 1 plus number 2. Then return sum. So why return sum? Because, and why here we don't have return this method? You see, this method doesn't have return because this method void. That means he will not return anything. So I don't have to add return. But here I define the data type should return it. If I say float, the data type that returned from this method have to be float. So therefore the sum is a float. So when I return float, will be float. So because I have return data, I have to write return for that data. If I have string, the return data should be string. If I have integer, the return data should be integer. Now I have float, the return data is sum, and the sum is a float. So just summing 2 number, and here we're done. Now let me call this method. It's for sum 2 number. It's really easy. You just now to sum 2 number. Let me add it here. This for draw, and let me write for sum. Okay. You say dot sum. You need to sum. If you see, he asks you for 2 number 1 and number 3. Let me suppose I will sum 3 with 9. Okay, and the result should be float also. There is a result coming, so I say r equal. Why I say float r? Because there is a result coming from this method. When I call this method, I'll send 2 number 3 and 7. This is 3 and 7 should send it to the sum, and sum take 3 and 7, add them, and will return for us the result of the summation. All this line will have a result, so I will take this result and add it here in the r. So now if I say syso, I just save it. I say sum equal, then add a plus for the r. If I run it again, now if you see, just go first line, sum equal 12, because 9 plus 3 is 12. I say 9 plus 9 should be 18. If I go up, sum equal 18. So if you see simple function, now you want to repeat this operation for more than 1. Let me suppose do another summation, but the result between 9 and 12, that's really easy, and you repeat print this. If you see, I now have first sum and second sum, just calling method 2 times. That's easy. That's okay to call method more than 1 time, and that's okay to have more than one method. If you see I have a draw now here and I have summation here. So the basic thing you have to remember about the method, just you say if you don't have return data, you say void, then you give the name. If you have return data, you give the data type that you want to return it, then the name of the function. If you have input, you say input data type name, input data type name, then continue. If you don't have input, you will not pass anything. Then because you have return, we have to return something. We could add any code here. Also, if you see when I called method doesn't have any input, I just call it directory saying, for example, draw open bracket close, because I will not set anything. But this summation now will receive 2 number, so I have to say I have to send the 2 number. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about overload. Overload means you have same function with same name with different number of parameters. Like for example, you have sum, maybe you want to sum 2 number, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. This means override. So to get started, I will create a new class. I will name it function fun overload. Just to make life easy for me, I will not do many work here. I just copy something from simple functions, the main method here. So here you go. Now what I want to do summation method. Imagine I want to do sum, or let me do subtraction now because we decided summation. So I will subtraction, I will have float result, okay, and should be sub, okay, and the sub will subtract 2 number. Let me say float for number 1 and the float for number 2, okay, and open a bracket, close it. So because I have returned data, so I say float, okay, r equal n1 minus n2, okay. This is the basic method. So then you say return r because you return result from this method, therefore you have error now in the method return r, okay. So now this method, just call it, will return data. So to call this method, you know how to call it. You say, okay, new, the name of the class, open a close a bracket, then the method is sub first character. So you say subtract 9 from 5, you will have to have result 5. So let me say float, I just take the result, s1 equal, and I want to print it sys, or then print this one, I say s1 then plus, I just say s1, print the value. This is just simple method to subtract 10 from 5. Just call it and say okay, it's 5. Now you want to do overload. Overload means you have another method with same name but different number of parameters. That's mean, okay, I just copy this one, I have same name, but now I want to do 3 parameters. I say float and 3. That's mean. Then I say number 1 minus number 2 minus number 3. If you see, I did not change that return data type, and I still have same name, but the number of parameter here I have 2, here I have 3. It's not you don't have to have same data type here. It's the third one, could be any data type, but I just for make it example to make it easy for you. Now imagine you want to call that method. You call it the same way. How we call this method? How we call it? You say s1 equal override sub. This one will call directory this method because we send 2 parameter. If I want to call the second method, let me say minus 2, it will directly call the third method. So s1 or s2, let me say. So just to make life easy and we don't do mistakes, so I say s2. So now the first one will call the first method and the second one will call the second method. If I run it, if you see, first one give me 5 and the second one give me 3. Why? Because this one have 2 parameter and name it sub. He will look for sub with 2 parameter. He will call this method and execute it. Then he still have sub, but here 3 parameter. He will look for sub with 3 parameter. Is this 3 parameter? No, he will not go here. He see, okay, this one is sub with the 3 parameter. He will execute it. And here we done. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about polymorphism. Polymorphism mean you have more than one method with same name and with same return data type and with same number of input, but the input will be different data type. For example, first one take to integer, second one take integer and character. That's mean polymorphism. So to get started, I just will create a new class and name it function polymorph in this way. And I just create this one. Okay, let me suppose I want to do a div. So I would say I have double as return result and say div. The name of the method, it will take two double. So I say double n1 and double, okay, n2. And I just open a bracket and I close it. Let me suppose I will return that directory. I'll say return n1 plus n2. And here we go. Return directory. You will now return in this way. So I will now return the float. Or you could double. Or you could say, okay, double r equal that one. That's okay. It's up to you. Make sure write it the same correct way. So to call this one, to the method, just say new, the function name, open a bracket, then you call div. So I have two numbers. Let me suppose I want to div 10 over 5. And I just run it. I will not run it now. I just get the results. So I have to have double r equal. Then I just print the double. So I say so for r. So r plus r. So let me just make sure this one double correct. So just calling for division method. So if you say that division is 15, why is 15? It's not division. Have to be this way. Here we go. Now I have division. It's 2. So it should be float. So you have to say 10.1, and here you have to say 5.1, for example, or 10.0 and 5.0. So because you're sending a float. Imagine I want to do another method that also return a float, but will do divide two number by two number an integer. So just copy this method and you go down. It's gives error because it's same name, same parameter. You say no, this one will have integer and integer. So now when he call here, how he now you want this one or this one? You will depend on that type. He see you have here a float and a float or double and double. He will go and look for double and double. He execute this one. He wants to execute this one. If you want to execute the second one, you just copy this one and let me suppose I send it integer. For example, 20 and 9 or 9, yes. So now he understand from this line. He understand. Hey, this is two integer. So if I go here, is this two integer? No, this is double. I look for two integer. He will execute the second one. So yes, this is the basic example that I want to share with you. So you could say 2 over 2 to make it easy is 10. Yes. Yes, this is the basic example I would share to you. If you see how when I send 10 and 5, he send it to the first method, and how when I send like 20 and 2, he send it to the second method. So how now he send it to the second method? Let me suppose after I divided, I multiplied by 2. So I have to have a 20 back. If you see, I have a 20 back. So I make sure I understand this one, call it this one, and this one, call it this one. So polymorphism mean same method, same name, same return data type, different type for input. So if you see, have double, I have integer, maybe character, integer, maybe other data type. Yes, if you said, okay, I have another method, but this method will take integer and double, that's okay. So how you recognize, let me by 3, how you call this one? You have to send the integer and double. So the third call should be integer and double. I send this one double 2.1. So he look for integer and double. So he look, is this integer and double? No, this double. Is this integer and double? No. Is this integer and double? Yes, he will execute this one. Now if I run it, he will go and call the third one. If you see, this is a polymorphism. Here we're done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about public and or global and local variable. Global variable means the variable that could access from any place. So that means if I define some variable here as a global, that means I could access to it from here or from here. Let me suppose I have double for pi equal 3.5. Because it's public, so it's really easy, I could call it from this method. I say, okay, this one is, for example, double
a new pi equal the old pi multiplied by 4. That's mean okay, I could access to this pi even it is not in my block because it's public. In same way I could call it from any other method. For example, this method I could call it okay without any problem. But if you see now I have this problem here for static because we know this method is static. So if the method is static, should call any other method should be static, or the double also should be, or any public variable should be static. So if I change it to static here, I fix the problem. But what I want to tell you, if you define anything here, that means this one will, in this area, this means this one will be global. So you could access to it from any method. If you see, I could access to pi from here or from here. Just remove the static for now. But if you see, I have here variable, so this one will be a global. If you see, I have here variable, name it float. This float, it is local. Why local? Because this block will when I call the method, this variable will define or will create in the memory. Whenever return value, that means this block execution will done, this variable will go from memory. We'll be using garbage collection. If you see, if I want to access to this variable from here, I cannot. If I say new or float, a new float or a new sum equal sum, you cannot access to it. You say error, who is sum? What do you mean by sum? Because sum is not public, sum only defined here. So whenever you want to anything defined inside any block for loop, block for function, that's mean local. So see, this one is local variable inside this block. This one global because I could access to it from any place. One thing missed. So what we mean if I add static? What I mean by static? Static mean I have one copy from this variable. So whenever people create number of instances from this class, they still have one copy from static. We will talk again about static in a real life example when we go to classes and how we do it. So it says this is the basic thing. This is what mean by global and this is what mean by local. So for exercise, if I define here for integer I equal 0, then I less than 10, then I plus plus. If I define here sum integer sum equal sum plus 1. So it will not work this one because I have to be initialized first, or sum equal I. So what this one mean? This mean is local. So if you try to access to sum from here, you cannot. If you say SYSO for sum, you cannot access to it because it is local inside this block. When this block done, this sum done. So to fix this problem, you will take this sum and you define it up, and you just remove this one. That's mean okay, this is not inside the block, so I could access to it from here or from here. Make sure to initialize so it will not be in a problem. This is the basic example I could show to you, and thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this section about OOP or object-oriented programming. When we talk about OOP, we mean we need to separate the concept. That means we will make our project from number of classes with number of interface and enums and more. That means instead of having one God class, you'll have number of component or number of class are communicate with together or are connect. One of them to depend of another one. That means we separate in the concept. So when we have problem in any place, we will go to that class and we will fix it. Instead of having one God class and we will go through the big around, like for example 1 million line and looking for the error and fix it. So object-oriented programming is the concept, and it will use it in every project. So because you need to manage your project and make it easy to modify in the future. So how object-oriented programming work? Object-oriented programming mean you treat everything as object. Let me give you an example. Car is object, and also the home is object, and this animal is object. Every one of these objects have specific properties and specific methods. Let me tell you about the car. What do you think about the car? The car as a properties, what properties this car could have? Could have
type of the car, for example BMW, could have model of the car 2015, could have the price of the car 10,000, or could have miles drives or miles user drive this car like 405, and the owner of this car Hussein. So all these are properties of the car. You describe things. When we talk about properties, we mean we describe things. So the car as object have number of properties, but also this object have number of methods. For example, you need to get the price of the car depending on how many miles drive it or how many the real price. For example, if it's 10,000 and drive it 5 miles, you cut something for driving time. Also, you need to get owner, because the owner, it be in the database, and the database, maybe there's too many owners, so you want to go and filter and look for the last owner and bring the information of it. So what I want to tell you, or what I want to show you from this simple example, the car as object has number of properties, also it have number of methods. So any object, in object-oriented programming, you will treat it as object, have specific properties that describe the object, and a specific method to do some operation on that object. So this is the class that we described in a bit for a few seconds. And when you want to write it in the code, will be in this way. So you will have a class, you say public class, you define your class. So public class and give a class name car, then describe properties for the class by number of variable, type, model, price, mile, owner, and you have two methods. One of them get a price, getting a price depending on the miles. He will take 100 for every mile drive, take it from the real drive price, and get the owner return, will return to you the owner name. So did you see this is the how the object described and how we could describe it in the code. So now I want to initialize this class or create instance from the class with this data with BMW under formation. All what you have to do is just you create instance from the car. You say car, for example, car2, call a new instance from the car, and you give information for the car, like the type car.type. When you want to access to properties, you say instance.properties. So this means instance, and this means properties. So instance.properties value, instance.properties model value, instance.price, miles, and owner. Did you see how I define the class here and how I create instance one? You could create second, third, fourth, too many instance, as many instances as you want. So this is a basic example I could give you about class. One thing you have to know in Java, you don't have constructor. Deconstructor. We have constructor. We don't have deconstructor because Java use garbage collection. Garbage collection is the way that Java do garbage for any variable that no longer use it. But Java cannot predicate when the object is destroyed. So therefore, there is no deconstructor. So if you get this question in any interview, make sure you answer this. Answered by this way. You have to say Java cannot predicate when the object will destroy, so it do not have deconstructor. Let's start with a simple example. Hey everybody, let's in this video try to understand how class work. My example for this video, I want to do simple program about car company. This car company have type of the car and the model of the car and a number of the miles that every car may drive, and also the real price of the car. And there is a method in this class that when we call it bring to us the price or the price for this car. So to get started, I will click right here and create a class, and I will name it here, give it a name as a car. Okay, this car class have a number of properties. When we talk about class, imagine a class as an object. So any object in the life have two things, properties and method. A properties is something we use to describe the object, and the method, it is some operation we use it to get some data or to excuse something about the properties. So what we have in this class, we have type of the car. So let me suppose the type should be string. So types, I would say type, string type, and I make sure write it under after the open bracket. What other information I will have about the car? Model, the model should be integer because 2015, 2013, whatever. Then other information I have is the price of the car. So let me suppose the price will be double for price. And other information I have it mileage, a number of the mileage or I would say double miles drive, like how many miles this car drive. So this is the properties for this class or for the car. So what the method I have? The method I will have in this class is for bringing the price of the car. So let me suppose the price will be double the returned data. The name of the method is get price to give us the price of the car. Then I open bracket, close it. Then here we go, down. So how you imagine the price could be calculated? Let me suppose I will define double in this way. Make sure I did everything in small letter. Double a new price. I would suppose the new price will be the real price minus how many miles this car drive. So I say miles, and this way miles drive, like how many miles this car drive, multiplied by, for example, 100. The idea here is work. That means if the car drive 10 mile, I will take for every mile 100. Just specific fraction we used in this company. So if the car price is 10,000 and the drive and it's used for 10 mile, for example, the new price will be 9,000 because we take for every mile we take 100. And this method will return the new price. Okay. So very basic example, very basic class, have number of properties and number of methods. So if you see, you could define more methods. Just define them. You are very free to define your method, and this is the way you define the price. So how I could work with this class? If you see, to get class, so let me say open new class and name it car main. That's mean main method that I call the car from. Let me suppose this is the main method that I should call the car. So first of all, I need to get instance from the car. So I would say car, new instance, because car is object. So you treat it like anyway, like the way you treat the integer, or you treat the string, or you treat the double, all these as objects. So same thing, the car now is object. So you could create instance. So you say car, you define like car 1, for example, equal, you just define instance from type class of the car, equal a new instance of the car. Okay, this is the way how you define instance from the class. So now I have the car, or I have instance from the car class. If you see, this is the car. So now you could imagine all this information are being in this variable. So this is a new instance from the car. So let me give some information for the car. Let me say car1 dot, you could access to the information. For example, I would say the type of the car BMW. Okay. I would say car1 dot the model, I would say 2016, and I would say car1 dot price, let me suppose it to be 10,000, and I would say the miles dot miles drive, let me suppose it moved for 5 miles, and this all the information I provide about this car. Now I want to get the price for this car, so I would say sys.o, I just print the price. So I have this car instance from the car, just I say car1 dot get price. If you see, this is the method for getting the car price. Just click on it, here you go. Now first just I get simple instance from the car, I give it the properties information, then I say, hey, bring me the price. If you say, if I get add message here, car price, in this way, so to be really nice now, this instance. So if you see how I could access to any properties, in the class, you just say name of the instance dot name of properties, name of the instance dot name of properties, name of the instance dot properties. So you want to access to price, you say car dot price. When you want to access to method, if you see, I have the method get price in same way, you say name of instance dot name of the method that you want to access to. Just let me save it and click run. You have to see, if you see how much the price, it is 9,500. Why it's not 10,500? Because the car price is 10,000 and it moved for 5 miles, so the new price will be 9,500. Let me show you how this one works. If I just add breakpoint and try to debug it to allow you to understand how this one works. Here we go. If you see now, I'm just having simple app, doesn't have anything. First step, I just create instance from the car. When I just go next, you will see I have instance of the car, and this instance from the car have all the information about the car in addition to the method. Method will not appear here because this is just variable. You'll display only the variables. If you see now, if I just go next step, I will have the type, BMW, just move, the model, next, the price, next, the mile move it. Now just, if you see this is method, when you call it, he will display for us the price for the car. See, how is it? Really easy. If you want to see it in more details, like you see how the car prices come, let me say here, I just open a bracket, I say double price equal, just to make it nicer for you and you understand how the work is done. Let me say I just want to print it in this way and make sure this double right in the right way. Okay, hopefully now it's good. So save it, rerun it again. Let me see. First, I just create an instance. Just go next, BMW, just give all the information. See now when I access to this step, I want to see what's going in the method. So I don't want to do step over. I want to do step into to see the method. If you see, he go to the method. But now inside the method, if you see when he talk about this, he have all the information. Price, model, mile, drive miles, type, and now all the information I have it, all the data that I have it. Now when he call price minus this, so he have the price and he have the miles also. So now when he go next, he will understand how you get the data. See, here is it. Now the new price, if you see it, it's 9,500. Why I have all these data? From where this data come? Because I already create instance from that class. So this is my data, my new instance data. If you see this, I'm talking about the new object that I created that have ID 18. If I go to next, if you see, here you go. Now the price have the new price. So just I want to show you this is very simple way to create instance from the class and how the data or the variables and method call inside the object. One thing you have to know it. This car is a new instance from the car. So if I define another instance here, I say, okay, I have second car, car2, equal a new instance, and you try to print a price, you will not get access to any information. You will get null for the second one. So let me say car1 here, and this one car2. Let me price, I would say this one also getting a price for the car, or I could say, yes, I could say this one, double price. I don't want to define it because I already defined it, car2. So just I defined an instance from the car and I want to get a price for car2. You think you already initialized this data, so now car2 could access to it. But if you run it, you will run to a problem. You will get 0. It's not 2,000. It's not 9,500. The problem why this one happened. If you just try to do this one step over, and you see now I don't have anything. If I just go next, I just create instance, name it car1. It have ID 18. If I go just next, just remember car1 and 18. If I just go next, this car2, if you see it, car2 have ID 24. So this instance is totally different from the first instance. Car1 is totally different. If you see, car1 is a new instance from the class, doesn't have any information because it have different ID. This 24 and this one 18. So one thing you have to know it when you work up with a class, every object from the class is the copy from real class. So it does not have access to any data from other instance. So to initialize the data for this one, you have to do same thing here. You have to do same thing here, but with car2. Let me say what's car2 still, BMW. Let me say the model for car2 is 2015. Let me say the price for car2 will be like 9,000. And let me say the mile moved is 15 for car 2. And now when I save it and print it, I see the result for car 1 and car 2. Why this one happened? Because now you have two instances. If you see, just step into just car 1, it doesn't have any information because a new instance from the class, just move it, you give it all the information. Now when you go next, you have another instance named car2. If you see, different ID, and here we go. When you print it, you get the data. So just remember, any instance from your class will be totally different from other instance. So don't do like access to other properties like initialized by other instance you want to access to it. You cannot do it because this one is totally different from this one, and you could create an instance as much as you want from the class. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about constructor. Constructor is method that already available in the class that will be fired automatically whenever you create an instance from that class. Because it is constructor, so that means method that fire automatically when anyone create an instance from that class. But this method have specific things. First of all, the name of this method should be same name of the class. Second thing, this method will not return any value, only could get input value. So how that method works? So if you see here, I create a new instance from the class car. That means I already have a class named car and have a number of properties and have method. So when will be the method named or the constructor? The constructor will be here or any place, just will be in this way, will be public. The name of the constructor, as I told you, should be same name of the class. Then you open a bracket. You could set an instance or you could not. You could don't set any instance. Then close it. Let me suppose I will say syso. Then create in this way. I will say class is created. Okay. This is simple method, as I told you, or simple constructor. This will be fire up. So if you see, no one called this method here. Here, no one called this method. But let me do something. Let me just run. See, is this method fire? Yes. If you see, class is created when I create first instance. Then class is created when I create second instance. Why this one happen? Because when you create a new instance from the class, he will already call this method. And this is mean constructor. This method fire up automatically when anyone create instance from the class. So, and therefore you have it, or you have data in it. So why we use constructor? We use constructor to initialize the data. So instead of give data for type, model, price, mile, we couldn't send all these data to the constructor in one step. So how I do that? Let me suppose I go here. In this constructor, I could get input data. For example, I could get type as string, and I could get the model as integer. Also, I could get other information, that the price, how many element I want to send to the constructor, I could send without any problem. So let me send all this for information. Now this is just input data to my class. Someone will send them from here. Here will send them. For example, BMW, instead add them here, he will move it in this place. Second parameter, it is 2016. Third parameter is this one, the year. Fourth parameter will be the mile. If you see, now all these steps I no longer need them. I could take them off. Here you go. If you see how much simple be, in one step, when you create an instance from the class, you could directly send them. I don't want to fire this code. I just will stop them because you will need them when you want to review the code for the second parameter, but it is same way. You could do it in same way for the first and second parameter. So yes, I just in the step I create an instance, I send the parameter to the class, this parameters, and here we go, the price, and get price, and everything okay. But how I initialize the data? This is just method taking this input as variable. I want to initialize this variable. It's really easy. So now if you see, I have two type. This type as input, and this type part from the class. I could not say type equal type. The compiler will not understand what this one and this one. He will say, okay, both of them are related to this. You mean this variable. Now I want to access to this one. initialize it. So when we talk about the class in Java, you have to say this. So that means you say this dot type equal type. This dot type, that means this class, the class that I'm in. Which class this method in? It is car. So please go to the car, go to the top and look for type. So this dot type, you mean this type. What about module? Same way. You want to initialize the module, you say this dot module equal module. That means, okay, initialize this module for me with this module that's coming as input. What about the price? Same thing. You say this dot price equal the price. And what about miles? You say this dot miles dot يساوي equal, or this dot miles, sorry, not price, this dot miles equal miles. So if you see how I initialize the data, first of all I send them as input, then because they are same name, because this variable have same name of this variable, I cannot give them equal. I have to access to this class, I have to identify, hey, I want to access to this one. So to do that, I say this means the class that I'm in. Which class I'm in? I'm in car, so please go up to the car and look for type. So this will initialize everything. Now if I go back and run the code, I have to see same result without different. I don't know why here there's error. Public car is undefined. I don't know. For instance, no, just save it. The error is gone. Now let me just run. Same result without any problem. Okay, now could I have more than one constructor? Yes, you could. So let me say, okay, I have another constructor, but this constructor will not take any parameter. You could do that. It looks like any method. So let me just say class 2 or constructor 2 is created. And let me say this one will be constructor 1 is created. So you understand which one we call. Now, if I go back here, just run it, you will see, for sure he will say constructor 1 is created and he gives the price. Now, could I do it in this way? Yes, I could. Because now when he call this constructor, send for parameter, he will now you are calling this one. Second time, when he call this constructor without any parameter, he will understand you will call this constructor. So could I have more than one constructor? Yes, I could have. Let me see. I just added this line. Let me just remove it and save everything and fire up the code to see the result. Here we go. See, the first one called constructor 1 and the second one called constructor 2. And this is what I want to tell you. One thing, or one question you will have it a lot in the constructor interview. They will ask you, is the constructor in value? No, a constructor could not return in value. Could I have more than one constructor? Yes, you could have, but they have to be different number of parameter. For example, this one have 3, this one have 2, or different parameter or different data type. So like methods, like something we talked about method. And could I have more than normal methods? You get a price, get owner, get more, add method as much as you could. So this is a basic. How did you see how I manage it? Yes. Here we're done and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about static. When you define variable as static in the class, you mean this variable will be shared between all the instances of the class. Did you remember first when we define variable in first class and we try to access to it in the second class? We cannot do that because every class have to be copied from real class. So if you define price in first one, you cannot access to the price in second one. For example, this one. Let me tell you the example. If you see here, I give it the type of the car, BMW. So I could say SYSO for S1 or car 1 dot. Let me talk about the model, the type of the car. So let me say type. In this way, type. So yes, I hope this one will work. So if I take this one and try to do same thing with the second one before printing the car type this way, and say okay for the car 2 price, and imagine in the car 2 you did not send the model, the type, you did not send it. So and you run it, You see the type for first car, you see it BMW, but the second car type is null. Why? Even you define the type here, because this instance car one is totally different from the instance two. So the second one have to have also type because they are different. So what if you want to share some information between the instance to save memory? I'll give you a simple example. Imagine you have 10 channels. All these channels are belong to same owner. So if we define, if we said, okay, here we go. If you see here, I have type BMW, but second one type is null. Why? Because the first car is the instance. I have specific ID, and when I call type, I just initialize it. But the second instance is totally different from first instance, so it does not have type. So for that reason, he give you null. So to see the value, you have to initialize for it. You have to give it value. So now when you run it, you see the value. So let me tell you one story. Imagine you have number of cars, and all these cars are belonging to same owner. Let we suppose the owner is Smith. You could say in every car you initialize it, you do in this way. Imagine do this way. You say, okay, owner or string for owner, and this way, and you send the owner here for the string as initialized. Sorry, in this way, take this one, copy, I added as initialize, added multi-line. You could do it in multi-line. You say, okay, I initialize it for the owner, and you would send the owner here. Let me suppose the owner here is Smith. So you send the owner is Smith, and when you want to go to the second instance, you have also to define the owner. You have also to go here and say, hey, this car to dot owner is Smith. I think this is not worth, because imagine you have a 20 or okay, see, you have 200 car belonging to the Smith. So why you create 200 instance because for Smith is not worth. So imagine I want to print this one here in the same example, owner car 2 for owner, and this one for the car 1. So both of them will give you same thing. I now I'd see car 1 or owner. I don't know what the problem here. Owner cannot be. So make sure you save it here before you go back. So now you could access to it. Yes, now just saving. Here we go. Now I have Smith. As I told you, I suppose Smith is shared between all the classes. So a basic thing, you just define Smith as static. When you define this is something static, that means this thing could be accessed directly by class name. So you could access to Smith before you create any instance. From here, you just say car1 dot owner. You could do that, and you could give it name, any name you want. Let me suppose I give it Smith. Here you go. And you don't have to send value for Smith here, and also you don't have to initialize Smith here, because he will be shared between all the variables. Make sure you remove this one, because you no longer need it. You no longer need to initialize it from here. So the idea behind this point, if you see, I just in one step, I just say, okay, car, I give it the car name or the class name dot the any static value. So whenever you have a static, you just give the class name without instance dot the name of the variable, then give it value. Now this variable automatically, or this instance already will have the owner, and this instance already will have the owner. Is that right? Let me see. Yes, if you see, I have a Smith here and I have a Smith here. So now, because you defined this static, that means it be shared between all the instances. As many as instance you will have it, all these instance, they will share same owner, because the owner is static. So just we use it to save memory. Have we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about inheritance. Inheritance in Java mean you have a class, have specific properties and methods, and you want other class to inherit this information. Imagine I have this class car. It have number information about type of the car, model, price, miles drive, and owner, and have get price or get the price of the mile. This class work for the normal car. Imagine you have trucks. Trucks the big car. It have all this information in addition to it have also the number of trucks that this truck could have. So let me suppose I have a new class and I say a car truck this way, and this car truck could have all the information for the normal car. So let me go to the normal car. I say it have all this information, all these properties by the way, and also this car truck also have this method, and in addition to this information it have a truck or a trunk that added to the end of the car. So let me suppose I have string or integer or boolean has a truck or not. It's just properties. So if you see these two classes, the normal car class, if I take this one, have same properties I have it here, and this one have in addition one addition properties, and this one have method, and this one have same method. So it's not good to repeat the information if I have it. So why I don't inherit all this information from other class instead of writing it down? Because they are shared. So it's better to just say here extend. When you want to inherit another class, you just write extend in this way, then the name of the class that you want to extend it. I want to extend the car, so I just say car. That means I'm inheriting the car. When you say extend car, that means you inherit all the information that available in the car class. So that means you don't need to repeat this information, and also you don't need to add this one. So did you see? I just get all the information from the car class in addition to this line by just adding this one to the end, just extend. That means I'm getting all the information that available in the car class. And this will be great to reduce the line of the code that you have done. Also do relation between the component. So do you see how much it's easy? I know you have some basic thing you think is not easy. So let me show you what I will do. Let me just create an instance. I will name it car track main to show you how I create an instance from this class. Now in the main, let me do same code that I have in the main here for the main method. So I don't need to repeat all the information again and again. So here you go. Now you want to create an instance from car track, this one. So you say, okay, car track in this way, car track, a new instance equal a new instance from car track. So let me say I want to give the model dot. If you see, I have a model. What? I don't see model here. So from where the model came? Model came from this car because you already extend car class. So all the information here you will have it. Model, price, mile drive, and everything. So you could say model, for example, GSM, and you say car track dot has track. You say equal true. Yes, this one has. You say dot miles. Let me say 100. And this one dot price, the price of it. I think the model should be integer. I will update it now. The price that we say this price, and the model should be integer. That we suppose 2016, and also car track dot the type of the car should equal to, let me suppose, GSM, and let me just print something about the price. I say system sys. I say car track dot get price. See, also I have the method. So I could get a price. So I say price, and here we go. Let me just save it, just run it. You will see I just called constructor 2 and I get price. So how this one work? Just I get instance from car track, and car track, if you see, doesn't have only this one, only has track have it as properties. As I told you, we initialize all this information for this class. We give it all this information. Then all this information that initialized that already we inherited from this car class. And also when we call the method, this one get track, we already inherited. So imagine the car track, a new car, will have all the properties and method that are available in car as a public. Make sure public, not a private, defined as public. We will go through public and private next. And all the method also that defined as a public. In addition to the properties and method have it here. It's easy to have this one, for example, void, for example, get owner. You say just display the owner, and this one you say SYSO, you say you just print the owner. If you see, you don't need to do any information about the owner. Just you say the owner directory. Do you know why? Because owner already available in the car here. Where is it? Here owner. So when you inherit the car, so you think owner is already available here, just normal variable, just call it. So let me say owner in this way. Make sure you do it in this way. So see, I could call the owner. Here we go. Now if I save it, go back here, run it again, you will see the owner also. Constructor, price. Oh, I didn't call the method for get owner. I could say car track dot get owner, I think. Yes, get owner. So he will give us the owner name. The owner, he give us Smith. If you see, owner, I don't have owner. Do you know why? Because I never initialize owner here. So you could say, now this is the good thing. How could I access to owner? Yes, you could say just from beginning, you say car track by the name of the class name. Say car track. Make sure car track, I give it the correct name. This one, car track dot owner, because already will be, let me say Smith is the owner. And yes, see, I did not get any instance directory. I give it the information because he already inherited. So here you go. Owner is a Smith. Did you see? Yes. All the information in the car class, I will have it in the car track for the owner, model, miles, price, and type, and get track. In addition, to the method that I have it here, name it get owner. Owner, it's not correct. This get owner. Yes, this is a basic thing how you could do inheritance from any other class, and how you could get all the information or any information defined as a public in the original class, and you could use it. But one thing you see I call it here the something called name it constructor 2 is created. Do you know why this one happened? When you create instance from car track doesn't have any constructor. So he will go and call the constructor that in the car. But imagine I have now a constructor for the car track here. So let me suppose I have instance or constructor here, public, constructor for car track, and let me say SYSO, constructor of car track. What will happen? Let me show you what will happen and make you understand what we did. If I click run, you will see two constructors created. First one is the constructor 2 is created, then constructor track is created. Do you know why? I will tell you why. First, when you create instance from the car track, he will go here and see, I will create instance from car track. He will directly extend this car. The car, he also, when he extend the car track, that means he will get other information for the car track. One of them is this one, is the constructor here. This one will be executed automatically because it is like by default. I didn't give any parameter to it. So it will be executed directly. So he will give you this result. Constructor 2 is created. Then he will go next and he executes the constructor that you have it. So first of all, he will execute the constructor in the main, then execute the constructor for this class. Yes, this is basic. Then he continue to print this one and that one. Here we're done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about encapsulation. Encapsulation means you limit access to some variable or same method using private or public or protect. So what does that mean? If you see, I have now instance from car track and I have variable name, it has a track in the car track. I just access to a directory after I create an instance from the class. I want to limit access to this variable. I don't want anyone to access to this variable directory from the class. So I will go here and say, okay, this is a private. When I define anything as a private, that means this variable, no one could access to it outside the class. If you want to access to this variable, you have to be inside the class. Even anyone if inherit this class cannot access to it. If I go here, see, you say you cannot access to this variable. So how I could, like for example, set this variable, I will do for example, simple method, I will say void or set has car, not this way, set, I hope set has car, I will say boolean has car, and this way, then I go down, I say this dot has car equal has car. Here you go. So if you see, now if I want to set it, I will not use this method, I will not use direct, I will use method set a track. It's good to help to avoid direct access to some variable. So I don't want this variable to be direct access, only by method. For example, I will give you another example on the car track. If you remember the car example, you see these variables. If you want this variable to be accessed only direct, like only accessed by the constructor, so you just define this one as private. And you do same thing for all other variables. Now if I save it, let me just go to the car track. Not car track, car main. If you see car main, first when I create instance from the car, there is no problem. Only the main owner, I don't want it to be private. The owner, I want to keep it public. So I want to access to it only I need this one also, change it to private, so all the information private. If I go here to car, if you see, I could set owner, I could access to that information from the constructor and everything is okay, but this one will not execute because this one using direct access to the variables and I want to avoid them, and this is the basic example. But the one thing you have to know, because I defined this one as private, so the class, this class, that means car track, that extend track, will not inherit anything that defined as private. So if I go here to when I create instance from car track, I want to access model, I cannot. I want to access to mile, I cannot. Price, I cannot. Type, I cannot. Because this one, when I inherit cars, I will inherit only the public information. I will inherit only the owner, and I will inherit only get price because it's public. If you did not write anything before the method, it will be public directory. So if you see, if I go here to the car track, you see the owner will not have any problem, but all the information have a problem. Get price will not have a problem because public. This one public, no problem. This one private, cannot access to it. So you could also define variable just by writing public. That means this one could be accessed to anyone in any place. If you don't write anything, it will be already public, but it's better to write public. Now if I go back, the problem have to be gone. But make sure from this one also change it to public. So yes, public, that means you could access to it from any place. If I go back to car track, let me say, okay, this method is public also, that setting. So you could set method also, not only variables. And what he say here, has not visible. Just save it. Here we go. So also a method could be defined public as a private. Let me suppose I want to define this method as private. If I go back here, you cannot access to this method directory. Only could be accessed in the class. So one thing you have to remember, if I define anything private, this method or properties cannot access directory using instance, and also cannot access using inheritance if you define it private. If public, you could access to it from a place. What if you want this variable could be accessed only from inheritance, but you don't want to allow direct access? For example, you say, okay, the model have to be accessed only from the inheritant one, not from direct. You define it as a protect or protected. When you define variable as a protected, if you see, if I go to a car track here, this one, if I get car track, I could access to the model, because model it's be part from the car, okay, from the car track, and the car track already inherit car, so and this one protected, so anyone inherited could access to it. But if I go to the normal car, when I create normal instance directory, I cannot access to the model. I will have problem later, because this will be protected, so only by inherited one. So just remember public, private, protect, and define it whenever you want them. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about override. Override means there is a method in the parent class have some data, and when you want to inherit this method, you don't want it to have the same, you want to change it. I'll give you a basic example. Do you remember the car class have number of information about the class and have the method for getting a price? And this method is getting price by real price minus the mile that the user drive it multiplied by 100. So he will take off 100 for every mile drive it. You remember there is another class named car track that inherits the class car and get all the information of the car in addition to has track. But when you came here, you say, okay, in the car we will take 100 for every mile, but in the track I will take 15 because the track is moving a lot. So I will not take 100. So this method you want to update it in the car track. If you see car track now, when go to the car track main, when you run it, when he call get a price, he will use the origin method. When you send it 100, he will take the real price and minus by how many miles move, multiply by 100. You want to change it, to 15. So what you will do, you need to override this method. So what you will do, how you override it, you will take it and you will go to the child. This one already have this method, have it already because he inherited. But now you want to overwrite it. So when you overwrite it, you will see, you will just write same name, same parameter, same everything, but different content. Make sure different content because you overwrite it. So whatever you want to write here, write. Let's, for example, I want to do this one return 15, not 100. I save it. Now if I go back, same code will execute. See the result now. I have how much the price, 1330. Now the price should be different. See, 18330. Why? Because now get a price, when you call it, he will call this method that available in the car class that by 500. He will not call this one, the original, because you overwrite it, you change it. Think about it in this way. There is a car class, have this all the information. When you inherited any public information, you will get, so that means you will get all this information in addition to this method. You will have it now in this line. But here you decided to change this method. So take same name, same return data, and different whatever you want to write. And this is the basic how you overwrite method. To avoid any error, just write this one, set overwrite. This notation will help you to overwrite, to help you if you really overwrite method, or if you write something error. If I say this one, he will give us error. Hey, this is not override method. That means there is no method have this name. You cannot override it. So just take this one off. Get price, yes, it is correct. You overwrite it. So this notation will help you to identify if you are really overwriting method or you are mistaken. You will see this one a lot in Android. Are we done? And see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about the difference between the word this and the word super. When you say the word this, that means this class. If I'm in this class, I'm writing this. That means where I am, I'm in car, a class named car track. That means you write car track dot has car. So the car track dot has car track dot has car dot you mean this one. So this is what means this. So when we use it, this is a basic example we use it. If you see, if I write hash track, I have hash track here as an input. So he will confuse. He will say, oh, you mean this one have high priority because I'm in this method? So you mean this one? You mean this one? This one equal this one? No, I mean this one. I want to access to this one. So you write this. So use word this whenever you want to access the properties or the method in your class when you have some confusion, like this confusion. And you will see this with the word this a lot in Android. So what if I want to access to parent class and parent properties and method? I will tell you a simple scenario. If you see, I have car track and I have car. And if you remember from override, we have here price, get price. Just we are overwriting get price that is available here. So if I go here in main method, I'm just calling get price. When I run it, he will give us the price that in the method car track because we overwrite it. If you see this line. So what if you want to call the get price that in the parent? Now if I say here, if I system.print get price all ones, he will print for us the get price in my method because I'm talking about my method. If I save it, I just go here and run it, you will not see any different. You will see same price because I'm calling same method. What if I want to call the get price in super? That means in the one that in the car track, the one that I'm extended. So I just write this super dot the name of the get method. When you write super, that means hey, I'm talking about which one I'm inherit. I'm inherit from car, that means I'm talking about car. If I go to the car, he will execute this method. If you see this one multiply by 100, but this one will multiply by 15. So I have to see different. So let me run, and is they will be same or will be changed? They have to be changed. If you see, now I have changed it. 1330, 18330. So why? Because you write super. The word super mean you talk about the main, the one that you inherited. So if I say super dot mile drive, I'm talking about mile drive. If I'm talking about get price, I'm talking the get price from the car, not from my method. This one is different from this one. This one I'm calling parent, this one I'm calling current. What if you want to call the constructor? For example, here you have the constructor and you want to initialize that constructor. You could say this way, super, and you could send the instance for the constructor. Did you see the instance? If I just click on it, you could say, or you could send whatever. You could send the parameter for the car. You could don't send anything. It depends on the car. If you see the car constructor have two type of the constructor. One of them that did not receive anything, and one of them is getting number of parameter. Whatever you want to call. Feel free. Imagine I want to call this one. So if you remember in car, when we call it, we send this parameter. So let me suppose I send this one also this parameter from car, from this one. Just so if we say super, I open a bracket, I send this parameter. That means I'm calling the constructor in the car. I send it this parameter. That means hey, I mean this one, this constructor. Did you see? If you save it, you run it, you will see different here. Here you go. So this constructor one is created. So this is a basic thing that I want to share with you. You will see this word a lot in Android, super, when you want to call the constructor in the main class. And you will see super a lot, and you will see this a lot. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about aggregation concept. Aggregation concept is really easy concept. That means you have an instance of the class inside another class. So I have, for example, here car, the information about the car. I want to have the information about the owners in other class. So let me suppose I have here other class. I name it owners. And I would suppose this owners will have first name, and they have last name, and they have date of birth. Okay, dates, that means date of birth. You could, if you see here you say, hey, there's a problem, you could say import for the date, and here you go, make sure last time. So this is the information about the owners. You want to have this information aggregated. Aggregated means instance inside another class. It's really easy to do that. For example, here in the car class, you say, okay, I have instance of the owners. I say owners. Then you could initialize it. For example, here in constructor, you could initialize it. Call a new instance of owners. You could do initialize not same line, other line. So you could initialize it here, and you could give it any data. This is what we mean by aggregation. Aggregation means you have instance of from one class inside another class. And this is very easy concept, like first name, same thing. You give it first name, for example, Hussein. And this is the basic concept for aggregation. Here we're done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about inner class or nested class. So to get started, I just create a new class and I will name it inner class. So just make sure inner class. Okay, this class will have a constructor or not constructor or main method. Inner class or nested class mean you have a class inside another class. Imagine I want to have information about animal, so I will have a class, name it animal, and also this class have two information, string for name and string voice. Okay, so this is two information about the class animal. If you see, here's it. You could add a class inside other class. It's really easy, and you will use that out in your programming. This means another class or nested class. When you want to get instance from this class inside normal method, for imagine I have this method void call. You will call it in a really easy way. Just you do instance from animal. You say animal or call a new instance from that class. Okay, and you could access to the, for example, name. A call, for example, monkey. Okay, and dot voice. I don't know what I have to write in the voice, but say whatever. This is see how I could access to it from normal class. But if you want to call this method inside a static method defined as a static, the class have to be static also. And you know what static means. Static, you have one version. So how is it? This is. Yes, this is a basic thing. If I want to print it, sys o, then I will say animal.name. Just make sure everything is okay. So just me print this one, and here we go, monkey. So one thing you have to remember, you could add a class inside another class, but if you want to call it from static method, this class have to be static. Or if you call it from normal method, do not have to be static. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about abstract class. When you define any class as abstract, that means you don't want to allow anyone to create an instance from that class. If anyone want to use this class, he have to inherit it. A basic example I could give you for a credit card. You don't want anyone to create instance directly from a credit card. You have to inherit it to use it. So if we go back for our car class, we have car information about the car and have some method for car. And there is another class who inherit this car, name it car track. If you go back to main method, you would see we create instance directory from the class. Now you decided to don't allow anyone to create instance directory from class. You have to inherit it to use it. So just you go before the car and you go to the car class and you add the word abstract. When you add abstract, that means this class cannot be a create instance directory from it. If you see here, you cannot create an instance directory. But if you go back here to this one, to the car track, here there is no problem because he inherited, so that's okay. So just remember, when you want any class to be only inherited, you just change it to abstract. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about interface. Interface means you have a number of methods and you want to use this method in different classes. with different implement. So you would use interface. The benefit from interface, your class could implement more than one interface, but your class cannot inherit more than one class. So the benefit of the interface, you could do more than one. Also, interface help you to construct your code. So if you go and define some operation for addition, subtraction, for example, modification, and you could implement in more than one class, so all the developer when they work will understand, hey, this implement for that class, and you understand what this method means. So let me give you a basic example. Let me give example about operation, add, subtract, and other stuff. So I will go add a class. I could add interface. So it will be easy. Let me just say, give it a name. Let me say, I will give it name operation. Okay. I hope operation, not operations. Finish. If you see, the name is public interface, not public class. Interface. Operations. The one thing you have to the interface, you just define the method's name. For example, you have integer sum for integer n1, integer n2. But there is no implement, just the name of the method. Example, you have more methods, just give it the name for the method. So just naming. So just this one for sub, and this one for div. Why we miss multiplication? Let me add multiplication also. Mul. And also for sure this one should be double because we divide two number. So did you see? You just write the method name. This will not save anything in the memory, just naming. Now I want to implement this method. Let me do basic example for you. I will just create a class. I will say operation 1 for the first operation, or first one who implement, you want first class who want to implement this interface. To implement the interface, you write implement in this way. You write implement, then the interface name. Well, the interface name is operation. So just O, you see operation. If you see, he told you, hey, there is error. You are implement some interface, but you did not write any method. If I go here, click here, he say, hey, there is 4 methods. Do you want to implement them? Yes, implement them, please. If you see, he implement 4 methods for us. And also return and everything. Also, he was use word override because he overriding method. So let me suppose I will implement this one for n1 plus n2 because it is sum. I will implement this one for n1 minus n2, and this one n1 divided by n2, and this one should be n1 multiplied by Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about enums. Enums mean you have some data that will never change. So you will use enums. Like for example, weekdays like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or the year month, January, February, March, April. And the basic example, the gender is male or female. So all this information will never change, so you will use enums to keep them saved and keep the access to them easy. Imagine I have a basic enums for the gender, so either male or female. I just click here and I create a new enum. I will name it gender. Okay. So to define the enums element, just say in this way, male, then add this one, female. You could add more if you have more. Continue. Just add this one and continue add. I just have male and female. That's okay. Now I want to have a class. This class have student information, first name and last name and the gender. So I will click here and create a class, and this class will be student. Okay. Students, I have some information, string, first name, and I have the gender. So the gender will be typed from this one, from the enum. So I will define it in this way, gender. So I will say if you see autocomplete, he'll give us gender, it's enum. Let me say gender in this way, gender. Okay. I want to initialize it. Okay, go ahead and do constructor. Let me suppose I have the constructor is public student, and you just initialize the first name and the gender. You say first this way, name, and should be gender for gender. Okay. Now this one should be string. Here you go. Now I have string and gender. You need to initialize them. Okay, this dot gender equal to gender. I have gender this way, and this dot first name should be equal to first name. First name. This is just initializing data. Now, when you want to get instance from student, so just click right here and get class, name it student main for just calling, and you have this main method. You want to get instance from the class of student. You say okay, I will create student st equal new instance of student, and you give it two things. First thing of the name, so let me suppose I give it Hussein, and the second one the gender. To send the gender, if you see here, he take an input as a gender, and the gender it is just enum. So to send the data, you say just what type of Hussein? Hussein is gender dot male. Did you see how that your data, how it's easy to use and how it's like manageable? So let me print it SYSO print gender. So gender, just make sure everything is okay. I would say st.gender if it is correct. So st dot, I hope I will find, I cannot find the gender now here. I think I have to do it, I save it before call it here, st dot gender, I think. Okay, here you go. Now if I print, it will give me male. So I could print other information for the name. So you say name equal first name. What I want to share you in this video, how enum could manage your data. If you see, now I have Hussein and male. But how is it? See, when I get an instance and just send name and send data, there will not be any error. There will not anyone enter the word for male or female incorrect. He have either to send gender.male or gender.female. If someone mistake, he will get error. The code will not execute. So enum is good. So use it a lot. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Everybody, let me talk in this video about casting. So let me just create a new instance, class, then I will name it casting. Okay. And just create main method. In main method, I just open it. You remember when we talked about casting, when we have double, the double is like x equal 3.5. We could convert it to integer y equal x, but there are different data type between x and y, so you do casting. You take the data for first one and you just open the bracket and add that tab and close it. We understand this one could be only between double and integer, double and a float and double. This data type you could convert between them because they are belong to one family, but you cannot do it between string and integer. You could do same thing in casting between the classes. So if you remember, we did car class for the car. So if you remember, this is the class for the car, and have some information about model and all the information. And we have another class for track, so car track, that inherit car class, and this other information for a track. If you see in the car main, or the car track main, we just create this, we initialize the car track with this information. Let me just copy this one and move it to the casting so I will understand what I'm doing. So let me just move it this one. I just create a new instance from car track. I give it all the information for the car track. If I save it, I run it, I have some information about car track. Now the question is, car track is the instance or the child of car. Could I do casting from car track to car? Yes. So how I do that, I will tell you. If I go back here, casting, I will create a new instance from the car. Let me suppose I will remove these two lines. I don't need to call them. And I just create an instance of the car. I will say car equal my car. Equal what? Equal car track. This instance of character that already initialized it. But there is different data type. This is car track and this car. So I need to do casting. So I say, hey, cast me to the car. That means take car track to car. So what will happen? What will happen, he will take all the data that available in car track and in car and set it. So now if I say my car, if I just print something, so s.o, my car dot, or my car, not car, my car dot, for example, miles, he will give you the miles that you have it already in the car track. So what I mean by that, you have car track have all the information for the car in addition to its information. When you do casting to the car, he will move only the information shared between car track and car. One thing missing here, for example, we did overwrite to the car, to the get price for the car, he will override the origin method. So you will if you call get price in car, he will call this method, he will not call the car one. So just imagine you have car and car track. Car track inherit all the information from the car and he set that information. When I do casting, he will take the set information and add it inside the her place in the car. This is the basic information about casting, and here we're done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about generic class and generic method. But before we start with the generic class and generic method, let me give you a basic example that print different array with different data types so you will understand why we use generic. So first of all, I have array of string that named A1 have number of names. So I will give it data directory, so I could give array data directory by the right equal, then I open a bracket, then I say Alex, Dan, for example, Hussein. And imagine this is the basic array I have it. Imagine I have another array for integer and have a number of numbers. So I2 will have numbers. So I will call 1 and this numbers. I have it in this array. And imagine the third array that I have it. Just me remove this one. It will be double. Okay, that's great. Double will be A3 equal, I open a bracket, will be 3.4, then 7.6, then 5.2, whatever, then I close the bracket. Just 3 array. Now you want to print this array using a method. So how you do that? You just go here, let me say void I have a method, and this method, let me first print first one. I would print, let's say print, I open a bracket, I will print string array. I will take it in this way, AR, then I could print it. There is many ways to print it, but because array is number of element, I could go through it to another type of array. I say for string s in the AR. So this will help to go through all element. When you define array loop in this way, you say, okay, I have loop. I name the variable that I wanted inside the array, which type of variable in the array string. So I will define variable of string. That means go through all the element inside this array. This is the basic way of for. So let me say syso. I don't know why this one. Okay, here you go. syso. Then this one, let me say s. Just print it, and he will continue print all the names. You could print in this way, and that's okay, or you could do it in any way you would like. So if I just call print for the first one, I say print for a1 and save it. Make sure everything this one should be static because I'm calling it from static method. So yes, here we go. I think everything good. Yes, I have this data. If you want to do it for the second one, you just copy it and you say no, now I that type I have an integer, so print the integer for me. Just what they mean, I mean here also should be integer the variable because I'm going through the element. You do it for the third one, it should be also a double, so make sure you write here double and double here because you want to print them. This is same, this is one named polymorphism, array with same number of elements with different data type. Now you could do print for the second one and third one. So you say A2 and A3 and save and print. Okay, see, now I have all the data, numbers and float and everything. Now what generic could do us, how we could print from generic. Generic mean you define a data type or a new data type. If you see, you have integer, string, array and everything, but now you want to define another data type that's not a variable. Let me suppose I have another data type here, name it t. I just open a bracket in the general, before a void or before data type, I name it t. You could give it any name. You could have more than one variable by add this one, add another variable. I have one only, so I just have t. Now t is my new variable, but I don't know which type this variable. So instead of having string, I will say this t will be, and also I don't know what t mean. Also I say, okay, instead of string, I will say t. So now t is my new variable, but this t could be anything. Could be integer, could be string, could be character, could be whatever. So if I go down, I could now remove this to method and I still getting same result. Let me say, is that right? If you see, I just get it from two methods with one final method. But if you see here, this one could work with the generic, but integer and double could not work. So to fix this one, use a new type of double by writing double in this way, and use a new type of integer by using integer. These new types could work with generic, but the old type will not work. So if you run it now, here you go, you get same result. And this is basic thing. So whenever you want to use generic, it's really easy. When you don't know the data type or you don't want to care about that type, use generic. See, instead the three method, I used one method because now t could be anything. When I said integer, he will consider t as integer. When I send character, he will consider this one character. When I string, he considered string. When I send double, he considered t as double. This is what named generic method. What about generic class? Generic class is same thing, but you added here. For example, I have m and n, two variables. And now I could use m and n in any place I would like. Whenever you want to use them, use them. For example, you define array of m. You could do that. And this is the basic thing, but you see here you cannot do it because it's static and other stuff. You could fix it by just remove a static word, but I'm on main method now. And this is the basic work that I could share with you. So you will see t before the method a lot, and you will see t here, but t here to before a specific method, but t here will be, or variables will define here could be accessed in any place in the class. And this is what I want to share with you, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about packages. If you remember, in third video we create one package and until now we still continue adding class and that packages. But on your project Raw, you will have a lot of packages. So how to create a new package? Just on SRC, click right and click package and give it any name. Let me give it long name com.example.array. You will see this name a lot when you work with Android. So this is package, you could create a class inside it. So let me name it main. And you could create more than one package. For example, com.test. And you'll see this one in Android. So just click right and add a class inside it. What I want to remember you in this video, you could have more than one package in your app, and these packages have classes, and you could have package inside another package by adding package inside it. Yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey and welcome. One of most important question you may get in job interview, they will ask you how to sort array of objects or array list of objects. So in this video we will discuss the comparable and how we could use it to sort array of objects. So think about, you have list of names, like okay, I have array list. Okay, this array list is a string type which have list of names. Okay, and this list of names should be type of a new instance from array list. Okay, and if I just add the names, I will say names.add. I will add Jenna first name, then let me suppose I have another name, I would say Leah, and the third name I would suppose to be Hussein. Okay, this is the three names. I have them in this array list. So if I want to print them, so I will say okay, let me just do system.out.print line, okay, and print before sort, and I do for each. I think for each the best case for me. So a string I need for every name in this list. I want to, in this list of names, I want to print that name. Okay, I would say system.out.println. So I would like to print that name. This is before the sort. So if you just click run, you see you have array list, have three names. You will print them for you, like before, Jana, Leah, Hussein. If you want to sort these objects, basically because array list is apart from collection, you will say collection.sort, and you give it the name of the list of the array list of names, and he will sort them automatically. If I just rerun this code after, so here, okay, or I would, if you want, write the code here, or if you want, write a method, name it void print. Okay, a print, and this print take list of objects. Should be, you could do it anything. You could do array list of strings. I just want to be more professional. List of names. I want just to, instead to write same code twice, I just move the code here and just call it here. I say okay, before call it and send this method to it. Okay, so he will send this method and make sure, because I'm in the same class, this one have to be static to be able to call it. So I will call the printer. I don't need this one. And also same thing, I will copy it after the sort. Print, I will say print after sorting the objects. So if you run it, what you'll see he will order them. So before sort you have Jenna, Leah, Hussein. After sort you have Hussein, Jenna, Leah, because he sorted them according ascending order. So the question is now, how collection.sort was able to sort this list of collection? He was able to do that because class string already implement interface name is comparable, and he compare one object to the next, so to be able to sort them. Same thing for array. If you have array, you could sort that array by writing arrays.sort, and he will able to sort that array for you. But what if you have a class that doesn't have comparable? What I mean, think about, you have a class named person, okay, and this class named person
As a person, you need to have two information. For example, you need to have the name of the person. I need to have the age of that person. Suppose I have the constructor for that person, okay, that receive two things. Receive the name of that person and receive the age for that person. And to initialize it, I say, okay, this dot age equal age, and this dot name equal name. I'm just building objects. So if I want to instead create array of strings, I create array of objects. And so here I have to have objects. So it should be a new person, and the person have name and have an age. Let's suppose 3 years. And the second object, same thing, name have and have age. Let we suppose to 1. And this third object, same thing. It should be person and have a name, and it should have age also. So same in this way. So 3 objects in the array. If you see, when I try to print that object, I'm not able because it's string, and here I suppose I'm sending person, I'm setting string, and I supposed to accept person, because person, this one cannot be as a name, should be as an instance of the person, because here I have list of the persons. So I say person, and I make sure to say, okay, the name will be equal to plus person dot name, and same thing for the age. You could copy it and paste it. Say, okay, age should be person dot age. Really simple, straightforward example. But if you see here, the collection sort, he wasn't able to sort this object because it's really easy. As a person, I don't have any method for comparable. So this sort, he don't know how to sort these objects, how to compare this object with this object. If you think you want to sort them by age, so you have to implement interface, name it comparable. So think about, I need implement interface, name it comparable, okay? And comparable, that means I'm compare this object with another object, will be same data type. This one name it person, the other object should be also person. If you see, say, hey, you miss class, you need to implement specific class or a specific method. I say, okay, implement it for me, please. This is the method. This is the override for that method. So that means this method already available. If you return 0, that means 2 items equal. If you return minus, that means the second one is greater than the first one. If you return a plus, that means the second one less than the first one. So if I want to compare my age with this class age, so that means I am compare this dot age, that means this class age, I compare to the next object, which O, that means minus O dot age. That means if my age is greater than his age, I will get positive results. If his age is greater than my age, I will get negative results. If we are equal, I'll get 0. So here, in this case, you will sort as ascending order, like one after other, small to large. So if you just run it back, you would see he sort the object by order. If you see here, after sort, so before sort, Jana, Leia, Hussein, 28 Hussein. Here he sort them. He sort them Leia, 1 age, 1 year, Jana, 3, Hussein, 28. Why? Because he compare one object with another. If I want to sort them descending order, I just do O dot age minus this dot age. So that means when my age is greater than his age, so we'll get result minus. When his age is greater than my age, I will get a result positive, so he will sort them in the opposite way. So Hussein, Jana, Leia. You have to know this. You could write any code you would like in this comparable. You could, because you have complete object, name it person with complete object, which is this object. You could compare with name and age, name and whatever you want, but just save the conditions. 0 equal, minus is less, plus is a greater, and boom, you will be all set. So this is all what I want to teach you in this video. Hopefully you will learn it and you understand how to work with comparable. Here we're done, and thank you for watching, and see you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about try catch. Imagine I define integer x equal, I'm reading something, I say reader dot next integer, okay? And you think when you want to print it, you say so, then you say x. Just reading, I have main method, I have scanner, I'm reading data, then I print it. Then when I save it, I just try to run it. He will ask me to input data. If I input integer, okay, he will print the integer for me. But let me suppose I try to input character, he will crash. This, you don't have to allow crash happen in your app, because if the crash happen, people will not use your app because it's crashed. So you have to avoid crashing your application. Sometimes, even if you have a crash, you want to continue, or you want to show why the application crashed. This what we come through something named try catch. So let me just take this two line. Imagine I want to try to execute some code. If I success, I execute. If not, I say why I cannot success. So I will say just try, then I write my block of code. Whatever I have block, I write it. Then let me suppose the block for me will be this two line. Then you continue, say okay, if he try execute this code. If you success. If you don't success, do catch for the error. What the error that happened? You say exception, then you say AX. So then now here you go, you say SYSO, I want to see what the error, you say EX.get message. So what does that mean? The application will start, he tried to execute this code. If he success to execute, he execute. If he not, he tell you why he cannot success, but he will not fail. If you have line here, SYS, I say and file, for example, this time continue executed. Let me run it and show you. If I now enter any character, he say null the error and he say end file. But if you remove this code and this code and you try to save it and run it again and try to execute same code again, you will get into error. This time is not executed because he find error here, then he crash it. So maybe you want to continue. That's what I mean by try catch. So just try to do this. If you cannot success, do this, then continue. You don't have any problem. Sometimes you need to add finally. Finally mean by the end what you want to do. You just say in this way, finally, and then you could do anything you would like it. For example, this, open and a bracket. If you would like to do finally. So this is a basic thing. You just try to do this thing. If he success, he will do it. If not, he will do catch. But in both time, he will go and do finally. If you want to write anything in the finally. So for example, SYSO. Process. So now if I click, even if I enter correct, he will write to process it because he execute this block, then he come here. If I try to run it again, I enter character. Also again he write to process it because he cannot execute this one. He go and execute this one, then he execute this one. You could go through step by step to understand what's happened. So if you just add here debugging and try to run it and see how this one work, you say okay, I have this my code, I have next read, let me just move next. You say okay, enter, let me suppose I enter real character. Okay, I will go, he will go to the try catch and execute it. See, he will not have any problem. Otherwise he will not do to the catch, you go to the final. Otherwise he will go to the, he will continue without any problem. But if you have error, he will go to the catch and catch the error for you and tell you where is the error. And this is the basic example that I want to share with you in this video. If you see here, I get catch error because there's error happen and he give me the error message. Here we done and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about files. Files mean you save data in your computer virtually. So when you close your app and you reopen it again, you could see the data. But now when we use variables and array and other stuff, when we close the app and we reopen it again, everything is going cleared because they stored in the memory. So when you're done, there's a garbage collection, it clear everything for us. So with file, no, everything will be saved. Even you close it and reopen it again, you still have the data. So let me give you a basic example. I will click right here in my package and say new here class, I name it my file. Okay, I will create my run method, this method. So let me first of all create a method for create saving to file. I want to have file and save data for it. There is a many way to save to file. There is save to file binary, save to file text, whatever. I want to save text in the file, so I will use this one, file writer. Okay, I will say FO. If you see, file writer is from one class, is from IO. So if you click here, you see just I imported Java IO file writer. So file writer now IFO. I could do initialize for it. For example, I will say equal a new file writer. and I give it the file name. What's the file name? Whatever you give a name for file, you could give it. Let me give it name test.txt. Make sure give extension to the file. This one means the extension of the file. So when I say .txt, that means the file will be txt. If document, say, write doc. If PowerPoint, write ppt. Every file have specific extension. I'm using text, so I would say text. If you see, oh, that's okay. Now I want to write to this file. All thing you have you have to do when you want to write to file, you say fo dot write. Then here you go, write your string. Let me suppose I will write welcome to a new Java file. Okay, then here we done. Now whenever you open file, you have to close it when you're done from it, because if any other one try to open the file and you already open it, he cannot open, because only one could use the file. So make sure you close it when you're done using from your file. And here we're done. But if you see there's a problem here, he give you error. This is not really errors. This is a try catch. What does that mean? Sometimes there is no file, so, or he cannot create the file, so you will run into problem. So you have to use try catch, or Java ask you to add try catch. So what does try catch mean? Try catch, you mean, okay, I need this try to execute this code, I will add between a try, and if this code is not executed, do catch for me, or catch the error. What the error that happened? You say exception ex in this way. So I will tell you more. Then you say, okay, let me print the error sys. Please print the error ex dot message. So or get message. Let you understand what this code do. This code will try to execute this block of code. So if he could execute it, he will execute it, and he will continue to this line 17. So he will see whatever he have it here, he will go. If he cannot execute this code for any problem, he will try to the catch. So he will not crash, he will never crash. If he cannot execute this file, he will not crash. So let me just try to save it and run it to see what is going on. Everything should be good. Now I have to go to the file demo. So let me just go to my computer, duplication, workspace. Make sure in the workspace, where is it? Here is it. The name of my application is First App Demo. First App Demo. Here is it. This is my text file. If you see, welcome to Java. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, we talked in the previous video how we could create file by doing these lines, and we saw how the file is created, and this is the file. Now I want to read the data from this file, how I could do that. Before I go to read, let me just take this code and move it to a new method. Let me name it file writer. So I will say void file writer on, and this file writer will take string as str that I want to write it to the file, just to make my code more professional. And just I move, instead adding lines, so I add str. So whenever I want to call this method, I will just write file writer and send data to the file. So let me do for example, if I want to write file writer on, I say just send the data test, and he will save data to the file writer on. Also make sure, because this one is static, this one, the file writer have to be also static, so you could write to it. So this is the basic how I could do it in the function. Let me just move on and try to do file reader. So just void. So I will say file reader on. Okay, and I will not do anything as an input. I just reading. So to read file, just do file reader in this way. Say let me fn. So then equal which file you want to read. I say new file reader, the file not file reader. I make sure file reader, then I give it the file name that I want to read it. So the file that I want to read it, it is already, if you remember, I already created in this path. This is not have to give only file name. You could give the path that you want to read or write to it. So I just have only file name. I just read from the file name. Make sure I do it in this way. So yes, this is a basic example for file reader. So if you see here, he asking for import file reader. Okay, go ahead and import that class. And now I want to read. How I could read? I want to read from file have number of lines. I read character by character. So I would say integer, or let's say char c, because I'm reading character by character. Then I want to go through all the files and read character. Just you say while the c equal fn dot read. Just still I'm reading. I just write fn dot read. That means I still could read from the file. So go next. So it's not equal to -1. Continue read data from this file for me. So what does this could mean? This could mean, hey, if you still have character in that file, so just make sure I'm doing everything okay, so this one will be moved in this place, so I will not have a problem. That means if there is a character in the file, if there is a character coming, you could read the fn.read. That means you could read, you added here. If you could read data from the file that there is not equal -1, that means the file is end. So while you are not in the end of the file, this mean. So please read character by character. So just say sys and print it. So how you could print it? C. But if you see here have to be integer. So make sure here it be integer. Then you change it to the character in this way. Why this one? I will tell you why. Because when I get data from the file, I will get it as ASCII code. So if it's A, it will be 64, for example. So if it equals 64, for example, that means this one is not equal -1. That means I have character. So C. Then I just convert it from ASCII code to real character. So integer to character, I get the real character. Then I will continue until I will not have any character. When I don't have any character, the result will be -1. So he will go out from this. As I told you, maybe there is no file, so it's better to do try. So please try execute this code if there is a file. If there is not, please catch the error for me and tell me what the problem is. I say exception ex, then you just print it. What you have, say syso, then you say ex dot get message. Yes, this is the basic. So if you see, he will try to execute this code, otherwise he give us error message. If I just take this line and try to execute the file that already I have it, let me just stop down this line and try to see, could file reader on read the file for me? I just save it, I run it, I would see this is the file data. So if you want to see it in one line, for sure you could remove this one and execute in this way. Here is welcome to Java. If you see, this is the data that I have in the file. So now you want to do the app more professional. You say, okay, I need to do some scanner reading data from user input file. So they just go out and app and define scanner, this one, reader. So let me suppose sys. So I will say 1 to write, then /n, that means new line, 2 to read. So if you want to read, click write 2. If you want to write, click 1. So I will say integer operation call reader, for example, dot read integer or next integer, because I want to read what operation he want to do, if he want to read or he want to write. So I would do switch in this way for operation. Then I just do open this line. So if he click for 1, that's mean he want to write, so I will call write method. If he then I do break. Then if he want to do read, so for sure for case 2, if the case was 2, that's mean he want to read, so I will do read operation, then I will break. For sure there you could do for default, you don't, if you want to don't add it. So first of all I want to do reading, so let me just take this line of code. If he click 2, that means you want to read, just call this method. If you want to write, I will just take this line and add it here to write to the file. But if you see, maybe I don't want to write integer, I need to write string. So for example, string text equal reader dot next line, That's mean I'm reading just from the input. Whatever he enter, I want to pass it to the file. If he want add any information, I will add it to the file. So here you go, save it, and make sure also this way is I say enter to save to file. So let me show you what I'm doing. If I just click now again, he say okay, click 1 to read, or to write, 2 to read. If I click 2, he will give me the file data. If I rerun it again, if I click 1, he will ask me to enter the file I want to save it to file, the data I want to save it to file. I will say hello from Hussein. Okay, I will click, make sure I will say hello. Is he reading? I don't know if he's reading. I just say text next line. So if you see I just get into problem, he cannot read with this reader, so it's better to define another reader, because I don't know, because the reader already used it, and this is the scanner problem. So it means name it scanner 1 to fix the problem, and I will do scanner 1 here. So if now I try to run again, I say select operation, I want to write 1, I click enter. Let me suppose I want to write hello from Hussein in this way, and click enter. He save it. You should have hello from Hussein now in the file. If I rerun it again, I just click 2 to read, see hello from Hussein. But where is the other data? He removed the other data because I did not do append. What if I want to keep save other data and add more? So to do that, you just go to the file reader and add it true here. When you add it true, that means this file support pending append. That means adding data to file. So now I have in the data hello from Hussein. If I click again number 1, I want to write, then I say welcome Jana. So now I have 2 data in the file. If I rerun it again, now I have hello from Hussein and welcome Jana. Click 2, here you go. I see hello from Hussein, then he append welcome Jana to the file. This one you want to append. There is many work you could do it with file, and this is the basic thing. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this section about connection to relational database. So Java support connection to different database engine like SQL, MySQL, and SQLite, and more. So but this databases doesn't have built-in function. That means I cannot do direct connection from my Java code to these databases. I have to use or add specific library to my code. So let me start and discuss how we would use local database like SQLite. So to get started, I really encourage you to first go to sqlitebrowser.org and download SQLite for your system, maybe Windows or Mac or whatever your system will be. Just download it and start use it. So if I open it, this is SQLite. So I just say SQL browser. Here you go. This is SQL browser, not SQL, not MySQL. So just waiting for some time. Here is it. Here is it, my SQLite. So if you see, this is SQLite. I will not I will not teach you in this section about how to do relational database and other stuff, because this tutorial is for Java, not for relational database. But I will just create simple database having, for example, username and password, and show you how you use it. So to get started, I just click here, create a new database, and I would save this database in the same place I have my project. So I would say I go to document, for sure in workspace. So then in workspace, here you go. This is my workspace. My app is first app demo. So make sure to add it here and first app demo in your project here. Here you go. Here. Let me name it
info.db. Make sure you write .db. So the name of the database info and the extension is .db. So here you go. This is my database. First of all, he asks us, do you want to create table? Yes, I want to create table, and let me name this table admins. Okay, and this table have 3 fields. Let me suppose first field should be ID. So I would say this is the ID, should be primary key, and should be auto increment. That's mean already generated. Then it have user name. Okay, and this should be text, and also have another field should be password. Okay, and should be also text. So this is just simple table I just created. So I could create as many as table that you do like, but now I just have only this table, have ID, username, password. If you remember, ID is just autocomplete. So if I go here to my workspace again, I will see in my first app, here is it. I will see this is my database info.db. This is my local database. So when I talk about SQLite, SQLite is just local database. So database that be bolted inside your project. So how I connect to this database from my Java code. So now I have here Java, and I want to connect to the database. So first of all, let me just create a new package, and I name it db. Okay, or com.db, and here you go. So first of all, I will just create main class. I will say class, it just have main function, and I will name it connect. Okay, to db. So just simple example about how to do connection to this db. So I cannot do direct connecting from Java to this database because there is no built-in functions I could do import for them and start use them. There is nothing I could import it and use it. Nothing. So I have to do external package, or I have to look to external package that allow me to connect to this database. So if I go to the internet, I just have this URL. If you see it, this is for SQLite JDBC. This allows us to connect between Java and SQLite database. But I have just to import this library first in my code, then I start to use it. So I will add this path in the video description. So to start using, just go and download lots of versions. So if you see, I have here JDBC SQLite 3.15. Click download. It will take some time until it gets download. Here you go. I just have it. So if you go here, I would go to download. I see if this is my package. So to add any external library to your code, make sure copy this library, go back to your projects. If you see, this is my project, this is where my database is located. Just place it here. So now you added the package inside your project. Here you go. Now I would just go to my project. This is my project. If I click right, I go to properties, and I would go to Java bolt path. This is Java bolt path, and if you see here, I have add external library. Okay, just click on it and go and look for the library. Where's the library? The library in the same place where your project located. See, or workspace. So where is the workspace located? I think here you go. This is my workspace. Where's my project? This is my project. Where's the library? Here's the library. So I just add the workspace. See, here the library is added. So now I could use this library in my code. So if I just try to import this library to my code, I would say just here, I would write import. Then I would say java.sql.star. If you click, here you go. Now I imported this library. So if you see, first of all, I just add the library to my project. Then after I add the library to my project, I start using this library. So now if you want to use an external library, first do same step that I do it to add this library to your project, and you could import the file that inside that external library. Okay, so let me try to connect with this database. How I do connect to this database? First of all, let me define connection. So if you see, I have connection. Let me name it C, equal null, doesn't have anything. Then let me try to do connect to this database. I will say try, then let me suppose catch. Okay, this catch say have exception. Okay, EX doesn't have anything, maybe.
If there's any error, he say here, if I cannot connect, I say, hey, I cannot connect. If I could, I could. So first of all, I open the definition for the connection. Then I try to define this line. I say class dot for name. Then I give the name of the class. What I mean by name of the class, because this library support different type of connection, so I have to define which type of connection I have to use here. I'm using SQLite, so I say org dot SQLite dot JDBC. So as I told you, here's just input for this library. This library will understand you will connect with SQLite database. So org.SQLite, then you say JDBC. Now you define what's your connection type. Now let me initialize the connection. I say C equal a drive, and this way a drive manager dot the get connection. So get connection, I give it the URL. Now what the URL, I have it here. So the URL will be JDBC. So if you say what is JDBC, JDBC is just this library for connect to the database. You say SQLite or definition for library. If you see this one need multi-line, let me just take it down so you'll understand what I'm doing. So JDBC, then colon, then SQLite, then you write colon, then the name of your database. Well, then what's the name of our database? If you remember, info.db, you say info.db. You will understand directory you are loading this database from same extension that this project located. So yes, this is how I connect. Now I think I'm good. So if I get connected, I will get connected. If not, I have to have error. So let me suppose if there is error SYSO, you say cannot connect. Then if you could connect, you say SYSO. Oh, not synchronize, SYSO. Say connected successfully or successfully. Sexy. I don't know how I cannot write it correctly. So I say fully. Okay, here you go. So yes, basically just open connection. Then you define the type of connection. Then you initialize the open connection to this database. That's mean, hey, you create the connection. You have now to open. Now that you have to, if you pass this step, that's mean he connected to the database and you are good. Otherwise, you have to say, hey, error cannot connect. Or if you say system, it's better to say system.exist, so he will not execute the remain the remain step. So you say not in this way. You say system.exit. Hopefully exit, then give it 0. That's mean exit from the app, so he will not continue. So yes, here you go. Now if I just try to run it, he have to say, hey, successful connection. Otherwise, if he cannot connect to the database, you have to give us a reason why he cannot. If you say, hey, successful connection. If I just give it wrong in the name of the database, you have to say cannot connect. Why he still gives successful connection? If I go back here, I don't see anything, but he still says successful connection. Do you know why? Because if the database is not available, not created, he will create the database for you. If you see, he tried to connect to the database, but he didn't find it, so he created database with the same name. If I see, I name it info.do, he named it info.do and create it for us. So I don't care about this database. I just care about the database name it info because I create table inside it, because this new database, if you open it, doesn't have any table inside it, just empty database, empty from any tables. See, here's this table 0. But the database that I'm interested in is my database that already, let me just do this one. Database is this one that already have tables, so you would understand how I could insert and delete from this table. So this is basically how we work. And yeah, here we're done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about how to add data inside the table. So if you remember, we create admin table to have a 3-field ID, username, password, and we did connect using library, external library named SQLite JDBC, and we did this connection. and he give us successful connection. Now I want to add data inside the database. That means, okay, I have ID, username, password, and the table admins. So you know how to add data using SQL. So I really encourage you to study SQL before complete this section, before study this video. So please, before study this video, go and learn about SQL command and how to run SQL command and what we mean by insert, what we mean by delete, what we mean update. So it will not be something obvious for you if you study this section. So to insert data in the database, so we have to do insert statement in SQL. So how the insert statement work is very basic. If I say add user, I say string for SQL add. Let me suppose this is how the add operation work. So to SQL for add will be in this way. You say insert into the table name. What's the table name? The table name is admins. Did you remember? If you don't remember, I will remember you. This is the table name, admins. What's have to have ID, username, password. I don't care about ID because primary key. I care only by username and password. So you say insert into admins. You open a bracket. You say user underscore name, then password. So you give two field, username and password. So make sure write it in the same way that I'm writing here. If you see insert into admins, you give a username and password. You close the bracket, you say values, then you open the bracket. So you could just go down here and give the username and password whatever data you would like. Let me suppose I would give it there now because the username is string, so it should be between single quotation. Let me suppose the username will be Ahmed and the password will be 1 2 3 4 5. If you see, I just added Ahmed between single quotation and added the password between single quotation, but this is how SQL deal with string. So because the username field is string, password is string, so you have to do this process. For that reason, I really encourage you to study SQL statement because it's just SQL statement. Just you say insert into the table name, you give the two field that you want to insert data, then you give the value for these two fields. Now after you're done, you want to execute this statement on the database. How you execute it is really easy. You say stmt statement, I want to execute it. You say C, the connection that you already created, dot, you say create statement. So I want to execute statement, create statement. So I want to create statement to execute in the database. So then you say, hey, make sure this one should be statement. You have to define it. You say, okay, this one should be statement. You say statement. Here you go. You define, okay, I have a statement. This statement should be SQL. He give you error because you need to give it null before. Oh, you need to add it between try catch. I really prefer you to move it from here and add it inside the connection, because after you create the connection, you would do this process. You say, okay, I have this SQL command. I want to do SQL statement. Then you want to execute the statement. You say smtp.execute update. Okay. Execute. You could say execute update because will do update. So you say execute update. So what the statement that you want to run it? You want to run this statement. So make sure you copy it, paste it here. I just want to make sure if I just type the correct statement, insert into the admins, I give two field, then values, open the bracket. Okay, I have to close the bracket here. Now everything should be cool, and I just give the statement, prepare for run the statement, then execute the statement. Have to run it now. Here you go, it's done. Now if I just go to the database, I have to have the username Ahmed and the password. So if I just go to the database, here you go. If you see, he add this record and he already give it ID. If I just try to run let me suppose Hussein, okay, and I give it this password, save, run again. If I just go back, I have just to refresh to see the data. Maybe I cannot see it. I just want to go close it and no, and just go back to the real database and try to read it, because this is how SQL work, because to work with data that's saved locally. Hey, wait, just close it now again, run the statement, connected. Make sure you did not open any connection to the database. Now you run the statement. Now you open the database again. You have to see. So make sure you close SQL before you run the command. So if you see, I now have Hussein, this one. So now I want to run it again. Close it. Go back. Right here, Jenna. Give her this password. Run it. Go back again. Open the SQL browser. Make sure you close SQL browser because SQL browser doesn't allow you to modify anything. So if you go back, here you go, Hussein, Jana, and everything. Now I don't want the process be in this way. I want to be just more professional. Allow user to input the username and password. So just process be automatically. I would say yes, adding user. Let me suppose I will do this process. I would say, hey, first of all, I say SYS, select process. I would suppose /n 1 for add. If he select one, you will do add operation. So /n. Then I would do scanning. So how I do scan, I say, hey, I define scan. How scanner? Okay, scan. Oh, hopefully I write the scanner correct way. Is scanner in this way. Yeah, here you go. A scanner. I say reader. Okay, call a new instance of scanner, and this is gonna take two things: system dot in. Okay, this is just for reading input. I just try to be more professional in my code. So scanner. So then after he read it, I say okay, integer process index equal dot read init, or next integer next init. I'm just reading the value. Then I say, hey, switch case. I'm doing a switch case. So switch statement for process. I just taking the process. So if the process being 1, that's mean he do add. So here I was supposed to add. So next time when I do the delete, you will understand what I mean. Add. So just take the code for add process and move it here. Make sure this one just correctly. Here you go. This is the add process. Again, this one just have a little bit. I don't want to move this one also. This one have to be in the end. Yes, just cover. I just move only this part. Yeah, this is add the process. I'm just adding username. Now I want the username also scanned and password is also scanned. So let me just define two things: two scanner for username. Hopefully I don't want to do it two scanner, but just to avoid any error, to password. So I suppose, hey, here you go. I would say SYSO, say the username. Then I have to read the username, this username. So I will suppose string user name equal username dot next string, or next line, whatever. The same process for the password. So just copy these two lines and just move it down and say enter. Stop. Say enter password. And this one should be not next. You define as password. Let me suppose password in, user in, because this is scanner. So make sure user in, and this one should be password in, so it could recognize from the string password. So now I have username password already entered. So take username, replace it by this one. So how we replace it? Double quotation, added. So double quotation plus added, then plus, then double quotation. Again for the password, same thing. Remove this one, close it, plus added, plus double quotation. Here you go. Now I think everything should be cool, but I think I just repeated this one 2 times. Just remove it 1 time. Yeah, here we go. Now I think everything is cool. So I just run it.
he will ask me about select the process one for add. I will just click one, enter. He say enter username. I would suppose Hussein. Okay. Let me suppose Hussein Ahmed. Okay. Hopefully it will work. He say enter password. I will say enter this password. Here you go. You have to done. But I didn't see any done. And it will not be added because I already opened this one. So make sure to close it. And before close it, when you're done the process, you say SYSO. Record is added just to make our work more professional. Now I just close it SQLite. So now I run it. Add one process with the username. I say Hussein Ahmed. Okay, here you go. And the password. This is the password. Here you go. He say record is added. If I just go back here, I have to open it again. Make sure if he already added. I just want to make adding a process from the console. Here you go. This is Hussein Ahmed Talib, and yeah, this is adding. See, some way he will add the record and other ways he will not add. So make sure always when you want to add or want to play with the database, close the SQL browser and rerun it again. So if I run it again, select the process one for add. I will select one, enter username. I say Leia with the password. Here you go. You say record is added. Here you go. So yeah, if I just go back now, open SQL browser. Here you go, Leia and the password. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, now let we think about how we could read this data from database and display it here in the output. So I just want to add another option in the query here. Instead he say one for add, so I have to say /n 2 for selection. Okay, so I have to add another process for selection. So make sure this was one. So I would say, okay, I would say case. If it's case 2, if you select 2, let we do selection process selection. Okay, data from table. Here we go. So I want to take data from table. I will do same process exactly that I did it with the previous one. So first of all, you would define this line for execute. You want to execute specific statement. Here you go. Second statement, after you define it, if you see, say, hey, you cannot define it because you need this name already defined it. So you could use different name, or you could both of them assign me and then same one by just move it up and make it used by two of them. And okay, you say, okay, I define my SMTP. Now I want to get the result. I have a statement, but this statement, for example, SQL string SQL read. So how you read data from SQLite? Just you say select star from the table name, from the admins, for example. Here you go, and you done. So if I just take this line and try to run it on SQL browser, he give you all the data. If you just go here, I say, okay, I want to run this one, he give you all the data. So all the data, ID, username, password. So this is how SQL, you could manipulate any way in this SQL. You could search, you could change it. Make sure you understand SQL, so you would understand how you do searching and how you do all the process by writing where and other stuff. So define your statement. Now let we read. How we read? First of all, this result have to be saved in a specific data set. So this is just, if you look at this, is just set data set. You need to take it and save it in the data set. So first of all, you need to define your data set. So you just say, okay, result set. So then you name it rs equal. Then you say smtp, that stmt dot execute. But now you execute a query. You did not execute update, and you take this line and add it here. You want to execute the query. So when this query will run on the database, so make sure smtp2, because this one 2. When this is query execute the database, he will bring data set. He will bring all these data and add it inside this data set. So now I want to read this data set. Okay, just very easy. You say while this data set, I mean rs.next has next. There's a next data in this data set. Hey, I want to print it. So just you say what you want to print. ID, you say integer ID equal rs dot get. Was the data field and name is integer? Is that right? Yes. Well, the name of the field ID is ID. If you look here, the name field is ID. Cool. Now how we get the ID. Next, let you suppose you want to get username. So string username. Well, the field, you say rs dot get string. Well, the name of the field, user name. Is that right? Yes, this is the name of the field. Do same process for password, string password. Okay, you say, well, the name of data field, ris dot get string. It depends on the data that you would get you to bring it. Name of the field, password. Here you go. I just reading the password. I'm done. So just read for every line, username, password. Make sure, see, he say, okay, this password you already use it. You cannot use it again. So make sure the password are, username are. So I want to print them in one line. Say sys. Print them in one line. You say, for example, if first you want to print the ID, then you say plus slash t. You want to print the username, then you say okay plus slash t. Then you want to print the password. Cool. I would just take this line and add it before execute the loop. So just adding head title, I say okay, ID equal this, and hopefully this one makes sense. Username equal this, and password equal this. Just adding title on the line. So now if I just run it, if I just select 2, after I select 2, see, this is all the data. ID 1 Hussein, and this is ID 2 Hussein, Jenna, and other stuff. But there's a problem here. I cannot do 2 processes in some time, and the database now is still open. The connection is still open. So I have to make sure to close the connection when I'm done from my process. For example, here when I'm done, first of all, I will close my internal connection. That means RS, the dataset. I just clone it. So I say close, because this is dataset, so I need to close it. Second thing, I need to close SMTP. So I say, okay, SMT2 dot also close it, okay, and make sure also close the connection. So c dot close, okay, that's good. So you have to close all these things, because when you need to do other process, the connection already opened, you cannot do other process. Make sure also go back to the, so in the add you will do same process. First of all, you would comment the thing. What I mean by comment, when we work with SQLite or MySQL, there is transaction, we need to do comment for thing for the database. So I have to say c.comment. I have to comment the change to the database. Second, I would close. So I say st, the one that I, this one stm.close. You could close it now because I no longer need it. Also, you would close the connection. You say c.close. So make sure whenever you have add operation or delete or update, you would write comment, c.comment, then you close the SMTP, then close connection. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about how we could do delete, so how we could delete specific record. So I would go back to the selection, what I have here, I have selection 1, 2 selection, let me add 3, I would say, okay, /n, and if you write a 3, you would delete, okay, here you go. I just want to make my code more clear. What I will do, I say, okay, instead of having this one repeated in this one and this one, and I have to repeat it in the delete, I would just take this line over. So I just take this line up, okay, and just add it here. Let me find my selection here, SMTP statement, and I just make sure remove this one, 2, and just change all the name to 1, okay, without any naming. Yeah, I think it is better. Just reduce the line of code. So now let me think about delete process. What do you think if you want to do delete? So let me suppose I have case 3 for delete record, okay, then I would break it, okay. Let me just go back to add, copy all the code. So what I have it for add, this is the code I have it for record is added. Here you go, this is the code I have it, just copy add and just go back and add the code here. So start line by line. I need a scanner, but I don't need 2 scanners, I need 1 scanner. So let me just remove one of the scanner. I just support this scanner, which should be ID in. I'm just taking the ID, reading the ID. I would import the ID, enter the ID. I would delete, when I delete any record, what the unique thing always record? Something that never repeated, the ID.
Everyone have a specific ID. So I would delete over ID. Okay, I would not need this part, these two lines. So I am reading ID. I say okay, I'm reading ID. So I say integer ID equal next integer. I just reading integer because the ID should be integer. So what do you think the statement for delete? If you want to delete, how you would delete? You say delete from the table name. So from admins where this is statement ID equal the ID that you wanted. I will not add the ID between double quotation because the ID is integer. So I just say where ID equal that ID. So if you send ID 4, the statement will be deleted from admins where ID equal 4. You will delete 4 for you. So yes, this is basically how SQL statement. He just say, hey, you cannot repeat this SQL. Let me suppose this one should be SQL delete. Okay, make sure and add it here. And this one not in, it should be ID in. Okay, something. Okay, just scanner reading in the ID, whatever the ID he enter, he want to delete it, I will delete it, execute the query, then close connection comment, then say record is deleted. Okay, and I'm done. Make sure close your SQLite. If you have it open it SQL browser, SQLite browser, if you haven't closed it, then let me run. First of all, if I just click 3, oh no, I said do to see the record. I have this record. So if you see, I have Jana and 3. Let me delete Jana ID 3. So let me run again. I will select process number 3. I will delete record number 3. Here you go. You say cannot connect, but you have to be able to delete it. Now let me again run it. I have to run 2. I just selected. If you see, Jana is removed. Record number 3 is removed. Let me suppose I want to remove record number 6. Okay, again run it. What the process I want to do to 3. What the record I want to delete it, number 6. Here you go. This I cannot delete it, but you have to be able to delete it. So yes, again, what the process you want to do, I want to do selection. So here you go. If you see, 6 is removed. This is basically how we do remove. So in the same way you would do update, just you say update into specific record and you update it. So yes, this is basically how we work with database. Yes, sir, we done. Thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about last process that we will do to the database. That means we need to update specific record. Someone, Alex, want to update his password. So how we would find record Alex? We find it according to the ID. So we will search by ID, then we update the password, for example. Cool. So to get started, I will first go to the code app and just what I have here an app. I have a 3 for selection. I would say /n write for update password. Someone want to update password. Okay, so what I will do, I just go here and add new case for update. So I say case for update password. Okay, then I say break. So what I will do, I just copy the code that I use it for add process. So yeah, this is insert. I just all the code before break and after add these lines. Just go down and here I am. How do you do? Yeah, I just have 2 scanner. So which scanner I would have it? I would first look for username. I'm just looking for ID. So I'm looking for scanner ID in delete. So and I have also another scanner look for user name delete. Okay, or in delete, so you understand this. So 2 scanner. So first of all, I will ask you to enter username. Yeah, enter username. Not username, enter ID. Which ID you want to update, because I would recognize you by the ID. So I will take the ID, should be next integer. Okay, next init, just taking the next integer. I'm taking the ID, so the ID should be integer. So I say integer ID update
So ID update, the ID that I want to do update. And or could you say only ID? Hopefully this name is not, no, this name is used in the case statement. I don't know. I think this is still bugs in Java. So why this block still have effect on this block while they are different, totally different, case different from one case. I think this bug in Java. So give it different name. Let's say ID1. Also he say enter password or say enter a new password, and you'll ask for the password. So it is supposed password 1. I'm taking password 1, and this one taking scanner. Oh, I'm updating the password. So I will say password. Okay, password ID in, whatever, a JSQL update. So what do you think the statement for the update record? So you say in this way, when you want to update a record, you say, okay, update the table name, say admins. You would set the column, you say, okay, I want to send the password to the new password. Let me suppose a call in new. So what the condition, you say, okay, where the ID equal that ID. So wait, this is the ID. So yes, I have it. I am to want to update this ID, but this is the password. So here's the new password. I just take it and replace it by this one. Double bracket, added, then here you go. Yeah, I'm done. Hopefully I'm done. Hopefully, yeah. So yes, you just say if it's too much for you, just take this line here and move it here. You say, okay, update admins set the password with this new password where the ID equal this ID. So I want to do the update. So take it, execute this update, and yes, I'm done. So wait, I want to update the Alex password. If you see the ID number 7. So for all the process update, so I say 4, what the ID number 7, what the new password, let me suppose name it admin. I change the password for Alex to admin. Hey, now he say cannot update. I will just try to fix this one later. He say, now I want to see the data. I will select 2 to see. If you see Alex password, let's change it to the admin. Yes. Here we done. Thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this section about parallel processing or multi-threading in Java. So, I will give you a basic example. Imagine you are browsing news, so you're doing task 1, something getting news from the server. And sometime you need another task working in background fetching notification. So you have 2 tasks working in some time. So this cannot happen until now because we understand the program executes step by step. Maybe we want to ignore something, so we use if statement, or maybe we want to repeat some block, we use for loop. But doing 2 tasks in some time will not happen until now. But with parallel processing, we could execute multitask in some time on the process. And this is what we needed. This is a basic example. We use it here in the app. So we don't want the UI blocked while I'm doing another task. For example, user want to see the UI or use the UI, and in some time he fetching news from the server. If you don't use parallel processing, fetching a news from the server will block the UI because the task is executed until it's done. The UI could work again. So, but if you run it in different threads, so everyone could run at once, so you will not have this problem. Then this is a basic example I could show you, and you will see it in Android course. So, let me give you an example about synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous, that's what we learned until now. So, if first task have to finish, then the second task could start. So, if I have task 1 and task 2, task 1 is working, then it's done. While that time, task 2 did not do anything, just waiting until task 1 done. When task 1 done, task 2 start working until it's done. Did you see how it's working? So task 2 spent like around 5 seconds, for example, did anything, just waiting. But with asynchronous or parallel processing, the operation is different. If I have task 1, task 2, task 1 start working, and sometime task 2 start working. So task 2 now done before task 1, and then task 1 done. So if you see how much time we save it all this time. If you see it here, we don't have it here, all this delay time. So, and also now task 2 done first because they execute in some time. So this one done first and this one continue until it's done. So you could save time in execution and run more than one task and keep your UI would not block.
So let's get started and see what we do, how we could do that. Hey everybody, let me start with first example with thread. So let me just click right here and create a new class. I will say create a class and I will name it my thread. Okay, in this way. And this is the class. When you want to work with a thread, you have to extend a class from type thread. So you say extend, that's mean we extend class name it thread. In this way, its first character should be capital. Why this one? Because thread is the class already from the system. If I click control and I go to the class, this is already class implemented by the Java, and we could use it to do some operation as parallel processing. So this is a thread. So to work with this thread, first of all, we need to override method name it run. So just make sure you write I override for the method name it public void run. Why I used override? To make sure I'm overwriting the method, to make sure this run already available, and make sure if I run something wrong, he will give me, hey, you have error. So I write the word run. So first of all, to start with multi-threading, first you have to extend the class name at a thread. Then you have to implement the method run. All your code will goes here, will goes under run. Whatever you want to do here, your code. So whatever you want to do, you could do it with this place. For example, let me give a basic example. Let me define integer x equals 0. Then I want to do a specific while loop that continue will never stop. So I will say while. If I want while loop will never stop, I give it true. If it's take true, that means he always will be true. So this loop will never stop. It will continue working in background. So let me suppose I print the value for x. So I will say, okay, print x. Then I will increase the x by 1. Then after I increase the x by 1, I will here we go. So now here I could write my code. Whatever code I want to do, I could write it here. For example, I want to do counter is just given count equals 0, and I want to display when the counter is changing. So let me do while loop that continue will never stop. So I will say while true, I open a bracket, close it. I will say SYSO, I just printing the counter. I will say count. That means just print the counter for me. So he will continue working in background and continue printing, because this one will never stop. So this one will continue printing the data. But I want to get some sleep. So what I mean by that, let me just first go to create another class. I will name it main. So let me here, I go to the class. I'll name it my thread main. And this class is just normal class that colors the thread. So just having main method and create an instance from the thread. If you see, this is my thread. What's the name of my thread? Here is it. It name it my thread. So to create an instance from a thread, just say my thread, for example, t equal a new instance of my thread. You just create an instance. To start a thread, you just say t dot start. Okay, and here you go. You're just starting the thread. Just by writing t dot start, the thread class understand automatically you mean you need to run this method. So this method will continue working as parallel processing. Just think about it in this way. Just write t dot start, the thread will start. So if I run it, you will not see a number change. The number change will be very fast, so you cannot see anything, because the change for a number is very fast. So to fix this problem, just let you show how the data is changed here. So just give you sleep. I say thread dot sleep. When I give sleep, for example, 1000 millisecond, that's mean I will type this line of code in the screen, then I will wait 1 second, then I repeat the loop and then continue. So you would see what happened. If you see this is error, because thread.sleep need to be in a try catch. So make sure click here and surrounded by try catch, because this is how sleep work. So just try catch between try catch. Just save it. If I go back now again, if I rerun it, I have to see it, but I already run it from I have a run from previous time, so it will make a problem. Let me just make sure I just remove it. here we go. If now I see this one, if I click run, I have to see the number C0, 0, 0, why 0, 0, 0? If I just stop it to see what's happened here, what I did change here, I just have count, print count. Yes, I did not increment the count. I have to say count plus plus, so he will continue. So let me go back here, run it. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, how is it? So the thread is working in background. And while you could, in some time, for example, I could do another code here. So I say, okay, for example, SYSO, thread is working. Just message. What I mean by that, what I want to show you here, when the process come here, he will continue, he will never stop while that process running. So if you save it, you run it, you will see thread is working and sometime that one working. That's mean in sometime he execute this line and sometime that one working. Imagine when the cross be here, he will execute this line, then this line he will continue. He will not stop until this loop done. He will continue without stopping. And this is a basic example that I could show to you. If you see you cannot stop this thread because you have true here. So it's better to manage the thread in Java. Java, they deprecate thread.stop. They had thread.stop to stop thread, but now they remove it. You could manage it using this way. So you say boolean is running, and this way you could just give a variable is running, and you could give it, for example, a true. For example, for first time, you allow them to be running. So you allow the thread to run. So when the thread start, that's okay. And when you want to stop this one, just type thread.stop. Type the name of the class. It is t dot the name of the is running equal false. You will stop the thread because he will t dot stop. He will change it to the false. So this one will be false. So he will stop the threading. So, but it's better to use sleep, so you don't want to stop it directly. You need to give it some time. So let me give it 3.sleep. Let me give it 6 seconds, 6 milliseconds. Then I run this code. So I surrounded. That's mean, hey, what I want to do from you are just see, and this time he uses this type of surrounded. You could use this one, and you could use try catch. They are both same, throws or try catch same. So here you go. Now he will start. He start thread running. He give us working. Then he sleep for this time. If you get sleep, that's mean the code will be stay in this line until 6 seconds. He will not move next until he be here. So here you go. If I save it, run it, you'll see thread is working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then he will stop after 6. See, the thread is stop working. Why? Because after 5, this line, when I say sleep, that means I'm sleeping for 6 seconds. He slept in this line for 6 seconds, and the thread continue working. When he gets 6 seconds, he went to this line, he changed it to the false. When the thread come to this one, repeating, you say, hey, this false, you will go out. What I want to tell you, you don't have to create one instance from the thread. You could create more than one instance. So how we do that? Let me suppose this one, I just have constructor, for example. I would say public, okay, and same name, I name it string name, just name of the thread. I will say SYSO name, okay, just give you the name of the thread. So when you here save it, when you here create instance, you just give it the name of the thread. Let me say T1. So just create first instance, unstarted. Let me suppose I will also create second instance here. Let me say T2. You could give it any name, but just in the screen so you could understand. So say T2.start. That's okay. You could start more than one thread. There is no problem. If you run it, you'll see now 2 thread working. See T1, T2. So to make it nicer for you, you could take this one, just stop this one, and say string or name string this way. Then you say name, this dot name, you just initialize it, this dot name. I hope everything is good, equal name. Then when he print, he display here in the counter, he display the name of the thread, the name plus, you'll see T1, you see, he will give you from where the number coming. So if you run it now, you see now, see T1 0, T2, T1, T2. If you see here is have two number, so just stop it down and rerun it again, save it, so you will understand what we did. So now two thread T1, T2. If you see T1 0, T2 0, T1 2, T2 2, they are running in some time and they giving result in some time. See T1, T2 working in some time. And this is the idea. Do you know why T2 only now working, T1 is not working? Because after 6 seconds, we stop T1. T1 we give it false, so it stop it. So if you see only from 1 to 6, T1 working. After he gets 6, T2, T1 stop working. That's last one 5. Then he stop it. Then only T2 continue working. You could make both them continue working by stopping this line. That's okay. And you could run them. And if you see, did you see how two process running in some time without any problem? And this is the idea that I want to share with you. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about runnable. Runnable, it is interface, same of thread, but it is interface as I told you. You need to implement things. While thread is a class you inherited. So one difference between a runnable and a thread. Runnable, it is interface, so you could implement it in any way that you want. But a thread, it is a class, so you need to override things. So when I want to change this run, I just override it in the thread. Otherwise, they are same. So let me show you a basic example about runnable. So just click here and create a new class, and let me name it my runnable. Okay, and what I will do, I just take all the code that I have it here and just move it to the runnable. But before I move it, if you see, I just make it implement the class of runnable. Implement class, name it runnable. When I say implement runnable, if you see, he say there is an error. So I need to implement because it's interface. So I say, hey, add implemented method. He will say you have run. If you see this run, it's same that one run, but the one difference between runnable and this one normal thread is overwriting this method. So that means there is already code there, you overwrite it, but runnable you just did implement for the thing. I encourage you always using runnable, but if you want to use thread, use it. So let me just replace this code by this code, so make sure everything is okay. Yes, but only the name of the class should be runnable when you initialize it. And here you go, 100% is okay. So just implement runnable. I just have is running, name of the thread, initialize the same thing, and when it is run, I do the same code that I have from previous video. If now I want to run the runnable, if you see how I could run the thread, runnable is different. So when you want to runnable, you have first of all you have to define your thread. So for example, what you will do, you'll say, okay, I have a thread. Let me t equal a new instance of thread, because we are doing runnable. Then you pass the runnable instance. Runnable, for example, R, I don't have it right now, so I have to implement it app. So I say runnable instance of runnable. What's the name of my class? It is my runnable. I name it R equal a new instance of my runnable. So I just create a new instance and give it name. Let me give it name runnable. So after you're done, just say tr.start, and just make sure you already this one also tr, so you will not enroll into any problem. So yes, tr.start, and here you go, everything is good. So on runnable, you are in same place, but one thing different. On runnable, you just implementing interface. Thread, you doing normal code. If you see here you go. Now this is what I want to share with you. I hope you understand what we did in this video. 3, I just have missing something here. Just save it and rerun it again to make sure everything's okay. So here you go. So if you see, I have to wait 6 seconds until runnable start because I have sleep here for 6 seconds. Here we go. Now runnable started here. See, runnable started. So now I have runnable and 2 thread. All of them are thread. Runnable also a thread, but the different in that one, this one implementing interface, so you don't overwrite anything, but that one implement a thread. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about synchronous. If you remember from previous video, when we talked about thread, we said, okay, more than one task running on some time. So in some time you will get a problem. For example, this code in the run, that have access to the file. The file only one person could access to it, but because you create multi-thread, that means more than one thread could access to it. So you will run into problem. Only one of them could access, other them will get denied. Also, you want access to the database allowed to only one person per time to just save database connection pool. So also you will run into problem because this one multi-thread multi-one could access to it. So what you want to do now, you want to say, okay, I want to allow only one person to access to the thread per time or for a block of code. This means synchronize. So let me tell you how I do that. First of all, let me just copy this code that I have in the run. I take it and I will just me take this line, define a new method. I name it display. And let me suppose this is my method. I'm just making sure everything is okay with method. Yes, so I copy everything right. Now when I want to call this method, I just call it from the run, and here you go. And now you don't want to continue running for unlimited, you read until 10, so under 10, so from 0 to 9 you will display. Now when you run it, I did not get any difference. Same thing, to process running in some time. 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 5. They continue until they get 9, then they stop it because the counter getting 9. Let me suppose I want to say, okay, this method is shared between my classes. Why it's shared? You say, for example, access to file. So you will define it static. When define method static or variable static, that means this one is shared. So you don't have more than one copy. You have one copy from the supply. Now when you try access, if you see name, you cannot access to it because name have to be static also. So you cannot access to something outside method unless it's static, or unless you create a new instance from that one. You say the new, so you could access to it in this way. And the name of the name of the thread, then the properties name, you could access to it, or you could convert it to the static. As you say, as you remember, you say, okay, I would say this name will be static. You know how this one works because it's shared. Now if you run it, still both of them could access to same method. But if you see in both time they use T2 because T2 is static, and when you set it second time, it will affect on the second one because this one is static, so shared between two. Don't care about T, so don't to avoid making you mistake. Just let me suppose only I display the timer, so you will see how the timer run. So you'll see 0 1 1 2 2, both of them running in some time. You say no, I need first one is done, then second one is started because I need them to be synchronized. So you would say, okay, I would add the word synchronize here. So when you add synchronize before any method, that means this method only one person or one class could access to it per time. When any other one want to access, have to wait until the first one done. Now if I run it, you'll see he start 1 2, he start the first thread. When the first thread done, then he will start the second thread. See 9, then he will 0, he will start the second one. That means you allow only one per time to access to it. You could do synchronous for method, you could synchronous for block of code. You say, for example, synchronous for a block of code, but you give it the variable name that you want to do synchronous. For example, instance to connect to database, file name. You won't allow only one to access to it. So yes, here we done, and see you next. Everybody, let me talk in this video about wait. So imagine you have this example that you have from previous video. There is 2 people and 2 threads working sometime. So the first one done, then second one will start because you use it here a synchronous thing. Imagine you don't have synchronous, and this one is not static. And make sure you are just try to print it in the name again. Okay, so if there is any way to fix this problem without getting into synchronous stuff, yes, you could. So if you see now, I just to make sure every 2 process working in some time, I want first one done, then second one will start. It's really easy to do that. Just say, okay, t.wait. That's okay. Not t.wait, sorry, t.join. That means you join, you're waiting. When you add this line here, you mean, hey, stop on the line 8 until process or T1 thread 1 done, then continue. That means process 2 will not start until process 1 done. But with synchronous, if you see, both of them started in some time. Then first one continue, then second one. That means that one go to sleep or go to wait status. But if you see now, T1 started and continue, I don't see anything about T2 because the line is stopped, the code is stopped on this line and it will not continue until T1 done. When T1 is done, see T2 started and he start continue. This is basic name it T.join. That means stop on this line until get result. You will use it if you want to wait for result from thread. Just add this line, then the line after it, but make sure avoid UI block. This is basic thing. You could use also wait and notify. That example, for example, you say, okay, I need this thread to get wait for some time. So this thread, after it's starting, it go to wait status. And if you want to restart it again, you just say notify. So for example, you want to start it here, you say notify. Okay, notify means you want to restart the thread again. If you notify all the sleep thread. That means the thread go to sleep status. And this is the basic thing. You will use allowed T.join to wait for a result. Yes, this is basic thing we could share here, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about deadlock. A basic example of deadlock I could give you, if you have a bridge and there is two cars, one on the left and one on the right. The car on the left waiting the car on the right to use the bridge, and the car on the right waiting the car on the left to use the bridge, because the bridge have only one line. That means both of them are waiting. So that means deadlock case. It happens in programming if you have a resource and two of them are waiting to another one to release it. So that happened deadlock. So to get started, I will just create a new class here. I will name it deadlock. Let me just go here and get a class. I will name it deadlock. Okay. In this class, I will just create a simple constructor or run method. Let me suppose I have two instances. Final, that means he will not keep it every time, same thing. String, I mean passenger one. Let's say Hussein. Okay. And I have another passenger named Jana. So this is two passenger. So this passenger two, name it Jana. These two passengers want to use the bus. So imagine I have a thread. So I will say, okay, I have a thread. You could use the thread directly in the code, or you could create an instance. Let me suppose I use it in the thread in the code. I will say thread T or bus one in this way. Bus one equal a new instance of a thread. This for sure, because you could use it in the code in this way and you just directly implement the method. So you just say override, you override the run, you say public void run in this way, and you do your code here in this method. So what you think you want to do in this method, you say, okay, I will try to do access to the first passenger. So I will say synchronous, I will say for the passenger one, like for the passenger one you access to it. That means bus one is located is like is looked for the resource one. I say sys or bus one is looked passenger one. Then let me suppose after a specific time this bus will release this user. He will no longer keep it. So let me say, okay, after a specific time, so I say thread after sleep in this way, after 1 millisecond, he will release it. So make sure this one thread.sleeps, he need to be inside the try catch. So make sure have it inside to avoid any error. So in synchronous, he will not ask you for that one. So I do have exception. I will say ex. Here you go. Yes, this is the thread. And after 1 second, he will release it, for example, because he will use it. I just synchronous to this passenger and print, hey, I'm looking to the bus one is looked to this one, and I will wait for 1 second, then I will release it. Let me say after 1 second I will try to access to the another resource. I say I will do synchronize for the passenger 2 because I want to take the P1 P2. After that second I would say P2, this one. I also bus one should be like located to P2, just as a basic example. Yes, this is in this way, and let me just close this line. So what I mean by this code, I mean just create a thread, and this thread I just directly say bus in new directory, then on the run synchronize. When I run it, I first synchronize to pass one. That means I have passenger one in my car, then he means in this one. Then I keep it for 1 minute. Then after 1 minute, I will try to access to passenger two. After for example, I try to take the passenger two. So yes, it is a really basic example. And I will do same thing for the thread 2. Thread 2, he will have same thing but in different process. He will take 2 first, then after 1 second he will take 1. So let me suppose, where is it? This is the code for the threads. I will just copy it and go down and copy this for bus 2. Let me suppose, you don't need to write run other stuff. I think this bus 2, he first of all he gets to passenger 2, then he tried to access to passenger 1. They get replaced, but they waiting some time, then they relocate the things. After I done from this, I just start them. I say bus 1 dot start and bus 2 dot start. I just start them. Let me start and see what is the problem will happen. If you see, bus 1 is located for P1 and bus 2 is located for P2, and no one is released their passenger. The problem is in this place. Here I just synchronize to passenger 1, and this one synchronized to passenger 2. Okay, in same time, in same minute, because they have same number of line of code, for example. Then this one get a thread for 1 millisecond, and this one also get thread for 1 millisecond. Now this one tried to access to P2, but that is still used by this one because he still did not release it. And this one, it want to access to P1, and the P1 is still used by this bus because he still did not release it. So I want to access to you and you want to access to my passenger, and both of us still keep my passenger in their place. Here it's happened deadlock. So now in this step there's a deadlock happen. This case name it deadlock. So you say, okay, it happened with you because you write same number of line of code, same process, so it will not happen with me. It will happen with you if you did not take care about this point. If you don't take care when you release the resource, when you get it. So this is a basic example that I could give it to you. But it happen if you have one of them allocated to resource, another one try to access to it, and this one he think he release it, and that one he think he will get it, and this is a problem. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk now about collection. There is different type of collection we could use in our application. First of all is array list. So let me show you how we could use array list. To use array list, just type array list in this way. Array list, this one, select it, and you could give it any data type. Which data type you want to have it in this array list. Let me suppose I need to have it everything in string. Let me name it AR. Okay? Call a new instance of array list. Same thing, this one. Just copy it, add it here, but by the end open a bracket and close it and done. Now we want to add element inside array list, so just say ar.add, for example, developer. Okay, because I defined it as string, so the element that I added, I have to add it as a string. Now you want to add more, go ahead and add developer, tester, manager. Here is the way you add the element. Whenever you add any element, it will be added to the end of the array list. So let me suppose I want to print a specific element. So if I say SYSO, I want to print AR element in the index 0. Just say get and give it the index that you want to print it. Just say get the index. I need the element in index 0. So if I print it, I will see developer. If I want to the second one, I look for the index number 1. Why he's still in the developer? Yes, because I did not save it. Now save it, tester. So do you have good access to any element? You could remove element. Just say remove at any index. For example, index 1. Just remove it. You could remove it at that element by click remove. Now I want to print them all the element. Just say for example, string st in the array. That means all the element, all the string that you have it in this array, bring them and print them. Now if I just run it, I will see all the elements because I say string st, please bring all the string in the array and print them. One problem you have to note about array list. From its name, array list, that means list of array. Use this one if you have only fetching data, read data. It'll be very fast when you read data, but don't use it if you have data that need a lot of update and delete, because there's a lot of shifting will happen if you do update and delete. Example, if I say ar dot remove, okay, the index number 1, what will happen, he will delete this one and he will shift this element to the second because it's array. So imagine you have a lot of delete and update, so you will have a lot of shifting, so that will take time. So don't use array list in that time. But if you need only like getting data, just add data one time, then you get it a lot of time, use array list. So this is why we use it, array list, and why we don't use it. Array list could not have to be only with string. It could have array of things. For example, let me suppose I have this class, and this class should be like employee, okay, and this employee, what the information about the employee you have. Let me suppose I have a string, the name of the employee, and I have integer, the age of the employee. Okay, I need to have constructor here, so make sure I just create public, okay, public constructor, and do initialize for these two variables. So I have this one, please initialize it, and I have another one, also initialize it, age and name. So just make sure you do it in this way and make sure you don't mistake in this place. Here you go. Now you want to give data for this one, okay, say this dot name equal name, and this dot age equal age. So yes, this is simple example that for initialize simple class. But I want to create array of a class, and I want to use it. This is static method. You now this one have to be static because it's in our class. If it's different place, that's okay. So how I could do array of a class? Just say I don't want to use this one. I want to use another one, array class. Okay. Just also define array list in this way. But this array list will be type of E. That's mean employee. Let me name it emp equal a new instance of same array list, this one, and you could open a bracket and close it, and here we go. Now you want to add element in this array list, really easy. emp dot add, and what I want to add instance from this class. So just say a new instance from this one will be give it an employee. Let me say Hussein and age 27. So I send two element to this array, like Hussein and the second element 27. Why? Because the data type here is employee. So I could add instance by create a new instance from employee and add it. Imagine I want to do more. That's okay. Just do in this way. The second one, third one, like Jana. In this way, 1 year, and Leia, for example. Also 1 year. So did you see how I could add great string of array? And this is why we use object oriented. Now you want to print them, do same way. How you print all these element here? Just repeat this, say what's the data type that you will work with? It's employee. So a string employee in emp then print. You st have too many information, have name and age. So if you want to get name, just print all the names. If you want to get age, print all the age. So if you see, here is the names, Hussein, Jana, Leia. So, and this is the basic. If you want to get the age, just go ahead and write dot age. If you want both of them, do print for both of them. This is a basic example I could show you. And now you could understand why we use object-oriented programming. Did you see? List of employee with their information. Here we done, and see you next. Everybody, let me talk in this video about linked list. Linked list, it is like number of elements are linked between each other through their location. So this element linked to the next location and next location linked to the next. It is that structure. So when you will use linked list and when you will use array list, if you have a lot of delete and update, use linked list, because linked list is just element linked. So if you delete one, the link will go to the next. So it'll be faster. But and don't use the array list because you now take time for shifting. If you need to read data a lot, and one time you add data, use array list because it's faster. Linked list take time to link one to other. So to start with linked list, it's same as array list. So also just define linked list and give it the data type. For example, I need linked list of element of string. As I told you, you could set array of object, array whatever, li equal a new instance of linked list. And same thing. You now do it in same thing here. Say give it string, or you could don't give it anything. He will work because he know which element you are pointing to. Now I want to add element to a linked list. ls I will say dot add. Let me say Hussein. If you want to add more, go ahead please and add more. For example, I want to add next to element. ls dot add Jenna and Leia. This is 3 elements. So now I want to read the element. You cannot read the element through index. You cannot say get ls.get because this is linked list. You have to get through elements. So you have to use iterator. If you look through iterator, look for this one. It is iterator. This one. Don't use this one. Use this one. Iterator. You Java util that import Java util iterator. Which data type you will move it through? String. If it is employee as a class, do write employee as a class. You say itr equal ls or ls dot iterator. I need to move through element. Now I want to read all the elements, so because they are linked, I need to use while loop. I say atr dot has next. Please print the element. You say syso atr dot next or next element. So he will check if he has element next to it. He will print the next element, then he will continue. If there is no element next to it, he will not print. So he just access to element. This is a way how you work with linked list. Here we done and see you next. Everybody, let me talk in this video about hash map. Hash map is a way to store your data through key and value. So for example, you have a key ID for 1 and this ID refer to name Hussein. ID 2 refer to name Jenna. So you have data, your data will start as a key and value. Key could be any type, integer, character, or anything. And also the value could be anything. Could be integer, string, could be also object. So to work with hash map, just write in this way, hash, then write hash map. Then he say, okay, which is the data type for key? Let me suppose the key will be integer. Any type, you could do it in string. What the value will be? Let me suppose I'm doing ID for people. That value should be a string. I will say map equal instance of hash map. Make sure do it same data type. So when you just copy it. Also this one have to be integer, not ant. Integer. You see, because this hash map don't work with ant. You need a integer. Also instance from that element. Now you want to add data to map. So you say map dot add. But when you add the data, or you use put, not add, put, you put data in two way, key and value. So when you open a bracket, it will ask you for the key. Let me say key number 1 will be Hussein in this way. Okay? So whenever now you look for key 1, he will give you name Hussein. If let me suppose I have this key. Let me suppose this key will be for Jana. You have to have unique key 6 or up. I don't know why all this number goes. This is by keyboard. So let me Leia. So you have unique key. You have to have unique key. You cannot have two people have same key. Now you want to print. Let me suppose sys. I would say map dot get. When I say, he say which key you want to use. I say okay, give me the one have key 4. When I give it key 4, he will give me Jana. See? When I give it the key, he will give me the value for it. And this is the way to access to the data. When I give it 1, he should give me Hussein. So you give a key and you give a value. So now you understand how you could access to one element. Could I print all the element? Yes, you could. You say just for map dot entry, because you have entry element in that array. So make sure you write it in this way, map dot entry in correct way, dot entry. Then you say m all the element in the map, my map. This m map dot get entry set. I just need all the set of the element, and I just go through. Just map entry, that means the entry of the map may be any data type. So element by element. Now I want to print them. So I would say for the key, I will have dot key. Let's bring me the key, get key. Also for value equal m dot get value. So do you see? I just move through the element using key and value, and I will print them, all of them. So if I print, he will give me all the data. See, key 1 value Hussein, key 55 value Jenna. So how I could access? Do you say? He said, okay, I want to update. Which one you want to update? You say I want to update ID 1. So I say, okay, put ID 1. Let me name it Hussein Al-Rubai. Now he will go and try to add ID 1. When he look, he say first he will check if this ID already available. He say, hey, I have already ID 1. Let me update Hussein to a new name, Hussein Al-Rubai. Now if I try to print this one, he will give me for 0, he will give me, or the key 1, he will give me Hussein Al-Rubai, not Hussein, because he updated the name, if you see. So in this way you could update. And same way you could delete, depending on the key. So you say map.remove, removing object depending on the key. For example, key number 1. As I told you, the value could be any data type, don't have to be string, could be employee, like array of employee. That's okay. Also this one could be also array of employee for sure, and your data would be inputted as array of employee here, that by new employee in that way. This is the basic thing how you could work with key and value. Here we done, and see you next. Everybody, let me talk in this video about hash set. Hash set is same of linked list, but one thing different in it. When we say set, that means the element cannot be duplicated. That means we have to have unique element. So if you go back to your linked list example, if you run it, you'll see this element inside it. But you could repeat, you could have more than one element having, for example, in this way, just copy this line and paste it, having 2 layers, and there will not be any problem. 2 layer. But if just I copy this code and I move it to my new class for a hash link. So one thing different, as I told you, in hash set, just in this way, name it hash set. This hash set, one thing different, it's the data have to be unique. So you cannot have 2 elements having same. You cannot have Jenna and layer 2 Jenna in the list. And this is one unique difference that we could note about this element in the C. You cannot have 2 elements in same name. He will consider the first one it's the same. But if you want the data in your list to be ordered, like if this one A have, so ordered according to the alphabetic. So now it's not ordered. So how I could order these data? So to order your data, you could do that by using another type of hash. It name it tree set. So it's not hash set, it is a tree set. So this tree set give ability to order data already. So if you now just import these, you'll see that the list already will be ordered according to the alphabetic. C, first one A, H, Jen. This will be very helpful when you have search algorithm. So easy to search and through the list. So just use tree set. The difference between a tree set and hash set, they are both set element, and you cannot have 2 elements with the same name, but this one is ordered and that one is not ordered. Here we done, and see you next.
Hey and welcome. One of most important question you may get in job interview, they will ask you how to sort array of objects or array list of objects. So in this video we will discuss the comparable and how we could use it to sort array of objects. So think about, you have list of names, like okay, I have array list. Okay, this array list has string type which have list of names. Okay, and this list of names should be type of a new instance from array list. Okay, and if I just add the names, I will say names.add. I will add Jenna first name, then let me suppose I have another name, I would say Leia, and the third name I would suppose to be Hussein. Okay, this is the 3 names. I have them in this array list. So if I want to print them, so I will say, okay, let me just do system.out.print line, okay, and print before sort, and I do for each. I think for each the best case for me. So a string I need for every name in this list. I want to, in this list of names, I want to print that name. Okay, I would say system.out.println. So I would like to print that name. This is before the sort. So if you just click run, you see you have array list, have 3 names. You will print them for you like before. Jana, Leia, Hussein. If you want to sort these objects, basically because array list is apart from collection, for you will say collection dot sort, and you give it the name of the list of the array list of names, and he will sort them automatically. If I just rerun this code after, so here, okay, or I would, if you want, write the code here, or if you want, write a method, name it void print. Okay, a print, and this print take list of objects. Should be, you could do it anything. You could do array list of strings. I just want to be more professional. List of names. I want just to, instead to write same code twice, I just move the code here and just call it here. I say okay, before call it and send this method to it. Okay, so he will send this method and make sure, because I'm in the same class, this one have to be static to be able to call it. So I will call the printer. I don't need this one. And also same thing, I will copy it after the sort. Print, I would say print after sorting the objects. So if you run it, what you will see, he will order them. So before sort you have Jana, Leia, Hussein. After sort you have Hussein, Jana, Leia, because he sorted them according ascending order. So the question is now, how collection.sort was able to sort this list of collection? He was able to do that because class string already implement interface name is comparable, and he compare one object to the next, so to be able to sort them. Same thing for array. If you have array, you could sort that array by writing arrays.sort, and he will able to sort that array for you. But what if you have a class that doesn't have comparable? What I mean think about, you have a class named person, okay, and this class named person. As a person, you need to have 2 information. For example, you need to have the name of the person, and you need to have the age of that person. Suppose I have the constructor for that person, okay, that receive 2 things, receive the name of that person and receive the age for that person. And to initialize it, I say, okay, this dot age equal age, and this dot name equal name. I'm just building objects. So if I want to instead create array of strings, I create array of objects. And so here I have to have objects, so it should be new person, and the person have name and have an age, they're supposed to 3 years, and the second object same thing, name have and have age, that we supposed to 1, and this third object same thing, it should be person and have a name, and it should have age also. So same in this way. So 3 objects in the array. If you see, when I try to print that object, I'm not able because it's string, and here I suppose I'm sending person, I'm setting string, and I supposed to accept person, because person, this one cannot be as a name, should be as an instance of the person, because here I have list of the persons. So I say person, and I make sure to say, okay, the name will be equal to plus person.name, and same thing for the age. You could copy it and paste it. Say okay, age should be person.age. Really simple, straightforward example. But if you see here the collection sort, he wasn't able to sort these objects because it's really easy. As a person, I don't have any method for comparable. So this sort, he don't know how to sort these objects, how to compare this object with this object. If you think you want to sort them by age, so you have to implement interface, name it comparable. So think about, I need implement interface, name it comparable, okay?
And comparable, that means I'm compare this object with another object will be same data type. This one name it person, the other object should be also person. If you see, say, hey, you miss class, you need to implement specific class or a specific method. I say, okay, implement it for me, please. This is the method. This is the override for that method. So that means this method already available. If you return 0, that means two items equal. If you return minus, that means the second one is greater than the first one. If you return a plus, that means the second one less than the first one. So if I want to compare my age with this class age, so that means I am compare this dot age, that means this class age, I compare to the next object, which O, that means minus O dot age. That means if my age is greater than his age, I will get positive results. If his age is greater than my age, I will get negative results. If we are equal, I'll get 0. So here, in this case, you will sort as ascending order, like one after other, small to large. So if you just run it back, you would see he sort the object by order. If you see here, after sort, so before sort, Jana, Leia, Hussein, 28 Hussein. Here he sort them. He sort them Leia, 1 age, 1 year, Jana, 3, Hussein, 28. Why? Because he compare one object with another. If I want to sort them descending order, I just do O dot age minus this dot age. So that means when my age is greater than his age, so we'll get result minus. When his age is greater than my age, I will get a result positive, so he will sort them in the opposite way. So Hussein, Jana, Leia. You have to know this. You could write any code you would like in this comparable. You could, because you have complete object, name it person with complete object, which is this object. You could compare with name and age, name and whatever you want, but just save the conditions. 0 equal, minus is less, plus is a greater, and boom, you will be all set. So this is all what I want to teach you in this video. Hopefully you will learn it and you understand how to work with comparable. Here we're done, and thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey everybody. Java in the version 8, they added a new amazing features that you could use it in your application that make your life easy, make your code easy to modify, and a lot of amazing things. To use these features in Eclipse, you have to install specific plugin. So just first go to this URL, it is wiki Eclipse, and take this path. So then go to your Eclipse, and from Eclipse go to help and select install a new software. From here, enter work with, just enter the URL, click enter. Then select, you will see Eclipse Java 8 support. Select it and click next and install it in your PC. It should take some time. Then when it's done, just select next. It have not take too much time, accept, then finish, and here we go. Here we go. When I got this step, that means I already installed Java 8 now in my Eclipse. To make sure Java 8 is installed, let me just create a new project just for testing. I select a project and I name it Java project. I select Java 8. Then I click, here is it, click finish, just create Java 8. Inside SR, I just click create a new package. Don't care about what I'm doing. I give it any name. Let me just give it the by default Java 8. Inside I will add a new class, and I add this class. I name it main class, and I just click public static void just to create specific method. Just check out this one. Click finish. I see this method already created. So don't care about the code. I'm not interested to teach you here on this point about the code. Just to make sure interface working, just add notation, then add fu, then click Control and space and some time to see this autocomplete. Select function interface. If you see it now, there is no problem in this line. That means you are good. Java 8 is installed. Don't care about this line. So if this line is not okay, that means Java 8 is installed. Yes, here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about Runnable. Runnable is a new amazing feature that added by Java 8, make your code easy to read and easy to modify. Okay, Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about lambda expression. Lambda expression is a new feature that added in Java 8, make your code easy to read and easy to modify. So how does Java or how does Lambda work? So if you have interface and this interface have single method, let's name it as functional interface. In functional interface, you don't need to implement a normal way with Java. We need to implement it and do a lot of work. So let me show you a basic example about functional interface and how we implement it. About thread. So basic example about thread is runnable interface. It is functional interface. So when we say functional interface, that means interface have single function. So I will define class my runnable. It should be implement because we are implementing specific interface, name it runnable in this way. Runnable. Okay. So this is interface, and because the interface it have a specific method, we have to implement it. What the method name is public void so run. This is the method that we have to implement it. And we add our code here, whatever our code be, we added here. For example, let we say sys or thread is working. Okay, this is just basic example for interface. So this runnable interface, if you click control or command or control and you go to it, this is interface, name it runnable, have only single function. Because have single function, this name it as functional interface. If you see at functional interface. So when you have functional interface before Java 8, if you need to implement it, you say, okay, I will create a new instance from runnable. You say my runnable, you say a new my runnable equal a new instance from runnable. Then you pass this instance to thread. You say, okay, I have a thread t equal a new instance of a thread in this way. Then you pass this parameter or this runnable. After you pass it, you just want to run it. You say t dot start to run the thread. And this is the basic work that you will do when you implement interface. Here we go. If you see, I just have simple problem here because I'm just creating instance from this class and this class have to be static to fix this problem. But I don't prefer to do this way. I prefer to create a new instance or a new class for runnable. So just create a new class for my runnable and just move your code there. So just make your code nicer and readable. So just move your code here and here we go. Just make sure it's public. So yes, this is basic runnable and here we implemented, and if I run it now, I have to see thread is working as output. And that's what we're looking for. So the question here with Lambda, why I have to implement this functional interface inside the interface? That's mean, okay, I'm implemented this interface and I'm sure 100% this interface have only one method. Why I have to implement it here? So the easy busy way, I say, okay, instead of doing all this work, I will do another different way. Name it Lambda. So Lambda expression, if I just take off this line, I will define instance from runnable. So in this way, I name it this name, for example, a new runnable. And this one, instead of creating new instance from that class and I go and implement that code here of this work, addition work, I say, okay, I could do it in this way. I just open a bracket, close it, then I add this one, then this way, this sign, then I could add one line of code and I'm done. So now I could get some result and without any problem with Lambda expression. So this could be one line or could be added between two brackets. If you have more than one line, you could add the work here between two brackets. So what does that mean? Or how Lambda will treat this code? Lambda will say, okay, now this sign mean you have functional interface, and you understand what we mean by functional interface. That means you have interface have only single method. So I know by this sign that you need to pass all these data and extend this function in this class. So if I go to this class, which function it have runnable, only this one method, and also it's abstract. That's great. That's mean, okay, that's mean you need to pass this code inside that method. And here we go. So make your code nicer and easy to read and save time. So what about this part? Well, this means the input parameter for the function. For example, if runnable here,
of this run, take instance, for example, integer x. So how you pass x, integer x, you have to go here and pass, for example, 5, for example, as x. But here we don't have integer x and we don't pass anything. But in the next video on functional interface, you'll see it more. So the basic example and the easy peasy way I could teach you in this video, that whenever you have any functional interface like this one, interface, name it functional interface, have only single method, and you could treat it as lambda just by creating an instance from that class and just implement the method directly. Any code you added in this lambda will pass it instead that single method. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about functional interface. Functional interface mean interface have single function only. So how we implement functional interface and how we will treat it with lambda expression, that's what we will discuss in this video, and we will go more deep with lambda and functional interface. So to create functional interface, first that we create interface, I just create a new and I select, I will create interface. Let me name it play game, okay, and I click create. This is basic interface. I say okay, this is functional interface, so I will just add notation, then I say F, then I just click control space. If you see, make sure F first character is capital, then select it. When you run this one, say, hey, you say this is functional interface, but I cannot see any function in your work. Okay, I would say, okay, I have one function I will implement. I would say public, this will not contain anything, public void, play. Okay, just have single method, name it play, and that is. So when you have interface having single method, this interface will name it as functional interface. So how we implement this method or this interface? I just create a new class. I will define it as a class. I'll say play game class in this way. Class, and I will create public static main method. Just create main method for working. So yes, also make sure you save this one before you go to next, so you will not have any problem. So I want to implement this interface. Okay. Or create instance from this interface with lambda. I will say, okay, player, play game, my play game, equal, you just open a bracket, close it, because you see this single method does not take any input. So just open it, close it, then you say this sign, then you could implement the code. If it's one line, you could write directly. If it's more than one line, you just open a bracket and implement it any line of code. So just let me say system.out, game is on, for example. So yes, then you close it. Here we go. What does that mean? That means, okay, I get an instance from that interface and I implement the method here directly with this line of code. Now, when I implement, I could call the method. I know I have implementation for a play. I could call it. So I could say play.play. You just, when you run it now, you have to see game is on because you implemented this with a new lambda expression. Could you remember how you was implemented that class in this previous work? You have you say, okay, I will define a new class. I will name it my play game. For example, a class should be implement that interface play game. Then you just override this method. You say, okay, I have this method. I need to override it. Then when you after override this method, you would just take this code and add it here. Then you could, for example, create interface for without lambda. So without lambda, you say, okay, you just create instance from this class, my class instance equal new instance from this one. For sure, this one have to be static because I'm calling from inside method. Then after I create instance, it does not take any input. Then you could call that method for play to play the game. So see how much complex this and how much with lambda is easy this. So see this without lambda, you just create instance from the class, implement it, add code, and there's too many and spread in your work with too many classes. While with the new method, no, just directly implement the method in one line and then call it and you're okay. Now wait, you say, okay, what about this if this one take parameter? Let's say take integer x and integer y. That means this take two parameter. So how does work here? Just pass x and y. Pass, for example, two parameter. You say, okay, x and y if you want. And yes, here we go. Say sys, for example, x equal in this way x, and just same thing do it for y, just to show people how to send input for an y equal y. And now when I want to call this method, I have to send xy. Let me say 3 and 7. So 2 player 3 and 7. Now if you run it, here you see x7 3. That's mean, okay, if this interface take parameter, you could go to the lambda and you pass same parameter to the lambda expression, and when you implement the interface, you are okay. So yes, this is the basic code I could show you in this video. And yes, here we done, and thank you for watching.
Hey everybody! One of most important aspects in software engineering is we want to reduce the coupling and increase the cohesion. Reduce the coupling means we reduce the relation or number of relation between one class and another. So when we modify a specific part, there is not too many components affected by our modification. Also, we want to increase the cohesion. That's mean, okay, we increase the relation between the object of same class. So it will be when we modify one part, we could reduce the time for modification. And that's the goal for any software, to make it easy to modify. One work that Java 8 did for us, they try to reduce the inheritance layer. They say, okay, if I have interface and I have a specific method, and that method have different implementation, that's okay. If I have another method, but it have same implementation with all the classes who implement this interface, so I have to write the code in different classes. It's better for me to use default. So there is another keyword they used in Java 8, name it default. Make the interface, or make the method in the interface to be implemented directly inside interface. Also a static method, same thing. So let we do what we talk about. I know it to be a little bit confusing for you. So let me suppose I create a new interface, and I will name it operations. Okay. I hope I did not have this class before. That's great. Let me suppose I have a specific method, return an integer of value for me, doing some operation between integer x and integer y. This is just for interface summation method. So if I want to implement this operation, I will say, I will get a new class. You know about that. You say, okay, this class, name it op implement one, first implement for op. So it should be class, normal class that we suppose it should be implement in this way. The class, name it operation. Okay, I just implemented this one. If you see, hey, you have error, okay, I know you need me to implement specific method is this one for summation. So it should return value, it should return, let me suppose I would say this one return n1 plus n2, which is great, and or not n1 x plus y. So yes, this is just doing summation. So imagine I have another interface. So I say, okay, or another class, and this class, name it op implementation 2, and this one also doing implement to same interface, name it operation. Okay, and here we go. But this one is doing sum, but doing between x and y and plus 10. So I have different implementation for this method for the sum operation for the same one. So I'm doing different operation. So for that reason, I added in the interface, because I need to do different implementation. Imagine I have another method, and this method have same implementation in both of the classes. So imagine I want to like display the value for x. So let me suppose I have integer get x. Okay, this is just simple method. I want to display this value. I will say void display. Okay, I'm sure I have some implementation for this method, so it's not necessary for me to do implementation for all the classes. So I will say, okay, so so in this way, hopefully void sys o. So he say, okay, there is error, you need to add another word here. I say default. So what I mean by default, when I add default before
any name method inside the interface, that means, hey, this method will be implemented inside the interface. We know we cannot implement method inside the interface. If you see here and see here, we implement it inside the classes. But if you add keyword name it default before the name of the method, that means you could implement it. So let me say, okay, I have here this one, I will display getX, okay, inside it. That means any class who inherits this method, it will be already implemented. So let me implement this method. So okay, I will say, okay, you say, hey, you need to override same method. I know, I need to override method named getX. Let me suppose I will return X, and let me suppose here I have integer X equal 10, and I have integer Y equal 15. So yes, this is returning X. This method will return X for me. And there we go, same thing for this method. Also I say, hey, you have error. I know I have error, so just add them. I will return an X. So the question is here, I have this class, and this class are implementing this two method, but the third method I don't need to implement it because it's already implemented here. So I save this time for this class and this class because they are sharing same data, because they're doing same work. Here I did implement here because this did implement totally different from this one. Okay, totally different. Also you say, okay, you said totally different, but both of them are returning getX are same. This one returning getX, this one returning X. Why I have to implement it? You are right, so you don't need to implement it here. It's better to getX also do it in this way. You say return X, and you say, okay, this one will be default. Okay, default, this keyword. That's me returning X. But you cannot use X here because X here is not identified. For that reason, I just get a get call method. So for that reason, this one will not work because you cannot define variables here in the interface. So yes, you say, okay, I'm implement this method and I go implement it inside that places. Now, anyone want to use operation. So operation is implemented by this one. So if you say, I have public, okay, static main, this is for the main method. I now have string and have rx. Okay, this method, hopefully it will work according to what I plan to. Public static void main, this method. So if I want to call the method name it this interface display, I have to be able to call it here because I'm already implemented that method. I have to be able. What's the problem here? You say, hey, you have problem. They changed the static. You say, okay, this method is not static. You cannot call it from static method. You know this is static. So yes, you cannot just call it directly. If you want to call it, you have to say, okay, I want to get a new from this one dot the method name, so I could call it. So yes, if you see, here you go 10. So if I do something here, operation dot, I could get X. I could say get X, have to give me same value. What? Get X. Here we go then. Why X did not return anything for me? Because X did not print anything. I have to print it. SYSO. I have to print X value on the screen in this way. Just want to share with you what I'm doing and make sure this one will be just something different. Say X, so people could see what I'm doing. Yes, here you go. Now if I print it, you say, okay, see, this is coming from this implementation and this coming from interface implementation. If you go here and do same code for this operation too and try to run the code, I think you will see same result because both of them have X same value. Here you go. So the idea behind what I'm saying is that I'm saying, hey, you could implement specific method if it's shared between the classes. So you will reduce the inheritance layer. Not only this one, you could define another method as a type of a static. You know what the static mean? Display y. So I would say get y. You could say get y, or you could keep it. You could display hello from static. Okay, just to show you what I'm saying. When you define method as
static inside the interface, you mean that how many if this method if this interface implemented by too many classes, so it implemented here, all of them they are shared same method, they are shared same static method. It is totally different from default. Default mean everyone have a specific method, but when you say static, all they share, all the classes who inherited or who implemented this interface, they are shared same class. So you could define that static, which is amazing. So which is could access to it by two way. We could access to that method directory by say operation dot the name of display y directory, and we could see hello from static. What I want to share with you in this video. Or so thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about something about how we could reach element in the collection. So let me just create a list of user name and password. So I will just create a new class. I will say login. I have some information about users. So this login will have two properties. So it has string user name in this way, and it has string for password. Okay, and I just have a constructor for this. So I say public. I want to just initialize these two properties. I say, okay, I'm doing initialize for the username, and also I will do initialize for the password. So yes, this is two properties I would like to do initialize for them. So to do initialize, I say, okay, this dot username equal this username, and I have password. So I will say, okay, this dot password equal password. Just simple class, two properties I want to implement it. So I would declare a new class for implementation. So I would say user login info. I just have information, and also I implemented a public static just for create this method for me. So what I want to do array list of the login information. I say, okay, I would say I have array list in this way. Just make sure I click alt control alt space array list of what's the enumerator should be login, class of login. I would say user login in this way. Oh cool, for sure I'm doing a new instance of the array list. That's great. So I want to add information in this one. So I say, okay, I will say add. So what I will add a new instance from this class, new from login. So I will say, okay, because it take as a login. So I will say, okay, new instance, every row will be user info. I'll say, let me say username is Hussein and the password is 12345. Yes, this is basically. So you know what does that mean? We just directly create instance from the class. We just directly create a new instance from class login. So if you go here, login a new instance, and we initialize the value because this array list take class of login. So let me just create for user at least. Okay, I would have Jenna, tab anyway, Leia. Oh, I don't know why always I'm using my kid's name. Okay, that's great. So yes, I have all this data in my user login. So how will you move through this data? Let me use for each. You know, for each is just I have for each. That means I have number of objects. I want to move through all these objects. I will use for each. I say for each in this way. Let me just click control space. You will see, hey, do you want to implement this method? Yes, I want to implement this method. See how what he told for me, what he told me? Say, okay, I will do this way for you. So what he will do, he just understand I just have only one object, so he directly understand what I mean by that. I mean, okay, for each logic or login as a login or single login, you could name it single login in this way, single login. And this single as an element of the user login. That means, okay, wait, single. I'm sure it's also this one wrong, but okay. So that's mean, okay, for every element in this list, go through, iterate through them. So the single login first will select first element, then to be second element, then to be third, then to be fourth, because it's class of items. So now if I want to print them, I will say, okay, let me suppose user name is, I just add plus user login dot taking username,
because this is the way. I'm just creating instance of class, and that's why we use object-oriented programming. If you see how to make life easy, single dot password. So yes, I do iterating and I move through element by element. See, username, password, username, password, username, password. This is how we do for each. If you don't know for each before, so this is a new topic added. So if you don't have this one, you will use iterator. And iterators make your life is too complex. What I mean by iterator, I mean use iterator. You say, okay, I want to iterate through this element. So I will say, okay, I will define iterator in this way. Iterator in this way. Which one of them? Iterator. Yes, I think this one. This one work. Yes. I will iterate through the class name. What the class type? It's Lugan. So do iterator for Lugan class. Name it, for example, I. This one will iterate through this list. What the list name? User Lugan dot iterator. That means, okay, give me first element in this list and add it here, and do iterator. Iterator look like linked list. It will take first element, then go to next. So how I move between the element, I will say, okay, while how is working? While I dot has next, there is element next. Okay, print this one for me this way. You say, I just take this two line and I just print them. I say I'm doing iterator, so okay, iterator dot next. I would say not this line, sorry. I would say syso a dot next. Okay, just print the next element for me. If I just print it, see, if I go here for the iterator, if you just make it live easy for you, just showing message to see how iterator work and how for each work, so you could understand the output for different result. You say, okay, just save it. Here you go. I have here for each, single the data. Here the iterator, single the data. But you see, I have Lugan name password. You could also do it item by item dot. You say, okay, dot name or dot password. So that's okay. So you could take this line off and say, okay, has next this way, single dot, but this one not single, this is I, and this is I. So I dot next element dot I dot next element dot, but I think there is something wrong. Let's hopefully see. Username, password, yes. Do you know what the problem here happened? Because has next, I'm looking for the next element. Then I'm looking for another next element, which is not correct. So it's better to do, okay, I'm doing object name it Lugan, and we'll say, let me say Lugan equal has next, or the next element. So I'm taking next element and I'm adding in the Lugan. So now I could access to the Lugan as username and Lugan as password. So we're not having any problem. But if I say, hey, first element bring me next username, then next password. The problem that happened, what he will do, he just bring me this username, then he move next, take this password. Then he move next, take this username, he move next, take this password. He did not do both of them because I'm saying next, I'm doing next. So it's better taking the older formation of the next and add it, and here we go. Now let me say what lambda do for us. What lambda do for us. So to work with lambda, I will say, okay, I have this one, and I will say lambda this way. I hope false work. Lambda say, okay, you have element, and this is your element, user Lugan. This is number of elements you have in the user Lugan. So it's the easy way, say user Lugan dot for each element in the user Lugan. If say, hey, you're saying for each, that means you are doing iterator on the list. So what the iterator type that you will, or what the iterator name you will do it in this list. You say, okay, I'm doing a Lugan. You could name it any name. Lugan, let's say info. Then okay, this is the iterator. So this is like the input parameter. So then what the output will be? You say, okay, iterator in this way. Let me say, okay, I will print syso. Then print it. Print user Lugan for me. For example, this way. User Lugan dot password. And yes, here is it. User Lugan dot password, and here we done. For sure, you will not use this one. Yes. So now run it.
See, I'm just taking all the information. So see how Lambda make life easy. Just that's mean there is already, what does that mean? For each mean there is interface, name it for each. It is functional interface having single method, and this method takes single parameter, and the single parameter could return this data. So what does that mean? You say, okay, to make it easy, that means this is the single parameter that method take it. So make sure add it between two brackets, and this is what you will do with the data from that single parameter. You could do anything you would like. So you could say, okay, I'm taking all these line, I want to display them here. Instead, I having them login. So this is user login. So just to make you understand what for each mean. For each mean there is a method or there is interface or functional interface having single method taking single parameter, and we override it by this code. You replace it by this code. You see how I move it and I just get same data for Lambda. Yes, this is the basic thing I could show in this video. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about predicate. Predicate is a new way that Java 8 added in the collection that allow us to do searching inside a collection with specific condition. So just going backward to the previous video, we talked about how to create login class and how we implement and how we add data and how we print this data. So let me just create a new class to make it my work is different. I will say just creating class. I will name it user login weak info, weak password. What I want to do, I just want to find users who have weak password. So just if you remember, this is my previous work. So why not? I just copy all this code and move it to the new class and just remove the code that I don't need it. So I no longer need this code because we are not interested with iterator. Also, we are not interested with for each, this one. And hopefully now, yes, everything is cool and convenient, and that's great. So if I just print, it will print all the user for me. That's good. So what I want to do, I want to print only users who have weak password. Weak password, that we suppose the person who have less than 3 character or equal or less than 3 character. So if you have equal or than 3 character, it will say, hey, these people have weak password. So if you see now I have 2 users, Hussein and Rana, both of them having 3 character. So he have to tell me, hey, these people have weak password. So how we do that? Let we say first, let we go to the login and we implement a new method that tell us if the password is weak or not. So let me say, okay, boolean or bool in this way. Hopefully bool will work now. Bool in this way. Okay, boolean, yes, boolean. That's okay. Boolean weak is weak. Weak is not correct. Is weak. So he will return. You say, okay, if the password dot length less than or equal to 3, it means this password is weak, so you have to return for us true. So return true, otherwise he will have to return false. Okay, this is just updating to the class login information. So yes, this is basic method. Checking if the password less than 3 character, you say, hey, this password is weak. Otherwise, you say, no, this password is okay. So how we call this method and how we do predicate. Predicate mean you add specific conditions. So I'm instead printing all this data, I want to print only people who have weak password. So I need to define my condition. So how I define my condition? I say in this way, predicate. So I just add, click Control space. You say, okay, you have a predicate. So make sure predicate is Java util function. You say, okay, what's the data type you want to go through and you want to search? For sure, I'm working with login. So all my data is login type. So I'm going through login. So let me suppose, okay, I define my rule. I'm say pred rules. Okay. Okay, I will say I will add first rule. So if I define it in this way, that's mean, okay, predicate, and this one, this is just, if I go through it, it is just functional interface. That means interface have only single function. Testing, but it have to have specific rules. So how I do the rule that I want to add it. I just mean just when I went. So yes, here's it. So to add my rule, I just open a bracket. I say okay, my p, then the p in this way dot get password. I have to be is weak equal true. In this way, true, true. Okay. So he said, okay, my rule it have to be bring the people who have is weak true. So this is first rule I added. You could add more than one rule. That's really okay. But I'm just wanting to add only the people who I need to add people who have is weak is equal to true. So just a predicate, and as you see, it's lambda expression taking a single parameter. If you see p, he will directly consider this p as a lookup, because how predicate work. He will take, if you go to it, you see this one t, it is as generic. So because it's generic, so I'm sending here lookup, so this one should be lookup. Same as a for each. When I'm sending any information I'm sending in for each, he will consider this one as the type of this element. Yes. So now I want to check my rules. I say, okay, now good. I want to print only people who have weak. So if you see here, have some method named test. I'm testing the item. So I say, okay, if my predicate rule dot test, I'm testing. Which one I'm testing? I'm testing the element. This element. That's mean, hey, the rule is true. Just print it. So now he will print only the people who have who verify this rule. See, lambda, he say people with weak password. Okay, to make message more clear. I don't like to have my code is not clear. So people with weak password should be Hussein because his password 3 character, and Rana his 3 character. If you see, he did not show up Jana and Leah because they are more than 3 character. As I told you, this is the predicate rule. You could add more than one rule. If you see, this is my simple rule I added. You could do anding between the rule, and that's okay. Just and add more rules. Just having one rule is just I'm checking if is weak true. Here we go. Yes, this is the best example. Hopefully it will be nice for you, and you try to I know now you are more flexible with the data. Now you understand why we object oriented, why we work with object oriented, and we could get and we do search and all the stuff. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey again. One most interesting feature that added in Java 8 that you could run JavaScript code by using Java 8. So imagine you have a specific text, have a number of line and written in JavaScript, just pass it to a specific parameter that we will show here, and you could run it. That would be amazing, and it will open the door to many type of research, like doing simple editor. You could easily do simple editor with JavaScript because you could run the code for JavaScript from text and you run directory, and there is many work. So yes, let me do a basic example for you. I will say create class. I will say JavaScript run. Okay, let me just create this method. Here is it. Now I want to start with JavaScript. So to start with JavaScript, first of all, you have to define script engine manager. So I say, okay, I have script in this way. So script engine manager, this one. So I say, okay, I have script in this way, or manager. So you define the manager that could access to the script engine manager. Then you say, okay, I have a new instance from this script engine manager. The second step, after you define your script engine manager, you have to define like the engine that you will want to use it. So you say, okay, script engine in this way, and I say engine this way equal manager dot, you select get engine by name. The one engine now available in JavaScript, name it Nashorn in this way, Nash then ORN. This is the script engine. You know, like when you have a database, you need to you have a specific engine for accessing to the database. So you use SQL or MySQL or Oracle.
For the same reason, with Java, when you want to access JavaScript, you need to have a specific version, or specific engine. So this is engine that we call USIT that available inside Secret Manager. Now we have the engine. It's really easy to run any code. That's great. Now it's really easy for me to write my script. So imagine I have script as string. So I say, okay, my script, whatever you want to write in your script. Let me suppose I define variable, name it name, and then said name, I add Hussein. Alright, this way. So yes, then you could add more line, just add semicolon and add more line, whatever you want to write. I don't have anything to write. That's great. So just close the bracket and just want to run this script. So to run that script, I have the engine. Just say, okay, I have an engine name. Say engine dot eval. We know what eval mean. Eval means something. Evaluate in JavaScript. You need to run something. So okay, run the script please for me. So this engine will run the script and give me a result. But if you see there is error, because this script may be fail, so you have to add it between try catch. That is great. Now wait, I want to see this result on the screen. So let me see the results. How you would see it? You don't know what the result will be. Maybe string, maybe character. So it's better to define it as an object. So okay, I have an object. Object is a new type. That if you don't know the type of the incoming data, so you say, okay, I define it as an object, because maybe class, maybe string, maybe character, any type. So when you define it as an object, you did not verify which type will be. So if you say, okay, that's great. If we want to run it, I will see run. I will see run and see null. The problem I did see null because I just defined variable and there is no more thing. So if you want to see this variable, you have to say, okay, just add the name here. So he could print it for you after he done. If you click run now, yes, here we go. So yeah, imagine you write something wrong here. So let me say age. There is no variable named age. If you click run, you will see that it's thrown to the error. So the problem, he will go to this point. The application is not a crash. So yes, this is basically what I want to share with you. And thank you for watching.
Hey again, let me talk in this video about one of most popular question in job interview, which is string concatenating. So think about, I have just simple example. So I just create a new class here. I will name it a class. I will name it here okay, and then I select here create public constructor. I remove this one. I don't know why this one he added, but just I add public constructor. Okay, create in okay. So when I select public when I added this selection, the select option, he will create this method for me. I don't have to create it by myself. So here let me think about my problem. Think about you have number of names. So you say I have strings. Okay, this string contain names, and this names I suppose should be, I have Hussein, and I have Jenna, and I have Leia, whatever, and Rana. Okay, this names that you got, that you have it. And someone asks you to concatenate all these names to one string. So I will say, okay, the simple solution, you will define a string. You name it all names, okay? And the string first you initialize with empty. Then you do a for loop around your array. You say it for each, that which is better, for each string in names. Or you say for each name in names. So any names you have in name, you add it to this string. How you add it? You say all names plus equal name. Okay, because you have one name here, then you add the name here to this string, then you add the second name, third, fourth, and continue to the end. Finally, you just print it. You say SYSO. Let me just print this one for you for all names. Okay, if you now run this example, what you will see string one be one inside another. I don't want to create it in this way. I just want to be more professional by adding a bracket here, then add between one string and another this value. Then when I'm done, I will add to this string, I will add like end bracket plus equal this way. Okay, so I just run it again. It's not something new. I just make it like more professional. See, names between semicolon between one another, because I had semicolon here in the beginning. I added this one, and in the end I added this one. So This is a simple solution, but do you know if you do this solution in your job interview, you will get failed? Do I? Because string is defined in Java as immutable object. When you hear about immutable object, that means the value of this object cannot be updated. So when you hear he have initial value, this bracket. When here he add a new value to it, you think he have a bracket, then he add Hussein to it. But this is not the real thing. He will not add it to it because it is immutable. He will create totally new object and he add that value to it. Then when he had this one for next loop, he get Jannah, so he want to add Jannah. He will not add Jannah to Hussein. He will create a new object, have Hussein and Jannah. Then he will get a new object, have three of them. Then three, this object. So finally, by end of this loop, he will have 4 objects. He will not have only 1 object. So if you have 1 million element in this array, you will have memory crash because he will have 1 million object in the memory. So how to solve this problem? The best solution for this problem using string joiner. So what you do, really easy and simple process. You said, hey, I want to use string joiner. So how I would use it, I will tell you in a second. So he said, instead this case, I will define string joiner. Then name it is j. Equal a new instance of string joiner. Okay, this is your initial value. So did you see what I did? I did a bracket at the beginning, a bracket at the end, then add semicolon between all. I could do this process here, a bracket in the beginning, semicolon between one other, and I will add like a bracket in the end. Really easy thing. You said whenever when you started add a bracket between an object and another, add a bracket. When you're done, add this a bracket, and that is totally done. So I will take this part and this part because I fixed this thing and I solved this one. Now I want to add the content or the new string. Really easy. You say sj.add, then you add the name. Then you will get rid of this part. Now you are able to add the content of the new name. So finally you could print sj. What if you don't have anything like initial value? Think about someone he did not add anything. So you say set empty value. That means if it's empty, show me no value. This is just for avoid a crash. So if I just run this question or this solution, you will have this one. But what I did, wait. He did not add the bracket between in the beginning. In the beginning he add this one. That's mean instead of this one I have add open bracket here, and here I have add the semicolon. That's mean between one object to other, this one, in the beginning what I have to add, in the end what I have to add. So save it, rerun it, here you go. He add in the beginning this bracket, in the end he add this bracket, between one object and another he add this semicolon. So now he is not creating 4 objects, he just create 1 object because this one is immutable. When you define something immutable, that means the value could be updated. So in this case for add, he will not create an object. Here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this section about one of most interesting feature in Java, that's JavaFX. So what I'm saying when I'm saying JavaFX, that means I want to design application with UI. If you remember, all the videos that we discussed in the previous section, we just was using a console. Someone enter information from black console and he will see the result from a black console. So everything was through the console. Now I want to design a UI. What I mean by that, if you go here, open the calculator on your computer, what you would see, this is a UI. So user could interact with this UI. So for example, 75 multiplied by 5 equal this number. So what the UI do for us? So UI just basic easy user experience. So user could interact with this UI and you send the code, still the code sending to your Java code and you process this code. For example, if I'm saying 4 plus 6, I'm just interacting with the UI. But when I'm click equal, 4 and 6 will be sent to the Java code and the Java code do additional operation and return the result for me as 10. So this is basically what I did in Java. So everything behind the scene is Java, but just a UI, user could interact with it. So to start with this section, I really encourage you to download NetBeans. So just go to this URL, netbeans.org, and make sure you download it here and keep it in your PC. So when you're done from download the NetBeans, just open NetBeans, yes, whatever. Still you have a Java installed on your computer, you have Eclipse, so there is no additional information, just you download NetBeans and you'll be okay. So just imagine I'm opening simple NetBeans without any complexity. You would see how it'd be easy to develop apps with NetBeans. So why I did use NetBeans? Because it make working with Java UI really easy, and they are supporting too many tools in Java UI. So if you see, this is NetBeans, so I want to create a project, just I click here, create a project. So if you see, this is the page. If you see, I have Java here, I have here Java FX. So make sure you select Java FX, then FX application, then next. Then see, he just already selected Java 8. If not, make sure to select the JDK 8. Select the project name. Let me suppose UI demo. Okay. And make sure, select this place that where you want to save it. Then finish, waiting for some time, and he will have a complete app for you. If you see, this is my project, UI demo. If you see, this is my packages, and I have only one package named UI demo, and I have only one file. If I just click here, run, I would see simple UI. So wait for a second, let me see this UI. Okay, here you go. This is the UI. If you see, this is Java UI. What I have here, I have simple one form. If you see, one form, the title for the form is hello world, and have single button. So how does this one work? Let me just go through the code and teach you everything. If you see here, I have a start. If you see here, I have a button. This is button. So to work with this button, first of all, in line 24, you see I just defined button equal instance of btn equal instance of the button. That means there is already class named button. This class of button, I could create instance from it to create button for me. So I just create button btn equal a new instance from button. So just creating button. If you see button, this is button, but this button have number of properties and number of method. So what I mean by number of properties and number of method, when I'm saying, hey, this is a properties, that mean, for example, title. If you see the title here, say hello world. So to set this properties, I just have instance. So I'm saying instance from the class dot the properties. Set text, I change the text, say hello world. For that reason, if you see the UI, I have here say hello world. So I have properties. Now I just want to do some processing. I need to, when someone click on the button, do some process. If you see, when you click the button, you would see here hello world. Whenever I click here, I would see here a new hello world. So how does that happen? That means there is event. So if you see, there is here event btn.set on action, a new event handler, then all this code, what you're interested in only here. So this is your part. This is where you write your code. So all the code that you want it to run when someone click the button, here will be when someone click button. So when someone click the button, this code will be run. So if you see here, we written system.print line hello world. If you see, whenever anyone click on the button, this code will be fired. So this is basically how the button works. You see, again, the button have number of properties and number of method. The properties, you say btn.setText. There is many properties, for example, btn dot, just say btn dot, and click control space. You would see list of the properties that you could manage your button. Too many properties like get text, getting the text, or whatever you want. You want, for example, read the text, whatever someone have it, and any properties. Also method, same thing. So if you see, this is basically defining the button. So to do the UI, I did define button, set the text, and setting what I will do when someone click on this button. I defined the button. Now I want to add this button to the UI. How would I add it? Okay, wait and see this. First of all, you define stack pane. When I define something stack pane, and I say, okay, I have something, number of buttons, and I want to add one button over another. So to do that, you would use stack pane. So I define a new stack pane. I name it root equal a new stack pane. And in this stack pane, I say root.getChild.add. That means I'm adding children. So what I mean, okay, I have layouts, simple layouts. I just define stack pane. Let me suppose this is the stack pane. If I say, okay, draw tool, I would suppose draw tool will be easy for me to manage it. So I suppose, okay, I have, for example, just think about it. This is a stack pane. So you just define a stack pane, and inside this stack pane, you say, okay, I would
add this button. But if you see, if you want to add another button, the other button will be over this one. So this is how stack pane works. So I define my stack pane, then I added the button inside it. So first of all, you define your button with the properties and method, then you define your stack pane. Then you take this button, you add it inside the stack pane. Now I have the stack pane and I have this one, name it layout or name it screen. Imagine this one is the screen. So what I did, I just defined screen. I defined the size of the screen. See, it will be 325. That means the width is 300 and the height should be 215. Maybe opposite, maybe this one high, maybe this one height. We will check it. And you say, okay, I define my screen. So okay, I define the screen. I need to add this root or this root. I want to add it inside this screen. And here you go. Now it's cool. So after you've done all this, you say, okay, I need to define title for my screen. If you see, this is the title. I have it here. Then you say, okay, you say, okay, primary stage dot set since you added the screen inside it, then show the screen. So this is how basically works. So what we mean by primary stage, that mean that your PC, like when you say, okay, when you say main method, when you ever start, if you see in the main method, when someone start from launch, so you could start this part. So basically what I want to show you, I say, okay, you have UI, this is your UI, so you define the screen. This name is screen. You define specific size, width, and height. You define title for your screen. You set the screen inside that one and you show it. But this screen now is empty. You want to add something in it. First of all, you define your button with the properties and method. You add button inside stack pane, then stack pane inside the screen, and you all set. Let me do some change. So let me just stop it from here. I will say, okay, I want to change the title here to click me. So I'm saying click me. So now if anyone run the app, the button title should be click me. Is that right? Are you agree? Yes. You agree because this button. Now I want to just modify this code. If you see, you will not like this way of writing method. We have another new way in Java 8. We discuss it to write method. Even so, I say, okay, btn, let me write the new way, dot, hopefully btn, dot, set, hopefully set will be right correctly, btn dot set on. Make sure when you write on, you write it capital so you could get it. Don't write it in small on. Maybe you get a problem. Make sure you say on capital because Java is case sensitive. So you can set on action and it asks you for the value. Just do it in the way of lambda. So what you will do in lambda, I have this is the input parameter. So I say, okay, define it. And let me say, okay, I would define it by name event. And then I say, here you go. And all the code will be here. This is basically how I just summarize that method. Instead of having all that complexity, I just take this line, okay, copy C, add it here, and just I stop this code. I say, okay, this code is no longer needed. Let me just stop it. Make sure it gets stopped from here and from here. So basically say, okay, I don't want to use this way. I want to use lambda way because this is too many code you write. You write for event and you write for integrate and anything, but we know this is event handler is functional method, so have only one method, so it's easy to implement it using lambda. So what's the parameter? The parameter name event. I just define event. Then there we go. You could use like an open and a close bracket. Does it make sense? I just remove it. Why I'm adding too many? I just have single parameter. If I just stop the app and try to run it again, make sure you always stop it before you run it again. If you see now, if I just try to click, still same thing. Hello world, hello world. So you could say, okay, let me say I want to do other process. I can say hello from a new lambda method. Just sharing. Here you go. Run. Hopefully now it's running. Yeah, just click it, say hello from new lambda. Oh, this is what I wrote it. So this is basically how you work with Java UI. All your code is still same. All your code Java, still you could create many classes and you handle all access to these classes. So let's go next and discuss one more example in details. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let's go on more details in this video and try to do simple calculator. So what do you think simple calculator you will have if you want to design calculator? So for sure you say, okay, if I just use the draw tool, you say simple calculator, let me just draw it here. You say, okay, I have this way, a form,
And this form first of all label, display, enter first number, enter second number, and this should be input, and this also should be input for sure. And you have also a label here showing your result, and also here button to click, so this one button. Okay, so this is basically your UI. So if you see what you have just a grid. So if I just want to use stack layout to manage my UI, I cannot do that with stack pane. It will not solve my problem. So I need to use a grid. What do you think about the grid? If you see this grid, what's it have how many columns? 1, 2 column, 3 column, let me suppose. How many rows have? 1, here first row, here second row, here third row, and here 4 row. So it's better for me to design it as a grid and put my things inside this grid. So let me think about it. I just will start. I will not remove too many. Let me just remove this part because I don't think this match my work. I also remove this button because I don't think also it's necessary. This pane also, let me remove it. So to design this layout, I need to have a stack layout. I need a grid pane. So I would define my grid in this way, grid, in this way, grid pane. Since name it a grid. Okay. Then you say, okay, this one will be equal to new a grid. Make sure you write it in capital and same way that I'm writing pane. Okay. So also you may have this problem. Make sure just click here and say add. So he will add the code for you. Now, so instead adding to my scene, instead adding the root, I will add the grid in the scene. So the scene 300 by 25 by 25. Let me suppose I want to change it. If you want, let me say I would say 400. If you see the screen size here is, if you want to see what the parameter, if I just open it here, I click on, if you see here, I have the parent, I have the width, and I have the height. So what I need to show, I need to say the parent will be grid. Also what I'm adding here, the width, let me suppose 400. With the height, let me suppose the height will be 350. Okay, cool. So what I want to add in this layout, first row, what I want to add, I want label and input field. So let me go here and say UI define. Okay. So first, why define is not correct? Define. So I need to define UI. First of all, I need to have a label. So label, just simple UI, like look like a button. So just say, okay, I will define label. Let me suppose this label will be li number 1. So let's suppose li number 1. Okay. Oh, cool. For sure, a new instance of label. Okay. If you click Control and space, hopefully with suggestion, you will not see any suggestion. Just open a bracket, close it, and you say, okay, number 1, just to show on the layout. But if you see here is error, so make sure you import labeled dimension. Here, sure, hopefully he will import it again. Here, sure. Why create constructor? What's the label? Well, and I don't know why I always write label incorrect. So label will be in this, should be in this way. LIBEL, not IL. So then make sure you click it again here. What you have, add import Java FX scene. So you would add label. So for sure now you have a label. I'm done. So for first line I have a label. So what I have to define next? Wait, I have to define label. So again I have here input field. So how I define the input field? You say, okay, I have text field. That's right, text field. If I click control on space, you would see I could import. So I could import this one. So I would say text field. So I say text txt number 1 equal a new instance of again text field. Okay, you would see I would say text field doesn't have any input. That is, so I just define my label and define my text field. I want to add them to first line. So how I would add them? If you see, I have a grid here. So I would say, okay, a grid. I could have to do it after defining the grid. I would say, okay, grid dot. I want to add child inside this. So I would add it. Dot add just directory. Okay. So I say, okay, what you want? You want to add child. So basically, what the child I want to add it. For example, this one.
So in which row and which column? Let's we suppose row number 0. So if you see, if you just, again, if I want to show you in details what I'm doing, if you see, first of all, the column index, then row index. So which column? This one will start from 0, not 1, because we know the array starts from 0. So this one should be 0, 1, 2. So you say, okay, 0, row number 0, or column number 0, row number 0. Let me just make it this one. So to make that track easy, let me suppose this one will be 0, this 1, this 2, this 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this one will be in column number 0, row number 0. That's cool. I don't have any problem here. So what about the second one? A grid dot add. You want to add the second. What the second one is text field. In which column? If you say I just move it to the second column, column number 1. Which row? I'm still on row number 0. Okay, here you go. Now you are all set for this first row. But I want to do some additional information for my alignment and the gap and other stuff. Because now if I just run it, you will not see it in the such way that I want you to see it. See, everything is up. You have input number 1. You could input data here. But I want to do some changes for this one. Because first of all, I want to manage my grid. So I would say, okay, grid dot, I want to set alignment to add it in the center. So I would say set alignment. If you see, it select position to the center. That's mean now when someone run the app, all the content will be in the center, not the front. If you see, just see, I just moved to the center. This first point I would do this layout. Second point, what I would do, I would add some gap in vertical and horizontal. I would say, okay, set horizontal gap. Let me suppose I want to add 10. So just a space and 10 horizontal gap. I would suppose grid dot set vertical gap. Hopefully set vertical gap. Oh, suppose also 10. So just adding gap between vertical and horizontal. Second, I just add this one for development only. So I would add showing the lines. So I would say set a grid, that grid line visible true. What I mean by this one, when I'm adding this one true, that's mean I'm just showing grid lines, so just help me in development mode. So you see, okay, I have he defined a grid with this box and this box. Just I will remove it for development only. Okay, that's cool. I will remove it later. Again, well, the last thing I have to add it, I would do some padding. So I would say, okay, grid dot set padding. That we suppose I'm adding padding, so I say a new in sets. So if you don't know about insets, hopefully now I would insets. If you say it's just Java code, so if you say I could define 4 from the top, from right, bottom, left, just adding inset or padding, you could say. Let me suppose I added 25 from any place. 25, 25, 25, 25. Padding is for, padding, if you're looking through CSS, padding mean how much I'm doing space between one object and another. But gap mean how much I want to do gap in vertical mode and horizontal mode. So when we talk between object, when I'm talking about padding, I'm talking about object and object other. And with gap, I mean gap between vertical and horizontal mode. We will go in more details. So this is just setting my layout. Let me suppose this one, add UI to grid. Let me suppose this one for set UI. Let me go more details. I just did first line. Let me just copy it and do same thing for the second line. So what I have, line number 2 and text number 2. So let me suppose this one. I just again defining UI because someone will enter number 2 and he have text field for that. So I want to add it here. I will do same process. If you remember here, I'm adding first row. So I say grid.add. I would add label number. I would add number 2. Which number 2 I will add it? I still in column number 0, row number 1. So I say column number 0, row number 1, and I'm done. Then I say okay, grid.add. Again, the node will be, the node name should be txt for number 2. I would add it in the row number 1. column number 1. If you see here, here row number 1, here column number 1. Hopefully now everything should be cool, or a little bit cool, for the first 2 rows. Yeah, here you go, number 1, number 2. If you see how the grid works, just help me to see how I'm developing. So what I have more, I have another label. So let me define my another label for showing the result. So libel, hopefully li results, just showing the result for the user. Equal a new label. I will suppose this one will have some equal, just showing label. So I want to add this one to the grid. It's really easy. I just go here, I say okay, a grid dot add this one. Which way, when we want to have to add it, I just went to this row. Let me suppose I want to add in column number 1, row number 2, because I have row number 0, 1, 2, and I want to add in the second cell, not in the first cell. So I will show you. Just stop it, run it again. Always make sure you stop it. If you see how it works, if you see I didn't add in the first cell, I add in the second cell. So row column number 1, see this column number 1, cell number row number 2, so this one. Now I just want to go more details. I want to add the button here, because if you see the button goes here, so should be define the button. Now you know how the button works. So you say okay, I'm defining the button. Hopefully the button already btn equal new instance for the button. You're just defining your button. It's not something complex. Say define my button. This button doesn't have any input, so now I want to btn dot set. You want to set text. Let me suppose you sum. You do some operation. Someone click to sum, or you could say sum to say click to sum. So summation. Now I want to set. Do I have to set the event right now? Yes, I have. So I say btn dot set action, because someone set on action. So we say we have event. So I say okay, event. Then we use the new methodology. Here you go. So now what I would do here, before I'm doing some operation, let me add this button to the UI. So I have btn, I have to add it to the UI. So I have it here, the UI. I would say grid dot add. I would add the button to the UI. How would I add it? When I want to add it, I want to add it in the row number 0, 1, 2, 3. In the row number 3, so let me just move here and say I would add it to row number 3. Which column? I don't want it to add the column number 0, not 1. I want to add it in the 2, because you see, I just move it next. So 2. And I'm done. If I just stop it, just see my UI before running my code, hopefully now everything cool. If you see when you create a new column, he directly creates the grid for you, and this is very, very interesting. So you see, this is my layout. Number 1, number 2, some results. See, this one I added in the column number 2, cell number, row number 3. So see, 0, 1, 2. This is column number 2, cell number 3, 0, 1, row number 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you see how he defined it for me. Really easy and really simple. Now you say, okay, I no longer need this grid. Just really easy. Just stop it. And now when you run it, you would not see a grid. See, no grid. Okay, grid just help you to see your layout. It's basically helping you to understand how you manage. Now someone enters information here, then I would click and see the result here. Wait. Who is responsible for the, if I just to remember you, who is responsible for this one? So for the draw, let me just open the draw tool. Okay, who's responsible for this text field? It is this one, text number 1. So I could take number 1 from here. Who's responsible for this one? Text number 2. Who is responsible for showing the result? Is it li result? So now I understand what I have to do. I have 2 fields and I have the result. So I take from this one, and I save them here. Cool. So you say, okay, to start working, I would define my number 1. I say integer number 1 equal the data that inside this text. So I say, okay, this one dot get text, bring the text inside. So get text. If you see, dot to string. Just I'm changing this data to string. You have to change it to string because if you see, this is a UI. This is input field, and any data that user input in the input field is considered as string. So you have to take it as string. Okay, but here this is integer, so I have to do casting. You say okay, integer dot force integer. That means okay, I'm forcing this integer, so I'm taking this data as a string and replace it here. Cool. I would do same process for the second one. So just copy this line, move it down. You say number 2 will be equal number 2. Here you go. I would do integer for sum. Hopefully now we're doing only integer. So number 1 plus number 2. Now I have a result. I want to show this result here on the sum result. I say okay, sum result dot set text. Also make sure when you set text inside label, you cannot add integer directly. You cannot say sum equal, because the sum is, you cannot add it sum directly because the sum integer, and this one take only text. So make sure take string. So make sure you say string dot value of, you know that string dot value of this number. Okay, it's just sum. But now we could do it in this way. I just want to show sum also. I could say sum equal, here you go, because I'm doing string. Now the result is string. So stop it. Hopefully now everything is cool. Yeah, here you go. I say 33, 22, click, sum 55. Cool. I say 5 plus 4, 9. Yes. Here we're done, and thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey everybody. Let me talk in this video about how we could make this layout more beautiful by adding some CSS. So you say, okay, why I'm using this layout? This layout is not nice. I want to make it nicer. I want to change the color and other stuff and all these things. So how I would do all this work in Java? So you could manage your layout in Java using CSS. So if you have experience with CSS, so you come to right place. It's very easy for you. Otherwise, also it's still easy. So let me show you a basic example. I want to change the color for this button. So how I would do that? First of all, let me just click right here on my package. If you see, here is my package. Make sure to click right and say other, new other, and make sure in the other go to the other, and here look for something named CSS, hopefully cascading style sheet. Next, make it any name. Let me suppose I will name it calculator in this way. Okay, and yeah, I added. So if you see, this is basically basic CSS. If I want to change, for example, something related to the button, first of all, to change something related to the button, I will have to connect this file with my button file. I mean this one. So how I could connect it is not so complex. If you see, I have my layout here. I'm just defining my screen. I could add this CSS to this screen just by saying screen this way, hopefully, dot get since dot, I would say get style sheet. Then after that, say dot add. I just want to make it multi-line to make it easy for you. So what you would add, you say okay, I would add, well, the name of the class. If you see, the name of a class is UI demo. So I say UI demo. Say okay, UI demo. Make sure to write the same way, demo dot class. Then you say dot get resource, because you're going to get the resource. Well, the resource name is this file. I have it, calculator.css, because this file is calculator.css. If you see, finally you say dot to external form, and yeah, here we done. You just change it to the external, and this is basically, if you want to know how to connect your CSS to this one, basically this is how you will do it to this file. Now let me think about the button. You say okay, I want to change the color for this button. So first of all, I have to have something unique for this button, because if I just go to the code here on CSS and write a class name it button, I will affect all the button that I have in my work, because this is how CSS work. So to work for example background color, so to background color you have to write /fx, then you say /background color, so you could access to any color. Let's suppose I want to add it red in this way, hopefully this one red. So yes, I was just adding red color, hopefully this one will work. Yeah, here we go. So just I am adding color, but now if you run it, it doesn't make sense for you, because he will affect on any button you have it, and maybe he does not access to this button. So how I could access to specific button? So I want to say only this button, I want to change the CSS for it. So I would say, okay, I would go to my button. What's the name of my button here in the code? I just set specific ID for that button, and I'm good. So I say, okay, where's the button? Here's the button. I just set the properties. Let me say ptn dot. I want to set the ID for it, so make sure you write it in this way, set ID. So what the value for the ID, let me suppose btnc. Let me just name it btnc to make you understand the difference between this one and this one. You could name it any name, so okay, I name it btnc. Now this is because it's ID, so to access to any ID in CSS you have to write hash, then the ID name. So hash ID name, this is to access to ID. To access to any class, you say dot, then a class name. To access the properties directory, you would not write anything. I want to access to ID, I would do it in this way. So now let me run it again and see. Yeah, there we go. This is the button change. You could change more properties, for example, /fx /font size. You want to change, hopefully you want to change font size. Hop. I don't know why my scrolls went /x dot font. If suppose you want to change the font, that you change the font to 18. So yeah, here we go. I would stop this one, and there you go. I just changed this font size. Cool. So maybe you did not like this way of accessing to the object through or using ID. You could access to it. Maybe you have more than a button, and you want to do all them. So you could do using class. So you could say dot button. You could access to the button directory, and you would do same process without ID. But it depends on your app. Maybe some of your app want to use button or use class, and you want to for more than one item, because maybe you have more than one button. You want to give them same class, or maybe you want to do for single class only. So it's still, it depends on you. If you do a single class, use ID. If you want to do many class, use a class. So now the question is, well, the more details, how could get more details about CSS? Just say right here JavaFX CSS. You would find a lot thing. It's writing Java documentation, CSS guideline. I would really encourage you to go through this and see CSS and how we could use everyone in your code. So what I did teach you here really easy. Just tell you how you get specific object and how you give it properties value, and you continue. And this is how CSS works. But it depends on you. If you want to go more details, please go there and read how it's going on, do more details and change anything you wanted. So here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video on more details about style sheets. So what I want to do, I want to take this form, I want to change background image for this format. First step, then I want to manage this layout. So I want to change background for this form to be an image. So first of all, I have to have an image. I already have an image here, name it background. So I just copy this image, Control C, and I be in this package. I say Control V, add it. This is the image. So I want to make all the background to my form to be with this image. So I just say dot root. Why dot root? Because this is the word in the Java fx style sheet that manage the background. So say f/fx/ background. So hopefully background image equal URL. I'm using URL with the name of my image. URL in this way, open a bracket. Then you say give it the name of the image. Name of my image is background. That's right. Yeah. So but hopefully background dot, make sure dot jpg. You write the background correctly. Now if I just try to rerun the app, hopefully I see the new background. Here we go. This is my new background to the image. So if you see, I would just apply this image as a background for my form, just writing properties name and the value.
Here we go. I just want to also manage another thing. I want to manage this button to make it nicer. So let me go to this button and try to manage something in it. I would say, okay, first of all, let me suppose that it have a specific thing like a slash fx slash the text full. I make it full while. I just make that, I mean the color inside it should be while. The color inside my this box, so it should be while. You will not see anything, just while color inside it. This is the font color. So let me go next and do other changes. Let me say okay, slash fx, then hopefully slash, why this one always doing this part? I have to add, I think I have to add here. Yes, I have this bracket. What's going on? Hopefully not. Hopefully touch background, this one, then you say slash fx, make sure you add semicolon by the end of the line, then you say slash background color. I'm just changing the background color to linear gradient. This is just type of background color, so I want to do the color to specific linear between two color type. For example, I want to do it between two color, between 61A to B1, and this is the color, then 2A505A. This is just what I want to say. I'll say, hey, I have image, and this image have a linear gradiented color should be applied to it. This color should be from this one to this one, just range of the color. So now if I just try to rerun the app again, hopefully I will see a new background. If you see, so that's mean I didn't use it one color. You could say background color and use one color and you're done. But I just want to make the color between range between this color size, this one, and hexa to this one, so I would see a little bit nicer. So let me manage more. I would suppose adding some more feathers in this one. I say okay, the font white. So I say slash fx slash font, and this way font slash white, hopefully slash fx slash white in this way, equal bold. So I'm just doing the color bold, so hopefully the font white now, if someone click on it, you see the font color inside the button is bold. If you see it now, is bold. You could change a lot. You could change, for example, the font family. You could say slash fx slash font slash family in this way, then you give it specific family. Let me suppose I want to use Arial neuron, so make sure when you write Arial neuron, type it in this way, Arial neuron. This is specific type of color. So yeah, if I just run it, hopefully now the font family also changed. See, I change it now, everything look nice. I think everything is looking nice now in the UI. So yes, this is basically how we change the layouts, change everything. You couldn't change more. You could change label. So think about this label. I want to change it. So I say okay, dot label. If you see when I want to access the class, just I have specific classes that already defined in JavaFX. You cannot use other. So when you talk with label, you should use this one. But when you want to talk with ID, you give the ID name. So I want to talk with a label. For example, I just give this a three information. I would say I would give the font size 12, the font white bold, the text full, the text color, and this color. Now if I just run it again, I would see different color, maybe, hopefully. Yeah, here you go. Yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me do in this video a simple image viewer app. So I have this image and I want to do image viewer for it, so display. So maybe later on you want to have too many images and you want to display these images inside your app. So to get started, I just create a new project, JavaFX, make sure, and let me name it image view demo. Okay, in this way, hopefully to work. So yeah, there you go. This is basic app. If you run it, you would not see anything, just hello, and you're done. So let me just do some modification. I'm no longer need this stack pane and the button. I don't care about them. So just I have the scene only. So first of all, think about the image view, how it's work. Image view work in this way. You have image and you add the image inside the image view, and all these will be inside the pane, any type of the pane, and all these inside the scene. So think about it in this way. So first of all, let me bring our image. So I say, okay, I have this image. Let me just copy it and Control C, Control V here. So how we start, first of all, let me think about the image. You say, okay, first of all, I have image, and this image, I click space, I say picture, equal in new, okay, image. If you think about it, this is your image. But if you see there's too many images, java.awat and java.sense, make sure you import this one. How I import it, I just click it, control space, so I saw this one, I select second one. Just open a bracket and they give the image path. What's the path for the image? To think about the image path, you have to think about it in this way. First of all, you have to take the package name of the package. This is the package name. Then you write package name. Then you write slash. Then the image name. Well, the image name is Hussein.jpg. Hopefully this will work. So yes, if I just click again, I don't see any problem. Hopefully everything is cool. I just define my image. This is first step. Then we define image. We add the image inside img view. That means I have to have image a view in this way. Okay, I name it img view for my picture, equal a new img view for my picture. So img view for my picture. Well, the picture is this picture. So that's mean, okay, I'm having picture. I would take this picture, I add it inside the img view. This is second step. So I'm done. So now let me think about third step. I want to add inside pane. There's many type of the pane you could use it. Let me use the basic one, the border pane. I would suppose this one will be better for us because border pane will be help us to display it in border. So let me say name it pane, equal a new border pane. Okay, this is another type of the pane, but use a border for it. You will see it in a few seconds. Then okay, you define your pane, your border pane. So let me talk about this border pane. You say okay, set center. If you suppose what I want to add in the center of this pane, I would add this img view. That's mean okay, I have the pane, I add the img view in the center of it. Now it's really easy. Just say okay, this pane added inside the screen, and I'm sure we're done. So if you just run, hopefully now it will work. Yes, it will work if you see it, but it doesn't work in such way that you wanted the image being very big. And just you want to manage this part. You say okay, the image doesn't appear in such way that I want it to be appear. So think about it, how we could manage this thing. Let me say okay, at first I have 300 here and I have 400 as a width. So and run it. So did you see any update? For sure no, still your image on this side. Because why? Because we did not define the size for our image. Just say okay, image, and you're done. If you just talk about your image, you say okay, picture here dot set hopefully img view, not the picture. Say the img view for you dot set set fit head and fit white, whatever you want to set. Fit with it, let me suppose I would do it 300 by 300. So I will say again img view pic dot set fit width. So I just define the width and height for my image img view. Hopefully now we will fix the problem for setting the image width and height. Hopefully, yeah, here you go. I just define the size for my image. I just say okay, I have img view image. Okay, this is my image. Then I would add this image inside this img view. Then after adding image inside img view, I just did update. I say okay, I want to define the size of img view to be 300 by 300, and how do I done? Now let me think about if you want to do it viewer for viewer image. Well, how we do that? How you will do that? First of all, for sure you have to have a button, and this button could, when you click it, you swap between one image and another. But how you would swap the images? You have to use the img view. So you have img view. Whenever you have a new image, you just define your new image and you add this image inside the img view, and you will be all set. Do you want to think about it? Think about it and do it. Not too much complex work. Really easy. Again, you just define your button. For example, you say okay, I have a hair button, and this button, whenever anyone click on the button, you create a new image, and you add this image inside the img view that already define it. Okay, yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, I want to talk in this video about some tool that we're using to draw. like line, a circle, or rectangle. So how it would work in JavaFX? Let's get started. I'll just create a new project, FX. I would name it draw, okay, demo in this way. Then I would do next, and I'm finishing everything. So to get started, I would say if I just run this app normally, you would know what we will have. Just simple hello apps, just screen app. I want to just first change this code, so I would go here. I would remove this button. I'm no longer needing this button. I would not use stack pane. I would use now a group because I'm using a group of lines and other stuff. So make sure doing a group, and make sure when you click here you see import JavaFX group, and same thing as in your group. For now I don't have anything to add in the group, so let me just stop it. So now I have 300 by 300 group. So I want to manage it in, I say, okay, I want to be the size of my screen 400 by 400. Also, I want to give it specific color. So let me suppose I want to give this screen color dot sky. In this way, sky blue should be a nice color. So now if I just rerun the app, hopefully I would see in your screen, see sky color. I would say it's nice color. So how would you think when I would use draw tool, how you think that the size or the place for our component? So this is location. If you see how much the screen size for me is 400 by 400. So this location should be 0, 0, okay? And this location should be 400 by 400. And think about it. This one is this x-axis, and this one is y-axis, okay? So if you think I want to add it in the x0, y0, I want to, for example, add circle here in x0, y0. So how I do that? Let me just stop the code and I define my circle. I just start, I say, okay, I have circle in this way, circle. Make sure control space, then I name it car equal a new circle. So what do you think you would need to define a circle? For sure, you need to do three things. There's different tab. Maybe just define the radius for it. Maybe you need the place for it, like the x, where is located in the x-axis, where is in y-axis, and the radius. Let me suppose this one is located in location 0, 0, and the radius for my square is, for suppose, 15. Okay. Now, if I want just to add this circle to this route, this group, I say just btj just group dot add. I just adding this item to this group. So now if I run it, I would see in the location 0, 0 circle, see it, circle in location 0, 0 with color black, because I didn't identify other stuff. Let me think about adding this one here. So what do you think, how much should be the x-axis and y-axis for this one? You know, here I have 400, 400. For sure, this one, the center should be 200 in x, 200 in y. So if I just try to stop it, and I say, okay, this circle should be located in location 200, and 200x, 200y should be located in the center y, because my square is 400, or my screen size is 400 by 400. So yes, here we go, this is my screen. Let me do some manage to my circle. I would do same thing. I would say, okay, set, I would do stroke. Stroke, this is the specific, you will see it, specific stroke size. I would show it in a second. So stroke, what's the color of my stroke? I would say color dot, I would say color dot read. Okay, for now. See, read in such way. And then what do you think you would addition thing you want to add to the stroke? I would define the stroke size. So I say set stroke size. So hopefully stroke width. Let me suppose I want to do the width for this one is 4. So if I run it, hopefully I would see a red stroke around the screen. See it? I said I have stroke read, he do it read. I say the width for it 4, he make it 4. If you just think about it, want to make it 10, so how you would think it will be? It will be, okay. Here you go, this is 10. But let me go back and make it 4
or 4 would be better. What the additional information you would do it? I would say circle dot set full color. What the color inside it? Let me think about it. This should be a sign, a sun. Color dot. Oh, not orange. Should be yellow. The sun should be yellow. Is that right? Yes, yellow, orange. Hopefully this one will be sign color. So if you just see it here, just think about it as a sign. No, not this one. This one is not yellow. I want to do it yellow only. Will be better. So because this color yellow green is not sun color. So let me just think about drawing something. So wait, yes, this is sun. I don't want it to be here. I want it to be. Let me suppose I want it to be in here in the center. So how I could add it in this place? I mean, how could add it here? So wait a minute. How much I have in x-axis? I have all the x-axis is 400. Okay, so the middle of the 400 is 200. That's cool. So I'm adding an x-axis 200. How much in y-axis? The full y-axis is 400. How much the first space in y-axis should be 0. So for 200 in x, 0 in y. So make sure if you just see here, my circle should, I think, let me just show it to you again. Here in this way, so I have x and y. So how much I have in x? I have 200. How much in y? 0. How much the radius? Let me suppose 15. Now if I just run it again, hopefully I would see, here is it, see, this is my, but y is taking over because I just say x-axis is, y-axis 0 and this one 15, so you would see only 25. So if I want to see all the one, I would say okay, because you know why 25, because he put the center of the circle. So this is what we have in the circle. This is the center. The center located in x-axis 200, y-axis 0. If I want to just move the place, so I have it here. How much the radius is? Radius 15, so half of it 25. So I could just move it by 25 here. I say okay, move it 25 to just see all the sun. I just want to share with you. See, how is it? 25, hopefully. Yes. So do you know why you did not see other part? Because this is considered as a part of the screen, this one. You want to see it more, you could move it. Yes, this is basically how we move it. I want to, for now I want to add a 0 here and 0 in x-axis and everything. So you would see it as a sign and here is it. Okay, just in this way. If you want, just move it. Let me just move it in the x-axis. Let me say 25 here and 25 here. Hopefully, I would see it in a nicer place. So it should be a nice place. Yes, here we go. This is the sun. So this is the sun. I want just to draw another thing. I want to draw a line. Suppose I want to draw a line here. So what do you think here? Here, how much in x-axis? 200, because the middle. How much I want to start 200 in x, and y 200, and x should be. Wait, in y 200 and x should be 0. Is that right? Yes. In x, this is x-axis, and this is y-axis. So in y-axis 200 and x 0, and I want to move it until here. So it should be here. Again, here I have an x 200, in y 400, and in x 400. Is that right? I think yes. Let me think about it again. How I get this point for this one? How much I moved in the y-axis? 200, because the length of it is 400. How much in x-axis? I didn't move anything. But if I go here, how much I have in the x-axis, in the y-axis? Still, I'm taking in x-axis 200, y-axis 200. But the y-axis changes to the y-axis taking 200, and the x-axis is changed to 400. So my line should be in this way. I would do another line. So let me suppose. I'm just doing lines, so I suppose line in this way, okay, and this line should be line equal a new line in this way, and this line should take this 4 parameter, starting in x, starting in y, ending of x, ending of y. So I would say starting x 0 in x, but in y 200, ending in x should be 400, because by the end of the x in y is still in 200. I never moved more in y. So yes, this is basically how you define the line. I want to add this line to this one. So you could add more than one children. Instead, add here, you say add all. You have this one, this option. So you add many, more than one object. So I would add line. Now let me just manage this line. I don't want to add it just line, and here you go. I want to do something. For example, dot set stroke for sure. I don't know why stroke, always we use it, but yes, stroke. So let's suppose I do the color dot black. Give it a black color, give it the blue, whatever. Let me give it the black. And also line dot for sure set stroke width, because set stroke hopefully set stroke width. Let me suppose I was 8 added, and here you go. Hopefully now when I run it I would see line in the middle. So think about it. See, this is the line, because we say okay, add this line for me in location in y-axis 200, because you know the draw tool how it works. The draw tool is starting 0 in the y-axis, so 200 in y-axis, 0 on x-axis. Here I just increase the x-axis, but I'm still in same y-axis, so still I have 200 in y-axis but 400 in x-axis. Cool. So could we do more? Yeah, could I change the line space? So for example, you want to you still want it, you just y-axis and increase it. Let me suppose you want it to be 300, so I should be move it, the line, the shape of the line is changing now. See, I started from here and I ended up here, because this is 300 and this is 400 in y-axis, it's still x-axis same, and this is how we draw it. You could just reduce the x-axis. You say I don't want it to be full screen, I want it to stop in the middle. So you say okay, let me just take it, and yeah, this is basically, yeah, you could do it. I want to go back to my point. I want to still have it, but yes, I would start from 0 to 200, but I would say I would go to 400, but I'm still 200 in x-axis and y-axis, so I keep the line in the same place. Yes, this is basically. So let me draw a triangle. I want just to draw a triangle here. So what do you think of that triangle? Triangle, same thing. Let me suppose I will have a triangle. Triangle. In this way. Oh, rectangle, not triangle, sorry. Rectangle. This rectangle is Java avec scene. So let me suppose I do rectangle. Should be a new rectangle. Okay, what do you think in the rectangle you need to have? You need to have for sure your start point in x, start point in y, end point in x, end point in y. Let me suppose I want to have it in this way: 240 in x and 19 in y, and I want to end up as 18 in x, 17 in y. So what I mean by this, I will show it to you in a second. So let me just add this one here in my child. So let me add more information. You know, I just have this information, I could add it. Let me just take the stroke and set width, hopefully this one width. Let me suppose this one should be green, hopefully green, and you could add the full color. So I'll say rig dot set full color. Okay, so I would suppose the color will be dot yellow, yellow, green. I just suppose this way. So let me think about how I define this and how it been in this place. Yes, here is it. What I have here, I have 200, 214 x, 19 in y. That's mean this is x-axis, 214, and I have how much in y? It is for sure should be in the center. Two in the x is 214 and 19 in the y. And how much the width? The width should be 18, and the height should be 17. And yes, I'm done. This is basically how we work. It's basically how we use the drawing tool, and here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video how we could do implement for list view, and we talk another layout named the flow pane. So I would create a new project, JavaFX, make sure, next. I would name it list view demo. Okay, then I would say finish, taking some time until I have this project. If you just run it, this is your project. It's very, very simple. Will come and you're done. So let me first try to think about the new layout. How you think the new layout would be? If I just go to the draw tool, okay, I would suppose the new layout will work in this way. I have the new layout, okay, and I have just display label here, then here list view, listing of thing. So if you suppose this list, and here when you click anyone, he display it for you. When you click here, he display it for you. So I have 3 items, one under another. So no button now. Let me just take off this button. And now let me think about the new layout. The new layout should be different. So I would suppose I have a new layout. I would name it flow pane. Flow pane. Okay. Make sure this way and just control space to just import it. Let me name it also root. Or call a new flow pane. Okay. Just really simple. So one of most interesting features in flow pane, it show you how it allow you to arrange the items inside it. So if I want to arrange the item inside, let me suppose this is flow pane, so I want to arrange item vertical inside it. So I say root dot set orientation. Okay, then I suppose orientation dot vertical. So he will arrange the content vertical. If you want to do it horizontally, you say okay, orientation dot horizontal. He will arrange them that horizontal. Let me suppose first show you as a vertical, and you will understand. So I'm saying okay, I'm defining new flow pane. I want to arrange item inside it as horizontal. So if I define label here, let's suppose I define label. Okay, hopefully now I write it correct. Hopefully label. Let me say all li title equal a new label. Okay, I would suppose this label have this title. Select admin from list. Okay, suppose just have this one, and I have another item or another label, name it li selected admin. Okay, just display. You say tell you select, for example, you select. Okay, here you go. I just have 2 of them, so I want to add them inside root. I say just say root dot. I want to add inside it. I say add because I want to add this new item inside it. Hop, not this way. Dot add, and hopefully I just write it correctly. Just I want to add item inside the flow pane, so I would not have problem. I would say first of all root dot get children, then I would say add. Okay, I'm adding new children. Well, the name of the first one I want to add this one. Here you go. I added. I do same thing. Root dot get children, and I would say dot add. I want to add the new children. That should be this one. Because I arrange them vertically, let me see how they will appear. I just click run. See, vertically, I arrange them vertically, one under other. If you say I want to arrange them horizontally, they should be one beside another. But because this one is not too much, let me say 400, 320, and you just stop them. He will arrange them horizontally for you. But still, you don't have any space. See how they appear. So we need vertically. So that's mean you now understand when I say hey, arrange this item inside flow pane vertically, he will arrange them one under other. So first of all, we added first item, that is title, he displayed here. Then we added uSelect, he displayed under it. So really easy and convention. Okay, now we are almost set in this point, but now I want to define my selected list view. Cool. Now last step, I want to create list view. So how we could create list view? There is a number of steps I have to do to create list view. First of all, first step, you have to define your dataset. Okay, I need to define dataset. What I have, let's suppose I want to display a list of admins. So I would use observable list. Why observable list? Don't tell me why. Tell Google or tell Java, not Google, because they use observable list to control the list view. So observable list, let me suppose I have admins. Okay, account. Or if you suppose not admins, you suppose accounts. Accounts. I have list of accounts. So should be this one should be fx collection because this one work for array selection. Use observable array list. And this observable array list should be have a list of account tab. Let me suppose I have admin, I have tester, I have manager, and I have a QA.
Okay, list of the account I have then. So just I define my account, then let you go to the next step. After you define your account, let you define the list view. I would say, okay, I have list view in this way. So I have to define list view. Let me make sure list view in this way. You say I have list view of string, because the list of items that I want to display them is string. Let me suppose the list view account. Okay, accounts. Okay, this list view accounts will be equal new list view in this way. Hopefully list view will work. Okay, and of string, but I'm doing casting for this list, for this account, because I'm taking this account and move them to my list. So hopefully list view here and same day list view here. So what we are missing, hopefully adding something. Yes, import Java list view. Here we go. So yes, I define my list view. This is second step. So we would say second, define list view and move data to it. So okay, we define list view, we move it our data to this list view. Third step is the final step. So define our multiple selector mode. So multi select options. Okay, I just defined it. So I would say how I define it. It's not complex. I say in this way, multiple selected. Okay, what? MULT multiple. Why what? Multiple selected. This one, multiple selected mode. So what I have in my list, I have string. So I would suppose multiple selected mode. So list view module that I have it equal. So I need to move this list view to it. I say okay, list view dot get selected mode. Okay, hopefully I'm done. Then I say okay, list view module dot selected item properties. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. See, selected item properties dot I want to listen when someone clicks select the item, then add listener. So what we add in the add listener, so we say new change listen, hopefully change listener this one, so it would take string and also open a bracket to close it. This is how this method work. Then again open a bracket, this method have only single method should be. Hopefully if I click here they will implement it for us. Implemented abstract, yes, here you go, they implemented the method for us. So this is the method that we wanted once the value changed. So whenever anyone change the value, this method will fire up. If I want to see it in multi-line, so you would understand what I'm saying, let me just take this one down. So you would see this is the old value, this is the new value selected. I want to show the new value, so let me suppose sys, just display on the screen, print line, the new value. So I just show you selected. Hopefully I did correct, but I'm sure there is something mistake. I have this view model, I want to add it, but I want to add it between two child. So I say root dot get children dot add the list view. Hopefully list view account. Yeah, there we go. So yes, I think I'm already set. I define my list view. First of all, if you just go up, you see where define the data set. Then we define the list view, we define it as account, but let me do some properties for this list view. I would say list view dot set. I would set the precise, so it should be precise. This one with and height. Suppose I would do it 300. This is the size of my list view, 115. So how I would define the size of my list view? So it should be 300 by 1 or 300 by 150. And also I would say everything okay now. I don't think I would say anything.
yes, just you say set, but you suppose say LC account dot set orientation, so you could see it set orientation. Yes, here you go, and do it vertical to show the data inside list view as vertical. Yes, so hopefully everything is good, and hopefully everything will run now with no bugs. Yeah, there you go. This is the list that I have it. Now if I try to select anyone, if you see, he displayed the value for it. Select manager, he select the manager. He select, but I want to display it here. It's now easy. I say okay. What I have this label to display the data you select. I will say okay, instead of printed, say dot set text. So display you selected. Hopefully this one will work. The new value, just show it to you, so he would see what he did select. So just a list view. So now I hopefully you understand how to work with list view. See, you select admin, you select tester, you select manager, you select all the insurance. So yes, this is basically how you define list view. And did you see the properties for the list view? And when I define it, if you see, I define the size 300 by 150. So hopefully this one 150 and this one 300. And like the orientation should be vertical. If you define it, hopefully there is horizontal mode. I'm not sure if there is horizontal mode. Yes, there is horizontal. So if you select it horizontal, the data will be displayed in horizontal mode in the list view. It depends on your case. See, this is data horizontally, but for sure I want it vertically in this case. So yes, so how it work? To work with list view, first of all, define the data set, define your list view, define the size for list view, define the orientation of the data in it. Then this way, how you access to the method inside it and how you validate the data. So you have to define multiple selection. You just get selected mode inside it. Now it could manage your list view. So first of all, you're listening to the data when anyone change it. I know this is little bit complex for you. Say, okay, I have list view. Why this one is managed? This is how we name it in Java and a protocol. So sorry, not Java, and iOS name it a protocol. So one managed by other one, delegate and other stuff that delegate exactly in iOS. So you have this method and this method delegated to access to that method available in it to allow you to manage. So yes, here we basically done, and hopefully you understand how we did design this layout. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about how we could do implement for table view using JavaFX. So yeah, to get started with table view, see how the table view look like. It just if I just using draw tool. I don't know why I see this one always, but say draw tool. So this is the table view. Just look like this screenshot. It has this way title and have a number of rows if you see it. So first of all, you have to think about the table view in this way. You have title with specific thing. If you see it here, I have username, password type, and I have here number of data should be displayed. So how we do this work? So let me show you. To get started, I will just create a new project. I would name it JavaFX. I say table view demox. Okay. Next, finish to show this project. So first I think what you have to think about it. You have to think this is table view. Hopefully this one, table view demo X, this one. You have to think about the data, how your data construct. You have username, password, and account type. So you have to have a class take care about this part. So define your class, name it accounts. Okay. So what do you think the account have? First thing should have public string user name. Okay, is that right? Yes, public string user name, then string for password, and you would suppose always you have public, okay, string for type. For sure you have to have a constructor here. You say okay, I have here, then I have constructor should be public with the same name of my class, and this one will get initialize or will do initialization for these three properties. So first one, second one, third one. So let me do it in this way. You say okay, I will get username. Let me just make it come on what my name is. So just taking username, taking the password, and taking the type. Okay, this is the three information you want to do it. Then you want to do initialize. You say, okay, I will do this dot username equal the username. Then you talk about the password. You say, okay, I have this dot password equal the password. Then you talk about the type. You say, okay, this dot type equal the type. But because you want to work with UI, this type of data will not work. So you cannot define that as a string. You have defined a simple string property, because simple string property, because table view cannot access to the data from tab of string. So make sure change it to the table view. Then you say, okay, new this one. Okay, so do same thing for all. So all of them should be initialized, and all of them should be simple string, so they could work. Now you got what I'm talking. Now you say, okay, we did this part, but we need to do setting. Setting mean how I want to send the values. This dot doesn't work. So what you would do, you say the name dot set, because this is a properties now. Now is not a string value, not as normal string. For that reason, I want to show you how I could do that by code. So I say dot set. So you could set the username. Say, okay, not this username, I want to set this username. You say, okay, this dot the properties dot set, this dot the properties dot set, because you cannot do directory, you cannot access to that variable directly, because this is not variable, this is properties, and when we have properties you have to have either set and get to access to that properties. So I just want to show you how you do the process, how first we define normal class, how we change it to the property class, and because this is a properties, so you cannot access to a directory, you have to do set process. Now I have this part is cool and ready. Now let me go here and try to implement our code. If you see, if I just run it without anything, there's not something complex, you know about this part. You already implemented before twice times. You just have simple welcome and hey, you're done. So let's work on this part. First of all, I just go, I don't need this button, and I want to change this layout to a different layout. I name it flow pane, because I need to display that as a flow pane. Okay, hopefully pane will work. Flow pane will work, hopefully. So now if I just try to import it, yeah, flow pane will work. Make sure also this one flow pane, and I don't have button children to it. So yes, this is my scenes, this is my button. I just want to change layout. That is. So what I have, first of all, I have to have list of data as we decide. Same thing to define table view. Some process that we define in the list view. First of all, define data set. Okay. So what's their data set? I have list of accounts. So first of all, let me say, okay, I have observable in this way. Sorry. Observable array or observable this, what the name of observable list should be. What the type of the list should be from type of this class, from account class. So I have list of accounts. Okay, so let me suppose I have account list of accounts. So what I have to do, I have to add it. So you know, to add you have to do fx select collection dot observable array list, and you could add your data. So how you add data? Because I have multi rows, you say, okay, new accounts. The account have 3 information: username, it is suppose Hussein, password will be 12345, account type, it is suppose admin. Okay, and this is just for one. You could continue for more than one user. So just copy this line and continue second, third, 4, 5 users. Does it have? Let me suppose this one Jenna, and Jenna have this password, and he normal user, and Leia, she has this password, and she QI, let's suppose, and Luma, suppose this password, and she's tester, and Alex, he has this password, and he is a project manager. I just define my data set. Here we go, I'm done from my data set. Well, the next step, so next step, you define your table view. You say define table view. So you say, okay, I have table view, table in this way, a view of what? I have table view of the accounts that I have them. So what we say I have accounts. So I have table view of accounts. Let me say in the table view accounts. Okay, and yes, this table view account. Now you want to initialize it. Let me suppose first of all import this part. You say okay, I want to initialize it, so I would initialize it. So you say oh cool. I use multi-line to make the life easy for you. So in new table view, same thing for account, and you do you have a list, so just make sure to take this list and initialize it. So what we did, just we have defined dataset, and we assign this dataset to be a display in this table of view. But this is table of view, and we didn't define which we will display in every column. We have to display, hey, we have to say this column for username, this column for password, this user column for account type, and this what we only have to do. So I define table column in this way. So what I have in the table column, I have first of all I have account, because this data is account. But what I want to display from this account, for sure I want to display string, because the data type in this column is string. Suppose this one should be f username. Okay, cool. A new instance of table column, same thing, and same data type. You just define it. This will take what the column name. If you just go to the properties here, what the column name, username, make sure take this one and add it as a string here. I want to just display it in multi-line to make the life easy for you. So this is how we define our column. Then we say okay, I have this column. Okay, I now let me continue. I say okay, the new f name dot set cell factory, or cell, so set cell value factor. I define the value that should be displayed in this cell. I say new property I don't know why does it work well, so it should be property value factory. Okay, in this way, and I have to display my data inside it. So I say define, hey, display new table factory, and also have to say okay, what the name. So I say okay, this name. So just again, I think I did a mistake. This is what the title of the column. So the title should appear. This is the real data set that should be banded from the table. So I have this username. I have to say here I have username. So make sure what the error here I have it. So if we suppose you need to import something. Now I define this column, define everything. I want to add this column to this account. So how I would add it? I say t accounts dot get column, hopefully get columns, this one. Then I want to add, I just add a new column, which is this column, f username. Do same process for our columns. This is for username only. Do same process for password. Let me just do it for you. Just copy it. What I have here, I have here password. So first of all, you define f, the field name. You say okay, here I will display it as title. This is the title in the table, title. So, and this is the real data that I should bind to. So make sure I say f password, and I want to add f password. Here I should add it, and I'm done. This is for password. Make same process for the third one. That should be type. So what you have to do in the type, first of all, you say f type, or the title f type, or you say account type just as a title. This is title. This is real data that you would bind it. I would bind this type in this column. I have to make f type. Make sure here I also have f type. Then I say date column, please display f type for me. I think initially I'm done for everything in this one. I define everything about account. Just need to define the size of it. So I would say set pre size. So suppose I would say 300 by 300. So the width and the height for it. So just make sure pre-size 300 by 300. Just make sure everything is cool. So now I want to add this one to the root. So I say okay, dot root dot get child. Hopefully it could add it. Get child or get children dot add. You know what?
hopefully now I just work it. Yes. So basically, hopefully now if I just run it, I would see the data. Hopefully. I run it, I don't see any data. The problem that make me don't see any data, I will tell you why. If you go here, you see we define table of view. That's totally okay. Then we define the 3 columns. You say the column title, username, and I bind it with this data. But when I say property value factory, that means I'm reading from this properties. But if you go to this class, I don't have any readable property for this one. So I have to say, okay, public string, for example, I'm reading the username. I say get, make sure write get, then take username for it. Okay. Then you have to return the value for username. Say, okay, return, for example, username dot getting the username because it's the properties. Now when he binded here, when he bind with this, with this username, he will read this one. Now if you just try to run it again, hopefully now you would see all the usernames. Okay, now you get it. Do same thing for the other properties. Just copy it and paste it for 2 seconds of them. So I have the password, so have to be get a password and password that return. I have a type, so it should be get type, and I have type dot return. Now if you just run it, I have to see all my data clear, and here I am. Yes, here you go. This is all the data. Now I want when someone click on any row on a cell, I want to do a specific process. So this is the question: how you do the process? Same thing that you did it in the previous video. So we do like same thing about when we talk in iOS when you say, I don't know, delegate other stuff. So okay, how to access? Let me go here and try to think about it. So before I'm just doing 3 column here, I'm done. So let me just go after adding the column setting size. Let me say access events. Okay, so how to access the event? First of all, let me define my table of view. I want to do process, so I say okay, table of view dot table. This is table column. I say table of view dot I want to access specific event in table of view. I say table of view select false model, this one. So I would work with accounts. So make sure I'm doing this one. Then let me suppose table of view selected module. Okay, this is the same way that we define it. Then you say okay, table of view. I have accounts, hopefully dot get, not in this way, dot get. So I'm just getting selected model, hopefully. Yeah, here you go. So I'm just getting selected model and I assign it to this one. Now I have the model here. Now I could access to this, to the event of this one. I say okay, I have this one, table of select model dot selected. Okay, selected only? No, selected index property, because that's what you know about it. Then you say okay, dot, you do listening, so you say add listener. Hopefully this one the listener that you look for it, because you look for something change. So I'm looking for add listener for changing process. So yes, how your listener will do, you say okay, new, make sure just make it in multi-line, so make the process easy. You say okay, new. If you don't like it in this way, make it here. You say new changed listener. So hopefully the change listener will take number. Then you open a bracket, close it. Then you implement the method for this change listener. If you say hey, you have error, you did not implement this method. If I just click here, you say implement it. So he will implement this method. This method will call directly when someone change or select specific item. Just remove the data inside it and make sure you add it in multi-line so it be easy readable. So you say okay, this is, you have still old and a new value. So you could say okay, first of all I take the index, I say integer index equal the new value. So I'm doing integer casting for a new value, so I'm taking the new and the row. So when this the new row index, so whatever you row in, I have the new row here up index. So now okay, I want to print, let me suppose I want to print, hopefully this is not Eclipse. I think I have to write system sys only. So I just let me supply the name only. You could display anything you want to display. What I have a list of accounts. If you remember, I have accounts, hopefully, yes, because if you go here, I have a list of accounts here, account list, not account,
comment list. So hopefully I have a comment list. What the problem here? I have there a comment list. This is a comment list. So I have to say a comment list dot. Then I'm getting specific index. So make sure the index I have it. Then what I want to display, I have that index. Let me suppose I want to read the username. So if you just look through multi-line, so whenever anyone select item, I just get a value, then display it. And yeah, I'm done. It's right on the output. Hopefully now it will work. So yes, here we go. Help us see Luma here. Yes, see name Luma. Here Alex. Here Hussein. Cool. Everything is cool. Yeah. Yes, that's what I want to share with you here. And thank you for watching, and see you next.
Hey again. In this section, we will implement tic-tac-toe game. If you are not familiar with tic-tac-toe game is have 9 cells. Anyone fill the cell with X or O, he will be the winner. So if I fill all these with X, or another player fill them with O, he will be the winner. So if I, for example, click X, he add O, other player add O. But now the other player here is the device. So now when we done this game, we will make the player play the game with the device. So you will know how the device scan for the empty cells, and he select the cell. So if I select here, see device select here. If I select here, the device win the game. How the device win the game? Because the device understand like he added 3 O in one line and he win the game. So he randomly select the location. So this is what I will teach you in this section. I will teach you completely how to build tic-tac-toe game between 2 players, then how to play the game with the device. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started step by step. Hey again, let me start step by step to implement tic-tac-toe game. So to get started, I will click in new, then I will click JavaFX application. Next, I will name it tic-tac-toe game. Okay, then next, waiting to build the application. So just to get the overview about how the system should be, we need a screen, and in that screen I need to have 9 buttons. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and because they are already, you have to divide them in 3 rows and 3 columns, so it will be easy for us. So simplest way to solve this problem, we could use a grid, and we done. So to get started, I will go to this my application, which is tic-tac-toe game. Hopefully I'm not opening YouTube. Opening tic-tac-toe game, source project, tic-tac-toe, and that is. So this is my project. If you look here, you would see they already create button, and he already called this button. So let's suppose this should be button 1 and doesn't have anything as a text. Okay, set text, nothing. So we name it BT1, and this one continue BT1. And to make this one like readable, it is better to say no. We have something named lambda. So instead of having all this complex code, I would change it to lambda format. So take all these things and say, hey, when someone click on action, I call events, and done in this way. And this is a way of lambda implementation. And you could write still save, but still I don't want to print hello world. I want when someone click button 1, I want just take this line of code, and I want to create a new event here. I name it void. Let me suppose set or play game, and the play game, this one will take 2 parameter. First of thing, the cell ID, which should be integer, that means that's the ID of the cell, and the second one should be the button that's selected, because I need to play with the button later on. So the button, and we name it selected button. Okay, because just I need to play with this one, you will see it later on. So I will just, instead of playing hello world, I will printing cell ID for now, just for debugging purpose. So you would see, well, if there is anything, if is everything correct or what. So now when someone, hopefully this one will work now. So where is the error here? Yes, then cell ID, then semicolon, make sure this way. I just want to show whatever the ID of the cell that he selected. So now when he select the button here, if you see it, this button events, I just want to call that event sending, because on button 1 I send one and I send the button ID, so I would work with it there. So when someone click on this button, he will send the ID one to this method, and he will print it, and he will have the information about the button, because I need to manage the button. So this is for one button. I need 9 of these. Here we go. Now I have information for one button, but I need to have 9 buttons, so I just copy the code. Second, 3, 2, well, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here you go. Now I have 9 buttons. So let me just modify the code so to make it work fine. Also formatted, so this should be button number 2, text 2, 2, and send 2 here, and the button number 2. Same thing for button number 3, formatted, should be button number 3, set 3, 3. I will send number 3 to that event, and 3 here. So now this should be button number 4, 4, 4, and send 4 here and 4 here. Continue, modify all the code. This one should be 5, 5, 5, 5 here and 5 here. So when someone click on this one, he will send 5 to that event. This one 6, and 6 here, 6 here, 6, 6. Should be this one, the 7, button number 7. So 7, and 7, 7, and make sure everything you write it correct. So now I have 7 button. I have here 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Make sure everything is correct. And I will double check later on when I test. 9 should be 9, 9, 9, and 9. So whatever any of these buttons selected, it will goes down. But I don't need to use now this type of the grid. I don't need to use stack pane. It's better for me to use another type of layout, which is a grid. So hey, I have a grid pane, hopefully, name it a grid, equal a new grid pane, because I need to use a grid, because I need more than one element to be added, and the number of rows and number of columns. Let me do some setting for this grid. For example, one of them set alignment for this button, set alignment, this one. So the position I would add in the center. I would add something in the horizontal gap. Let me suppose I'm adding 10, and for a grid for the vertical gap, dot set vertical gap 1. I will add also 10. So yes, I will add some padding to make it nicer. So padding, hopefully, or set padding, and I would add whatever I need to add in new insets this way. Make sure click enter so you could import the inset. Always use inset, so not inset, sorry, always use enter. You don't complete right and continue. Make sure use enter so he will import the needed libraries. So now I have everything ready in this thing, in this grid. I need to add the buttons, so you know how we add it. So for grid dot add, what I need to add the item, which is BTN1. BTN1 should be added in cell 0, 0, and let me continue for 9 of these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So button number 2 should be in this location. So still row 0, column number 1. Button number 3, which is this one, row 0, column number 2. So continue. Hopefully I wrote the row and column correctly. Hopefully this one he was not writing row before the column. Let me just see them. What this method mean? He take column then row. Sorry, first thing column, then second thing is the row. So here I have 0, 0. That's right. then this one 1 0, then this one 2 0, because here we are using column then row. Then this one I'm still a row number, this one for row number 2, so sorry, row number 1, 3 of these, and these for row number 2. Okay, so for row number 1, column number 0, column number 1, column number 2, row number 2, column number 0, column number 1, column number 2. And this is all the information that I needed about the grid. So now just passing this grid to the scenes and I'm done. So this is all the things I needed to start running. Then I will continue this number 2, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So hopefully everything is right. Just save it, run. So he will add 9 of these in 9 places. Hopefully now we will see 9 button, or at least this is the layouts. Yes, this is 9 button, and I want just to see if I click cell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, see the output. 6 should be 7, 8, 9. But this is not the end of the game. I want just change the style of these buttons. So going back here, first of all, let me just, as I say scenes, this scenes, which is this one, scenes dot get style sheet. Then I say dot add, I want to add style. Then I say what the style I want to add it should be UI, what the name of my project, my name of my project name should be tic-tac-toe game. Then dot class dot get resources, and this way, and I give it the resources name. Let me suppose style dot css. I will grade this class later on. Then I say finally dot to external, because we need to change it to external. So hopefully now everything is right, but only this class is not to external forum. Hopefully now everything is right, but just I need to grade this class for style so I could work with it. So style, I just click right here, new file, and then I select other. Make sure from here I look for style, so other here, hopefully HTML, CSS. Where is this CSS? Cascading style sheet. Next, I will name it style, because I said, hey, I'm using a style. So now, yes, I just define my button. I just want to give some properties for the button. So to do that, you know that, say, hey, dot button in this way. Anything with button, I have it. I want to do something for these buttons. I want just to set something for it. So set sfx for it. Then brief, then slash. I would check the width for it. So the width, I will suppose I would have it like 16 pixel. And same thing, I say slash fx slash brief slash the height. And this way, that we suppose also 16 pixel. So yes, the width and height, I define the width and height for every button that I have in my design. So yes, everything cool. Just this one, the screen size, let me just change it for 600 by 600, little bit bigger, so it'll be easy to see by the people. So screen larger, buttons good. Let me see if we done everything correctly or we have some. Yes, I would say yes, little bit better if you want to make the buttons larger. So try just go here and say, hey, I don't like 16, let me make it like 18 by 18, or make it 100 by 100. Maybe you believe 100 will be better, so 300 will be good. So 300 on the row, while I'm having the screen here is 800, so 600, so will be better, like in the screen show. See, here you go. So now I have here everything. So button click 1, 2, 3, whatever, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So here we done, and see you next. Hey again, the layout that I have so far, it's good for me. So now let me continue. I want now when someone click here, show X. So when next player play, he could when he click, he see O. So XO, XO, and the result for every player will be saved in different array list. So first of all, to do this, I need to make sure from the active player. So who is the player now is active. So I say integer active player, and by default I give it 1. So by default active player is player 1. So when the active player number 1, he is active, so I want to process in a play game. We understand how we play the game. Any button I click it, he will call a play game, so I will not go back. So a play game will give me the cell selected and the button. So now I want to say, hey, if the active player equal 1, that means the first player is active. So what I have to do, first of all, the button I have it, I set the text for that button to the set text. I would set it to the X because he is X player. The second thing I will do it, I would do add this add array, a great array list for the player 1 and save the data inside. So array list in this way. Hopefully this one will work now in Java FX. Yes, here you go. Array list of integer. Why? Because I need to save all the player 1 data. Player 1. Okay. Cool. For sure, a new array list for player 1. Okay. So this will have whatever player 1 selected, whatever location is selected by player 1, and this is for player 2. So what I do, hey, I now set the text is X, then I would add it. I will add the cell ID to the array list. Why? Because hey, this cell is owned by this person. I'm done now. I changed the active player to 2. So now second time the second player could play the game. I will do same process for the second player. I say else if. Why I have to use else? Because if you keep it if and you have 2 here, he will use both cases. But now either this case or use this case. So now who is what I have to set in the text? I have to set O. Add player dot add cell, then I change the active player to 1. I'm done. When I am done with this cell, I change it to disable. So I set disable. Why I have to set it to disable? So no one could click on the button again. So only one time. So either this player or this player. So clicking here, you would running the app, you will see something interesting. So XO, 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 which is exactly what we look for. So this is our layout. So I click have show X, show disable, so no one could click again. This is the benefit of disable. Then the second player O, why O again? Do you know why? Because I have something error here. Should be changed to 1. So when the first player play, when the second player, you have to change it to 1. So run it again. See, always there is bugs, so make sure always fix your bugs so it will not be any problem. So waiting this. So see here, active player X O X whatever O X O. See, every time 1 XO. So now I have everything is ready. But you see, the screen is too much in comparison with the layout. I have 2 choices, either increase the size of the button or reduce the size of the layout. Because I have buttons here, everyone is 100, so a 3 button per row should be 300. While I have it here 600. 400 I will see too much, so you have 100 around. This is just to help us don't see the screen too much size, and I don't see it any interesting to keep it in that size. Yeah, this size will be. And also this is Hello World. Let me change it to the tic-tac-toe game. So I will name it tic-tac-toe. Okay, so game. Now set. Hopefully now everything's set to the way that I want it to set. So waiting some time and see, this is the screen. Tic-tac-toe, XO, that is good. So let's go to next step and try to find the winner. Hey again. In the previous video we did the XO player. So when X play, when O play, and that's good. So now I want when X fill the rows, for example here, he will say, hey, you win the game. So you know what I have to do now. I have to set the rules for the game. If you see, this is the games. I have 1, 2, 3, first row, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. If the first player gets first row or second row or third row, will be the winner. Same thing for the second player. So what I have to do here, I have to define a new method. Name it void check or check winner. Who is the winner? So now to check the winner, this method have to be called every time after X or O play will play the game. So when this get called, first of all, he have to find the winner. So let me suppose the winner now is -1. So I don't have any information about the winner. Now you remember, first player will add here. Should be second player, this should be 2, will be added here. So I have first player, I have second player. For the first player, he have to check. I say, hey, if player 1 dot contain 1, and at the same time I have 3 rules for this case. Player 1 contain 2 and player 1 contain 3. That means he is the winner. Is that right? Yes. If you have 1, 2, 3, that means he's the winner. So let me suppose the winner here will be player 1, and that is. So if he gets full row 1, 2, 3, he will be the winner. Same thing for the player 2. Player 2, if he get 1 and 2 and 3, let me just 3, he will be the winner. Player 2, he will be player 2 the winner. So either player 1, 2. This is for first row. I have to repeat it for 3 rows, second row, third rows. So for second row, what I need to have 4, 5, 6. So should be have, if I have 4 and 5 and 6, this one should have same thing. If I have 6, 4 or 5, 4. So if this one have this, he will be also the winner. Now continue the rules. I think it's same the rule for this one, for the third row. If I have 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, or 7, 8, 9. I will repeat this case for columns. So now I have something named columns. That's good. 3 columns rules. 1, 2, 3. So going back here, I have 3 rows, 3 columns. So first column 1, 4, 7 should be 1, 4, 7, and same thing. If you have 1 and 4 and 7, he will be the winner. Same thing for the second case, should be 2, 5, 8. So if I have 2 and 5 and 8, I will be the winner. Same thing this one. If he get 2 and 5 and 8, he will be the winner. Continue. Make sure this one is this way formatted. So I have a 3, 6, 9. If I have a 3 and 6 and 9, I will be the winner. If you this one have 3 and 6 and 9, he will be the winner. Now it is good. Now I have everything ready. Now let me check. Now show the winner. Show winner message. I want to show the winner the message. So when I have winner, if the value is not equal -1, if it's 0 or 1, so that means see, this is the winner. Okay, so let me check here. I say hey, if the winner is not equal -1, that means we have winner in this game. So now let me suppose I have string for message msg equal nothing. So I say hey, if the winner equal -1, that means the first player is the winner. So the message would say player 1 is the winner. Is that right? Yes. And if the winner is 2, so the player 2 is the winner, because you have it here, if 2 over 1. So if 1 I have this message, if 2 I have this message. Now I have to show dialog, show alert, dialog. See, to show alert direct, really easy process, just some code you have to use it. So you say, hey, here let me define my alert. So I say, hey, alert will be equal alert. I need to show dialog, say, hey, you are the winner, equal a new instance from alert class. So alert class we have to have alert type as input. Alert type dot what the type of the alert I want to show it. I want to show information. So this is type of the show as icon for information. So now give us some information for this alert. I give it title for our set title. So the title I would say game info. What the title for the alert, what the text I want to show it, alert dot set message, the message that I want to show it. Hopefully set will written in correct way. Set content message. I want to show this message that I have it here, whatever I have it. The third one, I would show the header text. This header text, playing info, whatever you say, playing info, so he would see the info. Then I want to show the alert, so it's really easy, dot and show, and that is. So this is basically the game. Hey, I define alert, I want to show me information. The title for alert, this one will be game info. The content, the text, if it's 1 or 2, heading, playing info, and show. And this is just to show me alert for the winner. So save and run. Hopefully now if anyone play the game, it will show us, hey, that one is the winner, or this one is the winner. So waiting for some time, and let me see, will he be able to show us who's the winner or not. So if I X play here, O here, X add here. Now if X add here, he should be the winner, but O will play here, Ox will play here. You have to say, hey, see, playing info, game info, player 1 is the winner. So this is exactly what I want. What I want to show the alert. This is exactly what happened with the alert. When I say alert information, show us this icon. When I say title, game info, he add game info. When I say content, this is the content. When I said header, this is the header, playing info. So this is basically how to find the winner between two players who play this game. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey again. Play the game between two players, it is good, but it's not the way that we want it. We want you to play the game with a computer, and that's what we will do in this video. So to play the game with the computer have to know which cells is empty, so he could place. So for example, when you add here, he will add here. So first of all, he need to scan all the elements and check for empty cells. So then according to the empty cells, he will select random location to put the element there. And this is exactly what we want to do in this game. So to get started, I will go here and I will add a new faction. And this faction, I will name it auto player. So someone do play the game automatically. So auto player, first of all, you have to have array list. And this array list have all empty element, like all the empty cells location. So it have integer, or not iterator, integer, integer should be empty cells. Okay, you have empty cells information. So all the empty cells that not use it will be saved here. So how I will be able to find the empty cells? I have to do loop. So I say for loop, and this for loop going to be integer cell equal 1, cell less than 10 because I have 9 cells, then cell plus plus. Then I move through the two player list. You remember player 1 here, if you check here, you say the player 1 will add in his list and player 2 will add in his list, and I have two array lists for player 1 and player 2. So just first of all, I need to see the element have to be not in array list and array list 1 or 2. So I have here, should be not in array list 1 dot contain the cell or array list 2 or player2 dot contain the cells. So first of all, the element should not be in the player1 list or player2 list, so I could work with it. If I find this element is not in array list 1 and array list 2, I have to add it in the empty cell. That means this location is still not used. So by using this for loop, I will be able to find all unused location. Now I have all unused location. It's really easy for me to select random variable. So to do select random, let me suppose how the random works. So let's suppose integer rand index. Okay, random, it's really easy process. First of all, you just to have define random in this way. You say random r equal a new instance from class random. This class for Java do select random value. Then after you say hey r dot next. Okay, there is different type of next. I will care about next integer. Next integer takes some value, max minus min plus min. If you want to find element between 1 and 9, so from 0 to 9 randomly, you have select max 10. That's 10 will not be included, so and the min 0. So he will take from 0 to 9. I wanted depend on this size. So the max element will be this one dot size, because the size will be more than the real one, and minimum is 0 and 0. So if I have 3 elements in this empty cell, so he will select either 0 or 1 or 2, because he will not include the size, will switch it 3. So I have the index. Now really easy to find the elements. So to define integer for the cell equal, I just get the element from here, okay, and get the element from index, and that is exactly this one. This row will return as random value. This 2 line will always return as random value from any unselected cells. But what I want to do, if you remember here, to find the winner here, if you go here, and this one, this is the player one should play, then he have to call autoplay. Okay, autoplay will be called to do autoplay. But if you see this, when I want to call this one, I have to send 2 things for play game. So if you see here, I have to send 2 things. First of all, the cell ID. I have cell ID, which is this one. You could name it cell ID, which is okay. But he asks also for the button, and I don't have any information about the button. Now this is important case. I need to do some modification in the code. Looking back to the buttons, I have all these button hairs, so I have to move them all these on the top. So move button 1, move button 2, move them all on the top, so you could access to these buttons. Okay, so move this one. Sorry, you could do it in this way. If you see it's too hard, just copy and paste. 4, 6, 7, 8 should be 9. I will update for you, and I will remove what I don't need. So this is just, let me align them first of all, and that is yes. So what I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I want to remove them from here. So I have 1. I no longer need this one. I no longer need this one. No longer need this one, because it goes to the top, so I will be able to access to them. So all these will be removed, and because they are already been on the top. So now I have 9 buttons on the top. That's good, and I don't have any problem. Now one thing I have to do is this. I go back here and see which cell he selected for the auto player. What cell he selected. So I have to define my button. So I define my selected button here, which is not initialized yet. Then I do switch case. The switch case will depend on the cell ID. If the cell ID 1, in the case he select 1, that is mean selected button should be the btn1. Is that right? Because this is the button 1, so I no longer need this one. So if the case 2, I have to do break, don't forget. If he select case 2, that's mean the cell 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So going back here, case, if you select 2, should be button initialize it to 2. Make sure you follow the pattern. If he select 3, make sure this one is 3 and follow the pattern. If you select 4, should one 4. You're just playing the game. This one, if you select 5, this one will goes to 5 and a break. If you select 6, this one goes to 6. If you select 7, this one will goes to 7. This one, if you select 8, this one go to 8, and that is. This here select 9, this one go to 9. That's good. Now this one will give you error, but this is not error. This is, he say, hey, I'm wondering what the default case. What if the number is not from this number? The number have to be from these numbers because it's either from 1 to 9. But to remove this message, just say, hey, default, I want the select item should be initialized by btn1. This will never happen, but just to avoid that error message. That is. So now really easy. Just go overview. First of all, we define our empty cell. We look for any empty cell between 1 and 10, and if it's not in the player 1 and player 2 list, I will add them the empty. Then I will select random element from this list. When I'm done, I get that cell because I have index. Then I got element. Now I have the element. I need to know the button. So here I'm looking for the button. Then I send the cell on the button. So now whenever player 1 here is play the game, player 2 will be do his process automatically. So hopefully now everything is cool. Hopefully when I run it, the player 2 start playing the game. So waiting and see what is going on. So here you go. This is the game. Now if I suppose I select this one, you have to select random element from all these cells. So see, he select that element. See, automatically he play the game. If I click this one, he select that one. See, he always look for empty cells. He will not select the cell that already been used. So select here. See, he's the winner. Player info. Player 2 win the game. He win the game. So yes, this is basically how to play the game. Here we done, and thank you for watching.